So we're getting into this kind of track by track now. You had the bait and switch that is Hurry on Sundown and The Reason Is. And it's interesting, I could see that happening. I wasn't sure how you would take it. I've got a reasonably good idea about how you'll respond to a number of Hawkwind albums, but this one was really unsure of where you would go with it. When I came to this album, it wasn't my first Hawkwind album. I had a bunch of Hawkwind albums that I'd bought from secondhand record shops and record fairs. I definitely already had Sonic Attack, Choose Your Masks, Hall of the Mountain Grill, Warrior on the Edge of Time. So I'd already built up an expectation of what Hawkwind is, and that had a lot of strong science fiction elements to it. So I bought this, put it on, you get Hurry on Sundown, and it was quite jarring for me as a 13 or 14-year-old. It wasn't really what I wanted from Hawkwind. It wasn't that I didn't like it, because it's actually, it's a decent song. It's quite a jaunty, busky song. But I didn't really want jaunty busky from Hawkwind. I wanted dark, dystopian, nightmarish from Hawkwind. And that wasn't it. And then, of course, it comes out of Hurry on Sundown into The Reason Is. And that was almost just too weird and experimental for me at that age. I hadn't been prepared to listen to that. So weirdly, the album, at that point, I was very confused by it and put it away. And it didn't really come back out again because my memory of the album was an album I didn't connect with. So really now, this last few weeks we've been listening to it a lot, I've now really found a connection with The Reason Is. I still haven't really with Hurry on Sundown, which is heresy given the number of Hawkwind fans for whom this is something of a cherished item, track one, side one, album one. But I still haven't really connected with Hurry on Sundown. They played it at the 50th anniversary gig last year at the Royal Albert Hall, and it was brilliant. But The Reason Is something now that does connect with me. We've seen a lot of bizarre, experimental, weird music, extreme music, bands like Sun, bands that are improvising. But now The Reason Is, I get that, and that starts to work for me. So I kind of come out of Hurry on Sundown, and then it goes into The Reason Is. It is a very jarring transition between the two, but I feel somewhat more at home in The Reason Is. And The Reason Is then has quite a hard segue into Be Yourself.
So Be Yourself is interesting because, again, the first time I listened to it, I wasn't massively predisposed to like it because it wasn't going back to the Hurry on Sundown kind of vibes, which had been established at the beginning. I thought the slide out of The Reason Is into Be Yourself was very quick. It just felt like a very quick, just like little crossfade, which isn't my favourite effect. I wish that was a little bit smoother because I felt like we lost any kind of dreamy space vibe, which I thought maybe after I've been switched up to be The Reason Is, I was thinking, okay, well, maybe this is where we're going, and then it changes again to Be Yourself, so it feels like, again, it's a third very different iteration of whatever Hawkwind are up to at this point. But this one has some fun in it. The long solos with the effects drift in and out of it I really like. The shimmers and reverbs add a lot of interest. I do feel like this track starts to redeem itself sonically a little bit more, and actually on repeat listens it's one that I do like a lot more. It feels, now I've listened to the whole album a lot, where I'm more expecting them to go, and it feels a bit like, compromise isn't the right word, but it starts to take a little bit of the melodic sensibilities from something like Hurry on Sundown, but twists them into something which feels more ownable and something which feels more fresh compared to then what I've just had from The Reason Is, which feels so all over the place that I don't think you could really establish a band out of it. So the first time I listened to Be Yourself, I thought, well, it's not what I was expecting, so I'm going to ignore it. But on re-listens, this is more where I like Hawkwind, and it feels immediately where they're a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I've grown to like Be Yourself. I actually do quite like the way it plays off The Reason Is, and it gets into a nice space. I'm definitely starting to feel more at home with Hawkwind at this point in their journey when you get into Be Yourself, which then goes to Paranoia Part 1.
The fact it was called Paranoia in the same year that Sabbath is around is strange, and I'm sure that was more parallel thinking than them doing anything untoward, but it was just funny that I immediately think Sabbath whenever I see Paranoid or Paranoia or anything, so the fact that they have not one but two tracks called Paranoia made me think that was a bit unlucky, maybe from their point of view.
Yeah, no one's getting to play Paranoia Part 1 on Top of the Pops.
My main takeaway from Paranoia is I don't know why it's in two parts. I guess me putting my 70s hat on from a production point of view makes me think that it's probably because they were running out of space on a record, and I'm assuming that a record is what they were going to publish this on most. The fact they have this kind of motor off effect, which is that effect where it sounds like a record spinning down actually on the track, makes me feel like they're trying to have a joke about the fact that the side has come to an end, that your record player is stopped before it's actually stopped. Makes me feel like my supposition would be correct.
Yeah, this to me is all about side length, basically. As we know that LPs, the length of the sides is really important in the pressing of the album. And also I think that what Hawkwind have done here is to go into the studio and play an hour-long live set that Dick Taylor, who is producing, he of the Pretty Things, he's then sliced this up to make tracks out of. And I totally get the impression that, yes, Paranoia is supposed to be one track, but he's had to split it in order to fit it on the album this way. The speeding down of the track at the end is interesting because my main way of listening to this album is on vinyl. And on vinyl, there is a natural break between the last track of side 1 and the first track of side 2. It's like in the theatre, it's the end of Act 1, beginning of Act 2. And in that sense, this kind of speeding down, it kind of works. It's not that it doesn't work, it's arbitrary, but it's perfectly fine. On the couple of occasions where I've streamed this in my headphones, so I've been walking down the road, that's when it's weird because the speed ramps down and then the track begins for no real reason. And I think that's a big difference. I can now think about that with other albums that have this similar transition to the end of side 1 and then something that comes in with a punch on side 2. And that doesn't happen when you stream. So I think definitely the streaming era hasn't been kind to the end of Paranoia Part 1.
I still think it's a little bit of a cheap trick, even on vinyl personally, but I guess that's up to them. If they wanted to do that, then that's a decision that they've made, but I'm still not massively a fan of it, even though that is a personal decision.
Yeah, I guess in 1970, you probably got a group of people experimenting in the studio and just trying things out as well. There's probably a little bit of that to it.
I wonder why they even have Part 1. I would be interested to know why they felt that 1 minute of music was desperately important to the album.
Yeah, no, interesting. I've no idea, to be honest. I do know that on side 2, we start off with Paranoia Part 2.
Which I like more. When I listened to this, I wrote Jaws, if directed by John Carpenter, ? That was the vibe I was getting from Paranoia Part 2.
Which is a movie we all want to see, I think.
Yeah. I think it's just got that kind of like dun 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 vibe to it. And I thought, did they just rescore the Jaws tracks? But then I did a bit of Googling and found out that Jaws doesn't come out for another 5 years, so it's possible that Hawkwind were musical visionaries, and I'm not giving them enough credit for that.
I like to think that there's an interview out there by John Williams, who did score Jaws, saying, well, I was listening to the first Hawkwind album. John Williams would then be in a very prestigious list of people, including John Lydon, as those who have been influenced by Hawkwind. I think that's entirely where John Williams belongs.
Influence all the Johns. That is Hawkwind's main plan, I think, at this point.
So Paranoia Part 2 then gives way to Seeing It As You Really Are.
Seeing It As You Really Are is for me a little bit of a return to form, especially again on my first listen. I was thinking that the return to theatrical sound design is nice. I feel like, again, it's another long atmospheric intro, so I guess like they're doing this an awful lot. Not that I mind it at this point, because I feel like this is building to something where I feel like the Paranoias kind of are doing it for doing its sake, but this one makes you a little bit more pensive. It adds a little bit more interest to it because you know it's going to break into an actual track. I know this is a technical gripe, but the fact that they hard panned the guitar solo into the right speaker made it very hard for me to hear the mix, because the very first time I listened to this, I was listening to it on headphones, and I just have an old DJ habit where I tend to listen to music one headphone on my ear and one headphone off my other ear so I can listen to the room. And I thought that this track really wasn't going anywhere for a long time before I switched ears and then realised that there was a whole guitar solo I'd missed, and I had to listen to the track all over again. So it's one of those things where maybe in the 70s it was more of a thing. I know that stereo was still pretty fresh in the 70s. I remember my dad telling me how Whole Lot of Love blew his mind when it was on stereo. But the fact this is so hard panned, it makes it a little bit more annoying than anything. But again, I'm not really going to beat up on it that much because it's the 70s.
Again, I think this is something that I only really experienced when streaming this track, basically, and therefore listening to it over headphones. I'd basically been playing it, as I say, on vinyl through the hi-fi, so I hadn't really experienced that hard panning. And yes, I find it quite annoying, the hard panning. I have a box set of reissued Beatles albums, and the first few of those do the same thing, and a track will start with the drums just in one ear, and I'm instantly wondering if I've lost the Bluetooth connection in the other headphone. And then the bass kicks in the other ear. And yeah, I think I would prefer not to have the hard panning. I think now in an era when you have people doing 5.1 Dolby remixes and now Atmos remixes, you become used to hearing different sounds in a spectrum, but I think a lot of care is taken in where they are in the space and how they move and how it's done with a lot of subtlety and a lot of nuance. When it's a 4 or 5 piece band and one whole instrument is just in one ear only, I find that quite tricky. Although the guitar solo itself is really good. It's Hugh Lloyd Langton, who, as I say, goes on to do a lot of amazing things with Hawkwind about 10 years down the line after this. But yeah, I find the hard panning a distraction, and I prefer to listen to it over the speakers in the room so that it blends better to me.
Agreed. Even so, just to carry on with the production conversation a little bit longer, is that I actually like this track. I like that it brings in so many brass instruments. It has an almost Sergeant Peppery vibe for me. It feels a bit more fantastical. Again, it feels a bit more interesting. But for me, all the things they do to this track exacerbates the feeling that it wasn't recorded amazingly well. It does feel like it was recorded in a garage or something with very few microphones, one of them a lot closer to the drum kit than I was expecting. And the sound, even with the digital remaster that I was listening to online, was quite muddy, and the sounds aren't as separated in the mix as much as I thought they would. So the whole thing feels a little bit more soupy than I was expecting, and I feel like I can pick stuff out, and it's not a deal breaker at that point. I was just more surprised, which again adds to this fact that it feels like a live album more than a studio album. Like if you'd have told me this was a bootleg of an album that they played live, I would be ready to believe you 100%.
Yeah, it's pretty astute because it's not far wrong. It wasn't uncommon at that point for bands, particularly making their early albums, to go into the studio and basically play their live set in the studio and have it recorded. And that's definitely what happens here. Black Sabbath did the same thing with their first album. It was recorded in like 2 days because the producer had seen them live and just wanted to recreate that. And there are very few overdubs and very little production done. I get that impression that that's happening here as well. And I actually quite like that garagey, that DIY feel to this. It resonates for me because this is definitely a band being very progressive and experimenting, but learning all the time. Other bands who became like the prog giants, Yes, King Crimson, Pink Floyd, or early Genesis, the bands that you really think of as these kind of prog giants, were full of virtuoso musicians, absolutely brilliant musicians, keyboard wizards, genius guitarists, incredible drummers, playing in different time signatures, all limbs doing different things at the same time. And there's a lot of technicality, whereas to me this is more a lot of feel and a lot of atmosphere and people experimenting and learning about what they're doing and just recording the results of that straight to the album and learning as they go. And I find that kind of attractive. I think it's also why Hawkwind were not really lumped in with those kind of music giants when punk hit. And it was, down with Pink Floyd and down with Yes and all this kind of thing. There was no adverse reaction to Hawkwind at that point, I think because of this almost punk ethos, the DIY nature of putting all this together with a lack of these kind of classically trained virtuoso musicians. But I think that's a signature part of the sound, and they definitely get better at that as these studio recordings take place over the next few years. So we come out of Sing It As You Really Are, and then we're back in kind of shuffly bluesy territory again as we end the album with Mirror of Illusion.
Which feels more like a return to Hurry on Sundown that they're going to get to, which then finishes the parenthesis of the more accessible music that is corralling the wayward, crazy soundscapes in between them in this strange experimental sandwich that the album seems to be going for. I do like the dissonant intro of this. Again, there's a little bit of that stereo panning, which I can take or leave, but the drums are amazingly on point on this and actually really cemented for me the point that they are a very percussive band. I think they spent a little more time recording those or getting the recording of that right more than anything. It certainly can overpower a lot of the tracks, but in a way which I feel like is designed to do. So I can roll with it. I do enjoy a good percussive track. And the vocals are back. which is something which is always nice. Although for me, I don't know why, but I do feel like the vocals sound a bit Eric Idle for my liking on this track compared to Hurry on Sundown. I feel like at some point they're going to just say, always look on the bright side of life. I'm not sure if it's just me who hears that, but there's just some kind of twang on it which I find very difficult to get out of my brain. But yeah, it's a suitable ending. I think I would almost be inclined to switch Mirror of Illusion to Hurry on Sundown over. So you end, because Hurry on Sundown has a very climactic feel when it ends and just kind of fades into nothing. I would rather have that come to a climactic conclusion and have Mirror of Illusion at the beginning, but I don't get to decide which side of the parenthesis goes on which side of the album. But if I was, then that's probably what I would do.
It's interesting. I'd never really thought of swapping them round. I do think that Mirror of Illusion almost pays off on Hurry on Sundown. If you have to put Hurry on Sundown first, then it makes complete sense to put Mirror of Illusion last, as you say, almost bookending the album. Hurry on Sundown would stand out even more than it does if it was there completely on its own.
It'd be like if a band like Sun suddenly put the Macarena halfway through their set. No one would understand why the hell that's there.
Exactly. And I think Mirror of Illusion rather pays that off. I quite like the vocal melody in Mirror of Illusion. It's still not, as I say, it's not really what I was after from Hawkwind, but I certainly don't mind it. I don't find either that or Hurry on Sundown particularly offensive, to be honest. They're just kind of, jaunty tracks that you can hum while you're walking down the road, but that's not really what I tend to want from Hawkwind. Well, let's get into this then. And the first track on the album, You Shouldn't Do That, their longest track at about 15 minutes, Matt.
So this for me is an intro track. I feel like I was at a gig, all the lights are off, the track starts to play before any of the band walk on, then they do, and everyone starts to clap. You just feel like you've got this energy to it, and there's a lot of suspense, which is really nice. I don't know what synthesizers they're using, but they sound just rich and gooey. They sound fun, very atmospheric. I really enjoyed that. They've discovered risers for sure. There's a lot of before the first track breaks, there's that kind of thing where you have a note which is very low and just slowly goes up. For me, it's like, I call this the boiling kettle riser, because it really gets quite screamy at the end before the whole thing turns into a full track. It's interesting because I know that they don't show up for another 15 years or so, but I almost felt like this could be like an early Chemical Brothers record because of all the pianging and synthy weirdness on the top, but also there's something quite repetitious about this. It just feels like contemporary dance music. It feels very live. There's a lot of space in the track, there's a lot of separation. It feels like it wasn't recorded with too much studio production. It does still have that kind of feeling of the first album. The weird thing for me is that the synthesizers feel almost artificial and really in your head, where the actual rest of the track feels far away, like you're listening to it from the other side of the room. So there's something interesting there where it just feels like it's been put on top later, or the mastering feels sometimes a little bit confusing. But it does have that kind of busk rock thing. Like you said, it goes on for a long time. I think that it's maybe a little bit of a victim of its length, a little bit, and this is something that I feel like in the whole album there's bits where I feel like they have a solid riff or a solid point, like at the beginning they established it, and then sometimes it'll kind of, for me, I use this phrase, it feels like it wanders off. There's a riff and stuff, and then that riff will simmer down, and then I know there's flutes and saxophones, and they're very processed, so they feel quite muffled. And it doesn't feel like a solo, it just kind of feels like they're just murmuring over the top of it. I found myself losing concentration, because I almost felt like the band was almost losing concentration. There were little bits where they just have little smatterings of bits of sound all over the place, and then suddenly it would pull back, and I kind of felt like I'd been pulled back again. Oh no, yes, I'm paying attention to this, sorry. And it was just weird that happens quite a lot in this track. For me, I would have liked it if there was a little bit more presence in the saxophones and that kind of thing, just to try and make it feel like it was more of a solo, or it was something that was adding interest rather than, unfortunately, kind of taking away. The lyrics I actually quite enjoyed. I like this kind of trick they have, and I didn't catch this on the first listen, but on subsequent listens, the fact they have that repetition of get nowhere, which turns to get no air, which turns to get aware. There's that nice feeling of a line transforming. And although the lyrics don't seem to make a huge amount of sense, I just thought that was clever. And as someone who occasionally pretends to write for a living, I thought that was I was professionally impressed with that little bit of linguistic artistry.
Nice. And that is the voice of Nick Turner, of course, who we didn't hear at all on the first album, basically, but who does do a lot of the vocals on this one. Yeah, I'm with you. It's a strong opener. It couldn't be anywhere else on this album but the first track. And I do love the drone, the almost tribal element of it. This is not a rock track with a 4/4 backbeat. And that kind of sound isn't really present on any of these other legendary albums that we heard about earlier on in 1971. This feels like a very Hawkwind thing. I think that's very strong. Rhythm section's very strong here. They do tread water a little bit in longer tracks. You're absolutely right, and that's not the first or the last time that they do it, even on this album. So it's a strong one to start with, and it goes into something now in a very different mood when we get to You Know You're Only Dreaming.
Which for me feels very like proto Desert Fest psych, just in terms of the vocal tones. This for me is probably their most vocally sophisticated song. I feel like a lot of their other lyrics and singing isn't always as in tune as it could be, but this feels very considered. It has a nice like lilt to it. I feel like it's actually being sung. For me, it's just super catchy. I like the "You're Only Dreaming" repetitive line is really nice. I love the jam it just breaks down into. This for me is where I thought space rock might go. It's kind of where I hoped it would go, and while the rest of the tracks make me feel that's not necessarily where it is all the time, I like the fact it can still get here, and I hope that there's a bit more of that in the future. I really like the fact that the drummer taps out the quarter beats on the cymbal. It helps you ground the track. Just having that little ting, 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 ting. Interestingly enough, it's also why I like certain techno records, because they can get very growly and bassy and mumbly in terms of a lot of their sound palette, but you normally have a hi-hat or something which is just tick, 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 ticking away, and it's just amazing for me just to help just ground myself when I listen. So it's just interesting to draw a parallel there between very dark techno and this 70s psyche stuff. I like that there's lots of delay that just creates this nice atmospheric bed. It might be why I like the North Americans and why I added that to the playlist. It's the same kind of feeling where the notes started to smear into a whole other experience, which it just then rests on nicely. It creates a nice foundation. I'd have liked to have a return to the chorus at some point because I like it so much, but I just listened to the track twice and then I'm happy. So
That's fair.
For me as well, it even ends well, which again is something that I'm still dinging Hawkwind a lot with, but this one finishes not in a kind of, oh, we're done with it. It actually feels like it just floats off, and I'm left feeling like that, just, you know, that kind of thing when you eat a good bit of food or you drink a bit of wine, that kind of finish. I have this kind of mental audio finish of this track where I feel like that's a nice clean track, and I find myself smiling all the way through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right, this is Dave Brock's strongest vocal. We've heard him sing 2 songs before, and this is the third kind of full vocal we hear from Dave, and definitely is the strongest. It's funny, I would never have picked that up if we weren't listening to these albums in sequence, because if you don't listen to them in sequence, it's just another song that Dave sings, and he sings a lot of them. But yeah, it does definitely show some growth there. I really do like it, and it's a really good mood change and a great closer for side 1, which then leads us into side 2 and the appearance of a Goliath of a Hawkwind track, which is Master of the Universe.
So I've been listening to these in as much of a bubble as I can. Unfortunately, I caught that this was the starred track on the album before I was able to turn that off. But even listening to it without that knowledge, you feel like this is the track which you could feel like cements Hawkwind more. It's, again, probably it's the most solid track. I feel like from the riff to the drum pattern to everything, it's all very well put together. Weirdly enough, listening to it now, I feel like it almost feels derivative, even though I know that it happened before, and I think that's just because so many bands now sound like this. It's not actually the track which impresses me the most. I guess this is probably more effective when it was released.
It's it's kind of the definitive Hawkwind track, I think, way more so than Silver Machine, which obviously we're going to come to in a future bonus episode. As you say, it did cement the band, and there's a lot going on here, I think, in the fact that it's actually the first Hawkwind track really to be overtly kind of cosmic in terms of its theme and its lyrics. As you look at them and you just think of them so much as a kind of cosmic sci-fi spacey band, but this is the first one that really takes that into the lyrics, which is something they do a lot from here on in. It's a great impact. The bass on this, I think, is fantastic. It's actually a simple bass riff, but it's just the impact of it is beautiful. It's such a rhythm track. And again, Nick sings it. Love that. One of my favourite Hawkwind tracks. I know what you mean. When you hear something which began a movement, and there's so much progress in that movement in the subsequent years, when you go back to it, it perhaps doesn't have the same level of impact on you as it would have done if you'd heard it isolated without the knowledge of where it ends up. But this one definitely has a big impact on me. It's the most easily accessible track on the album, which is probably why when I first heard this, when I picked the album up, would have been in the late 80s, I would say, maybe the mid 80s. It would have been the one that got to me first, because back then I probably was less likely to like things like You Shouldn't Do That or Adjust Me, which comes a little bit later. Wasn't quite prepared for that kind of stuff. But Master of the Universe, definitely a big impact. And in fact, was used in some car adverts. You mentioned in the first introductory episode that we did that you thought you'd recognized Silver Machine because you'd seen it in car ads. But actually, that wasn't Silver Machine. It was Master of the Universe, which was in a Ford ad. And that is truly bizarre to me, because I cannot listen to this track and think advert of any kind whatsoever. But it's the one that they played most live as an encore when I started to see them. I very rarely heard them do Silver Machine until a bit more recently, and can be a bit of a barnstormer live. It changes a little bit in tone as different lineups play it. But yeah, this is quite a landmark, I think, for Hawkwind.
I like the fact that you waited until the podcast recording to call me out on my misremembering of Hawkwind advert tracks. Thanks for that.
I've saved us from a deluge on Twitter, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think, like I said, I think it's formulaic is rude. I don't mean that. It's solid. You know, it is exactly. I can see it being a crowd pleaser, and I listen to it and I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Like you said, because so many then bands pick up on this. I'm pretty sure if you just over distorted this track, it would sound like several tracks I've heard on other albums from someone called, Alien Acid or Mammoth Destroyer or, something like that. So I feel like you said with the bass, just that kind of like plod along, then go down a note, up a note, and then back. You're like, yeah, cool, absolutely. Just head nod away, we're all good. So yeah, I don't not like it. It's just interesting just to hear it and just be kind of like, oh yeah, that sounds like less good stuff than I've been hearing recently. But it's just that thing of just now listening back is always an interesting bit of dissonance that you get between the fact that it's old and then the fact that you're listening to this kind of stuff as well. I feel like this track, interestingly, suffers from some of the track one I'm just calling process instrument babble. I have this same problem where I find it hard to engage with from beginning to the end completely. But yeah, in general, it's cool. I like the flanger on it, actually, just to add some distortion in the second half of the track. That just feels a very nice 70s way of just adding some interest and just adding some heaviness. But again, it sounds spacey, which is cool. Similar thing with the vocals, seems to have a reversed echo on it, so you get that kind of kind of sound like before you start to hear the vocal, which again sounds very dreamy and processed, which is fun. So yeah, I feel like there's still a lot to like in what they've done, and I can certainly appreciate what they've done for it. I was wondering whether or not there was any parity between this track and the logbook, because the first page of the logbook is all about that person who's wandering blind in the dark and then tries to create the world, basically some kind of like god complex thing. And there's a lot of lyrics in this about being blind, about being in the center of the universe and being stuck, and I was wondering whether or not there was some kind of link there, or whether or not that was provable. Or
it's a good call. I'm not sure. My impression has always been that the logbook was entirely kind of independently written and then handed in as a package, but I could be wrong. I'm sure they were all hanging out together and discussing these things in Ladbroke Grove pubs. It could well be something that's connected. It's the only one on the album that is, if so. And it segues then into quite the mood change with We Took the Wrong Step Years Ago. Never a truer word, I think.
Yeah, if by years ago was the first album, I would completely agree. This track feels, again, kind of familiar in the sound. For me, there's something about that kind of guitar that just instantly soothes me in a way where I just feel like it feels very familiar, and just like the plucks and the strums. I do like when you can really hear the strums and the picks. It just makes it feel very visceral. They've recorded this where it feels like there's a microphone right next to the guy's hands, and you can just like feel it being played, which I really like. I like the echo and the acousticness of it. The synths almost sound like seagulls. Either that or they do have seagulls in the effect bank somewhere. But again, it just helps to add this feeling of just being wistful and contemplative. I can see someone just standing on a beach with this kind of song in their head, just thinking about whatever it is that they're talking about. It feels like almost like Bob Dylan came in and just went, hey, have you guys sort of space folk? You know, I just feel like there's something very odd about this track. It doesn't necessarily feel like it feels very incongruous. Even though I quite like it, it's odd, I guess, to have it.
It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because for me, the biggest part of this track is something that I didn't even pick up when I was first listening to it, which is the synthesizers and the audio generator. Because without that, it's a very, very lovely 12-string folk ballady song that could live on Led Zeppelin 3, which had a lot of their kind of folky elements to it. But as soon as you add those synthesizers and those swirling, swishy noises behind it, it becomes Hawkwind at that point, and it couldn't be anybody else. And your term of like space folk, it's their own way of doing another genre is to do this, which just shows how important Dick Mick and now on this album Del Detmar are to creating this kind of sonic universe that Hawkwind live in.
That makes perfect sense. There's something interesting as well, like at the very end of it, it kind of just swings into this minor key where there's a very obvious change in it before it resolves. And for me, I instantly got Steven Wilson vibes or Opeth vibes from that, and I felt like, oh yeah, this is again where that kind of psyche inspiration comes from. You could just sample that little bit and tell me it was from an Opeth record, and I would 100% believe you.
Yeah.
That idea of that kind of sinister, this twang and that last note, which is a real dissonant, which is then resolved, just helps you just keep you on edge. So it's interesting that that's heard here, at least for me, probably for the first time before I start to hear it in more contemporary work.
That's interesting that you picked that up, because actually this is Steven Wilson's favourite Hawkwind album, and one of his favourite albums. Basically, I've seen a few lists of his, top 10 albums, things like this, and this is generally in it. So, yeah, maybe it was influential on him. And it moves into quite a strange track, which is Adjust Me, which I have to say, before you get into it, the interesting thing here for me is that when I picked this album out of the collection and started playing it a lot about 5-6 years ago, from kind of out of nowhere, it had been in the collection for a long time, put it on, and you get that kind of, I know this is great, and I remember this, and I remember that. And without looking at the sleeve notes, I kind of knew what was coming next. And then Adjust Me came on, and I had absolutely no memory of it being on this album or what it was. And it starts definitely in a kind of, what is this? Where's this come from? And it was like hearing some new unearthed track. It was really, really weird. I'd somehow blanked this from my memory completely. And do love it, but do particularly to what you've been talking about through this album, love the start.
I think for me, the beginning of the track actually doesn't grab me massively, but the meditative desert vibes afterwards really work. It's weird. It feels like it has some of the stuff which I liked from previous tracks, but again, like just then scrambled. Incidentally, I really like the fact that you are also listening to these and discovering things. I'm glad it's not just me.
No,
like,
absolutely.
It's not just me saying stuff and you going, yeah, I know. So it's nice that you're listening to that as well. That's cool. It was interesting again because the lyrics talk about being blind again. I feel like that's a recurring theme, even though I'm not 100% sure what that's achieving, but it is. It talks about androids. I think the androids are wanting to be adjusted. Again, to what end, I'm not sure. Whether or not they want to be improved, whether or not they're bored about being the guidance for the blind human race, or if they're trying to do something. I don't know. There's lots of stuff it could be. But yeah, the Adjust Me, which then gets repeated and then kind of twisted, I did not see coming. So yeah, it's a strange one. I prefer it probably more compared to We Took the Wrong Step, just because I like that kind of experimentation, even though it's not a track which I think is my favourite on the album. I like it that it's there. It does, for me, ruin the vibe of the entire listening experience up to that point by the fact that it does that stupid speed up at the very end. which is a bit like the motor-off effect they did in the first album, which I really do not care for, and it always takes me out of it, which is really annoying.
Fair. And it's funny that we actually come at this track almost from opposite ends, because I love the opening. I love the first minute or two of this, and I don't not like the rest of it, but I'm treading water a little bit, whereas you actually like that bit. So it's interesting that we don't always sync up on these things. And we come out of this to the final track, which is Children of the Sun.
I feel it's fine. I find it quite forgettable. Like, even now, just trying to remember it, I'm like, I know it happens, but I can't quite place it. Again, the acoustic guitar is nice. I feel like, it's fine. It's there. Perfectly fine. I'm going to keep saying fine. It's fine.
I love the guitar riff on this. That acoustic guitar riff. Again, apparently it was just a popular riff of the time, and they've just kind of co-opted it, made a song out of it. But I find that very catchy.
I would say making a song out of it is giving them more credit than I would, because again, I feel like it's around for a few minutes and then it just does that long fade out. That's again a very anticlimactic way of finishing the album. I was hoping for some kind of you shouldn't do that return or something to end big, or even like the way that they end the you're only dreaming, just a way which feels like it was ending on purpose. I don't know why, if that's just a bugbear for me, but I like albums that end on purpose, because I feel like if you're going to spend time putting together a listening experience for an hour, then the way it finishes is important. I think sometimes it's a bit of a curse of this time. I know just even like with radio edits of tracks that I have from this era, it just fades out on a repeat of the chorus, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I don't know if that was just like on Vogue or something, but I just find it monumentally frustrating. So it's a shame that this track is the track that it ends on, but it's fine. I will say fine one more time. Fine.
I'm definitely more positive on this one than you are. So I've been reading the Joe Banks book, Hawkwind, Days of the Underground, Radical Escapism in the Age of Paranoia. And he has so many amazing things to say. You could easily spend like a 5-hour podcast just reading bits out. But there's just one paragraph he writes about Children of the Sun, which, having read it, I thought we should read this one out, because it's really interesting where he comes to. So he goes, and we're back on Earth with a perky acoustic intro to welcome starfarers home. Except something's wrong, the finger-picking soon turning into a somber agrarian death march. Children of the Sun is a song suffering from severe cognitive dissonance. The lyrics celebrate flower children basking in the glory of a new day. The golden age of the future comes, where freedom reigns on minds of peace. But Turner delivers them in a bombed-out drawl, with the primitive backing trudges on remorselessly. We are the children of the sun, and this is our inheritance, becomes a dismal wail of resignation. Less hippies enjoying an endless summer, more survivors in a post-apocalyptic landscape, hacking away at the barren ground, end quote. And that there is the Hawkwind that I love. Survivors in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, hacking at the barren ground. Seems like a perfect way to end an album.
So I can see why this became their hit. If there's any track that I've heard them play, this is much more catchy, much more mainstream feeling. Not necessarily in a poppy kind of way, but just in a way where you can just see how it's been put together really nicely. Like you said, it has a solid groove through it. It has a lot of energy. It's, again, surprising to me, just given that we've just listened to In Search of Space. This almost feels like a Hurry on Sundown kind of track, not in its content, but just how different it is to the direction that it felt like they were pursuing, which now is interesting for me, because I feel that every time I put on a new Hawkwind record, I have no idea what to expect. So the idea that they can just grab whatever they feel like and go, that's one of our records, is actually quite interesting. It was frustrating for a while, I think. I think maybe the OCD in me was trying to pigeonhole them very early, but the fact that they're just doing stuff and mix people and ideas and energies is becoming more interesting to me. So the fact that they made this no longer surprises me. I can see why this was more of a hit than, say, Master of the Universe. I think Master of the Universe has a slightly more underground kind of vibe. It still rolls along. Somehow Silver Machine feels a bit more of the time. So I can see why it worked. It feels like a very vocal-led tune, like you said. I can't see this working
unless you have the singer really take the lead of the track. You're right, Lemmy really brings something to it that is that secret ingredient. And given that we now know how successful Lemmy and Motorhead are, it just feels like he's got that kind of golden touch that he can come into a band and just add this extra layer which catapults what they're doing into another stratosphere, which makes them a chart success. So because it is something that I've heard before, it is a little bit more familiar, but I have been mainlining both the wrong and right versions of this for a week. And when you corrected me, I've only been listening to the right version for a day, and it's actually a lot nicer. Weirdly, comparing the two, it makes me realize how much I just prefer 70s rock compared to what the 80s does to that kind of music in the near future.
Yeah, it definitely has that rawness to it. And that's interesting because although Calvert wrote this, I don't think it could possibly have sounded like this either in terms of the vocals or the music without Lemmy's particular brand of playing it, simply because at its heart, this is a pretty kind of heavy bluesy rock and roll number. And it almost makes me think that it's like a proto Motorhead track than it is Hawkwind in that respect. Protohead, I think, possibly is a term I've just come up with.
How far is this before Motorhead appear?
This 72, Motorhead is, I think, 76.
Okay, so there's a while before Lemmy really comes into his own.
Absolutely. And they don't really do anything quite like this again. But there are definitely conversations that we'll have about that. He does have a big impact. That new rhythm section, I think, him with Simon King, is also really important, I think, in this track. It really does work. And it's funny, I came into us doing this bonus episode and I was pretty blasé about it. I'm so familiar with Silver Machine. I've heard it so often. Like, it's always the track that you will hear on radio or in compilations, a bit like Paranoid from Black Sabbath. It's just the one that people play or that people know. And I've heard it so often, I wasn't going to bother to listen to it for this episode because I just know it so well. And my feelings about it were that I kind of like it, it's all right, but it probably wouldn't be in like a top 20 Hawkwind tracks I'd put together, just that familiarity that I have with it, I suppose. But then today I actually did put the headphones on and play it loud, just to due diligence more than anything else, and actually found myself smiling and really getting into it, like I'd kind of reconnected with an old friend, basically, and just picked up so many things in it that I really liked. Even at the end, whoever it is screaming "Silver Machine" in that voice, I just I just really liked it and played it 4 or 5 times over when I had no need to.
I think to your point just there, the exuberance that this has, like that little person just shouting "Silver Machine." I completely agree, and I think the difference between this and Master of the Universe, which I feel like is the track I compare it to just because of its similar construction and vibe, is that Master of the Universe is very downy, which is where you get the kind of doomy bit, and the vocals are much more drony. You know, they don't have a huge amount of character, where this one, all of the changes in the chords are up. Even the vocals, they start, and the start of the word and the end of the word flick up. So it's always sounding like it's rising and rising. So it just has a very different energy. It has an exuberance to it, which the other tracks don't in the same way. They feel much more shoegazy and much more like introspective, where this one just feels like it's trying to burst out of itself.
It's going to be interesting when we get to Space Ritual, which is the live album that we'll do a bonus podcast for. You hear some of those tracks being played by this rhythm section and the impact that they have. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one.
One thing I was really impressed with was the fact they could get antiseptically clean as a lyric into a pop record, or a record which ends up being popular. I thought that was quite impressive. Just antiseptically clean. Well, it's a 5-syllable word, which I don't feel you get much in pop music. But also I feel like just the phrase antiseptically clean hits different listening to it now in COVID. I feel like, yeah, I want to go there.
Yes,
I want to go into the Silver Machine if it's antiseptic. That sounds very, very useful.
49 years ahead of their time, for sure, on that score.
And irregardless of whether or not they say it's a motorbike or a car, I still feel that given the person who wrote the vocals, I feel like there's a spiritual connection, if not a production or energy connection to the logbook. I do feel that if you don't know that they're being silly, that you could assume that the Silver Machine could refer to the Hawkwind as it goes through time. You know, they are talking about time, they are talking about the other side of the sky, they're talking about zodiac signs, which again is a big thing in the logbook. So I do feel that, again, in terms of what connects it to Hawkwind, yep, the effects for sure, but also just the tone and the content, even though the energy and the production are very different, there's a nub of Hawkwind in there, which again makes you feel like it's a worthy addition to the band's discography.
Yeah, very much so. It's definitely, there's a great language, I think, that Calvert has in the writing. And it's interesting that this has kind of reappeared more recently for me in the live canon for Hawkwind. So when I was seeing them play in the 90s, I didn't hear this very often. There were a few occasions when Lemmy joined them on stage, because they did continue to be mates even after he was fired. And he would join them on stage and play Silver Machine. It was always good fun. But recently they've played it a little bit more, and they played a pretty good version of it on the 50th anniversary. There's something about that voice that hard to hear this song being sung by anybody else. And talking about voices, did you by any chance listen to the B-side, 7x7?
Yeah, I was really interested in seeing what they would choose to put on the B-side, whether or not they would have a track which goes back to the album in a kind of sales pitch, but it's not. It's something completely different again, and it's something which is very different to the A-side. I feel like, a bit like what they did with We Took the Wrong Step years ago, they've gone into another genre and created Space Lounge.
Yeah, so I grew up hearing Silver Machine on the jukebox at the pub that I was hanging out in. And obviously 7x7, the B-side, I used to play that a lot and really, really loved 7x7. And then I realized that the version of 7x7 that I'd grown up listening to was from a future release of the single. And it's the version of 7x7 which is on Space Ritual, the live version. And when I heard this version, it's quite shocking to hear Dave Brock desperately straining to hit notes that he really has no business going anywhere near.
True, but I do think there's again a real passion in the delivery which we haven't heard. It's almost not punky, but it has that kind of real garage vibe to it, which I thought was really interesting. Again, it sounds almost pained, you know, that there is that feeling to it, which again doesn't feel like what we've heard before in the Hawkwind. And again, given how then the track dissolves into the B section, it's very surprising again, because it kind of goes into this poetry, spoken word, weird thing, which really reminded me somehow of Frankie Goes to Hollywood or something. I was thinking that this is, again, very, very different. I think it's the first time I've started to hear that possible, like, theatrical element. There's bits where he talks about this guy called Pocus. He says Pocus laughs. It's like, well, who the hell is that? You know, there's a lot of stuff in here which again feels even weirder than the logbook. It feels more like Lord of the Ringsy or something. Like 7 is a very mystical number, repeating all that kind of stuff. I kind of started to ignore what was being said and just listening to the delivery, and the delivery is really cool, especially at the beginning and the end.
It's definitely going to be intriguing to see what you make of Space Ritual when we get that far.
This track also feels like it's the first time that the audio effects or the audio generator take a lead. There's a part where we go from the A section into the B section where the guitar's just doing its thing, and it feels like it becomes more of a background element, and what sounds like a theremin, I don't know if it is a theremin or something very theremin-like, that actually takes the lead line for a while. And that's really the first time it feels like it isn't just something which is put on top, it feels like it's integrated. And even in the mix, it feels more integrated. So that, again, was interesting from a progression point of view. It was something I was looking forward to, because even things like We Took the Wrong Step, it's nice, but it feels again like it's somehow separated in the mix, and it's there to provide Hawkwindiness in the same way that you put pepper on a dish. This feels like it's integrated.
Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. I mean, we've said before that a song kind of becomes a Hawkwind song when you add those swishy, swirling noises in. And that's even true of Silver Machine, really, because it is it's a boogie until you add all of those synthesized effects in. And here, you're right, it is much more integral to the song itself, which is good to see. And hopefully we'll see more of that, and you'll see more of that as we get through some of the albums. So let's dive in track by tracks, and we start off with Brainstorm.
So the first thing I heard in Brainstorm is I got the reference that you put at the end of our very first episode when you said that we are on the runway ready for takeoff, because it is the first lyric of Brainstorm. So I just wanted you to know that I got that one. So thank you very much for that.
Yay!
I was surprised that there's no long intro. It's riff o'clock and right into the drums. You know, within the first 20 seconds, we're off to the races, which felt very different again. I felt like that spacey stuff normally involves a long intro. It just gives them a chance to warm up the audio generating machine before they get into it. But this time it's like, nope, we got something to say. Bang, here we go. That was already okay, cool. Hawkwind is serious about this. It's got a good riff. I can't tell you exactly what it reminds me of, but it's kind of familiar. Just the feeling, the distortion, the drive of the track. It sounds cool. I like it. There's a couple of interesting things at the beginning, like after the first chorus, there's a bit where the singer goes that kind of almost like they're trying to mimic or send up Led Zeppelin doing the whole lot of love thing. And I don't know if that's like a finger in the eye of Led Zeppelin or whether or not that's something that singers did in the 70s. I don't know if you know that.
No, I don't. I'd not really thought of it before, but there is a certain plant-esque-ness to it. I suspect it's just Nick Turner going with the flow. But who knows?
Fair enough.
He's certainly all in on this track, Nick.
Yeah. And I think it's delivered with a very punk vibe, you know, like the chorus itself, when it has to brainstorm, it just adds this brainstorm, here I go. It's got this real like twang to the vocal, like he just lets his accent fly.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that, because Brainstorm is a big track. It is a big statement of intent, but it is also one which is referred to by bands later in the 70s as an influence to them and on the genesis of punk. Really, it's so tempting to think of Hawkwind as this kind of spacey band, a heavy band, a hippie band even, which I totally wouldn't, but it would be a common way to regard Hawkwind. And not to give them the credit, really, for being such an influence on punk. There's a really interesting piece of writing in Noisy, which is from Vice, and the article is called Punk Rock, Nudity and Lemmy and Other Reasons Why We Should All Love Hawkwind by a writer called Harry Sword. And there's a piece in this that says, quote, while a lot of people have the misconception that Hawkwind is some kind of prog rock band, they're nothing of the sort. Early records such as Doremi, Farsol, Latido included breakneck workouts such as Brainstorm that are the equal of the Stooges or Ramones in ferocity. John Lydon, aka Johnny Rotten, was a huge fan and used to attend early Hawkwind gigs regularly, stating in interviews that there would have been no Sex Pistols if it wasn't for Brainstorm, which is quite a statement, I think.
Yeah, so we can call Hawkwind the progressive punk progenitors.
I think we can, which also would be a good band name.
Yeah, no, I'll see how my spit guard like that on my microphone. A lot of P's throughout the row then. I can completely believe all of that. The delivery is very rowdy. It feels very proto-punk, especially when they end up with the Kiss It at the end of that chorus where they say kiss it. You know, it's the first time I really heard them go into that aggressive-y delivery, which is just super fun and very of the punk era. It does go into a bit more what I would call quote-unquote classic Hawkwind around the kind of the 4-minute mark, when the drawly vocals and repetition of "this is it" comes in. It reminds me of "Shouldn't Do That," you know, where they're going "this is it, this is it, this is it." Again, that just feels now very Hawkwind. I can feel it being that kind of like tribal, repetitive spinning. There's even that kind of drony voice again, which before they were saying get nowhere on "Shouldn't Do That." I can't even really hear what they're saying in this, but it's got that feeling of Hawkwind building on their already established foundation of the way that they use their vocals. So while keeping the Hawkwind tradition of having a very long opening track, this one I feel like it keeps its energy without wandering off sonically. And before I said the last album suffered a little bit from weird instrumentation babble, I feel like the rhythm section, which is new on this album, is really good at stopping Hawkwind from wandering off themselves. There's even a part of this where I felt like around 8 minutes, it feels like it's starting to get out of control. But then just when I'm starting to think, oh no, Hawkwind are falling back into bad habits, or at least habits that I don't like, there's a drum fill as if to say, oh no, you don't. And suddenly everything snaps back and we're back into it. It almost feels like the rhythm section is the sheepdog, keeping all the wayward sheep instruments from just going all over the place. You know, it feels a lot more corralled. And I do feel like having this driving rhythm section just helps stop people from wandering off. So I think that's can only be an improvement of this, the way that the band is right now.
And it has quite the ending.
Yeah, the ending feels like how I thought the track was going to start. And it actually makes me feel like the ending is either the ending of this track or it's the start of the next track. But either way, when I first heard this ending, I was very happy because it's like, this is what I want Hawkwind to do. I want them to be able to have their track, but then keep that energy and get weird rather than do a fade or do some kind of cut that just ruins the vibe. So yeah, the way this ends is quite spectacular.
And then bleeds into Space is Deep,
which is a fantastic track. I'm a big fan of this one. This, for me, is the answer to the question that we posed last episode in how are they going to get the effects that they use into a track to feel ownable. And here, the mixing of the acoustic guitar with the effects is just perfect. I feel like harmonically, they just work off each other. There's just so much going on. I get lost in the first couple of minutes of this track. I think it's the best Hawkwind singing I've heard yet. I obviously wasn't around when this first came out, but I listened to this and I feel like this is how my generation felt when Oasis came out. You know, there's that feeling of accessibility in the singing because it's not so well done, but it's done well enough that you enjoy it. But it feels like you want to join in. Like, I'm not a singer at all, but I've definitely kind of mouthed this while I've walked my dog around around New York. And a couple of weeks ago when I was listening to this, there was still snow on the ground and it was like really dark, probably like 11 p.m, not a soul in sight, just me and my dog just listening to this track, and it just felt so atmospheric. It was really nice. There's some real like just wave your fist around, especially again when they keep a note but then they go up, and that just makes you want to join in. That's the inclusive bit, which again I think they did really well with Silver Machine, but this just feels a little bit more like they brought it closer. You feel like you could be sat down in front of whoever's singing it. It's very, very inclusive, even if it's also the lyrical content is quite critical of the human condition in a fun way.
Which they tend to be. I've got to say, it makes me very happy that you're into this track so much, because this is one of my all-time favourite Hawkwind tracks, and was from one of the first couple of times I would have heard it, it really sank in. I had a CD called Stasis, which was a compilation of all their music on the United Artists label. It's about the first 5 albums or so, I think. And I used to play this over and over and over, and I still love Space is Deep. As you say, it is one of those that you walk along and kind of singing to. And Dave's voice is just brilliant on this track. And it's funny listening to the albums in order, actually hearing how Dave's voice is becoming like more assured and more confident. As you say, not technically like a singer, but as a vocalist, having some real character in his voice, singing this kind of thing. It is beautiful.
And then it drops into a little jam at the end, which is really nice as well. So I feel like if it just stopped there, it may have been fine, but I wanted to know where it could go, and it does drop into a little Hawkwind jam, which is really nice. I don't know how to describe the bass tone. I will talk about it in another track where I feel like it's a bit misplaced, but in this one, it sounds almost a bit funk-based, just because it's not a deep note. It's actually, I would call it like a rounded note. It kind of has a boink to it. It's got this feeling of a very obvious note, where bass can obviously be a lot more subdued and drony. You feel like you're hearing the notes very obviously. But I like that because it means that Lemmy has a chance to get involved, and we have this nice breakdown before we have a track that we can actually enjoy the full band getting in on.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes without saying, everybody loves Lemmy's bass playing, but it really does come through that Lemmy isn't just laying down the bottom end. He's playing all around the melody, basically, that the rest of the band are laying down. And, you know, as he says himself, he came on board thinking he was going to be playing rhythm guitar. He was a rhythm guitarist. And that totally does have a massive influence on how he then plays the bass from then on. He describes himself as playing more like low-end guitar than playing bass. But it really brings character to the tunes. And we end side one with a very, very brief keyboard interlude from Del Detmar called One Change.
Yeah, One Change, the audio equivalent of one of those small inflatable bits of plastic packaging that you get in your Amazon box so your thing doesn't break.
You're not a fan.
Again, it's a bit like Paranoia Part 1 or something. I don't really know why they included it, besides the fact that they had a little bit more wax that they could carve into.
quite a lot of bands put these little interludes into their albums. Like Sabbath would do it, Tone Iommi would play a little bit of classical guitar in between tracks or whatever. And I quite like them because they feel to me like an epilogue. And Hawkwind have tended to end things in this way, not things that you've been massively keen on, but the end of, say, In Search of Space, Children of the Sun, kind of feels to me that the main album has ended, and then Children of the Sun is like a little encore, like an epilogue, a coda to the whole thing. And One Change feels like that. I get the impression that I can imagine Del Detmar just noodling in the studio and people just going, oh, that's quite nice, stick that on, just as a gentle finish to the record. As you say, probably great for Del, because you get royalties on.
I actually wrote that down because I was going to go in hard on this track. Considering it's less than a minute, I was like, how much content could I mine from less than a minute? So
I like it enough. I wish they'd done more with it. That was my thing. It's a lovely little piece.
I completely agree. I really like where it was going. There's a really nice dithering, like LFO modulation on the actual keys themselves. There's a lot of animation in there, so it's not boring. It doesn't feel vestigial. It just feels like a blip, which is strange. It feels more like a piano sound than we've heard from Hawkwind. It's not synthy as such. It does feel like it could be an electric piano. It does feel like it's got some modulation to it, but it's more of a traditional sounding piece of equipment. The fact that the intro to the next track is longer than this whole track is frustrating. I don't know whether or not it's just a noodle or they ran out of time or space on this or whatever, but like you said, it is the only track which Del Detmar's credited with writing, and I was wondering whether or not this was an attempt to see if Hawkwind was going to become more synth-led at some point, almost like this was like a water testing little noodle or something, to see if people were like, oh, I don't mind it without the guitar, so maybe they'll do some of that in future. That was my only pontification about the track, was that maybe this was a little teaser to see what people would say about it. I don't know about that.
But you will find out. So we end side 1 and we flip the record over and we begin side 2 with Lord of Light, which takes his title from a science fiction novel by Roger Zelazny, if you didn't know, which you didn't know.
I did not know. So this track might be one of the most intense tracks I've heard Hawkwind produce. The intro is really cool. I feel like they've got these down pat, and then we just get into this really strummy, aggressive sound. It's got that guitar that we've heard from Spaces Deep, but it's just played much more frantically, which I really like, actually, because it takes what I've heard them do before. You can just hear the strings being scraped down to try and keep up with what will eventually be the pace of the record, which is pretty intense. The amount of lyrics at the beginning, when the lyrics come through, again, feel very intense. I think it's probably the most amount of lyrics and in a space of time that we've heard Hawkwind produce. So everything's turned up to 11 in this. The guitar, the speed, the vocals, everything. For the first 2 minutes, it's just an absolute driving piece, which is super intense. And again, coming off the back of like One Change and Spaces Deep, this feels like, again, when I was talking about the tidalness of the album, I really feel like this is the tide rushing forwards again after it's been kind of like clawed back from the last couple of tracks. So I really enjoy the intense opening of this. I really like around the 2 minute mark, there's a really long word of like begun, which they just hold, but then halfway through that lyric, they change the tone down, and that completely then changes the track, because it almost goes into what I have called like energetically wistful, where the track seems to halve in tempo but keeps the intensity, and then it doesn't let you go, but it just softens a little bit, and then they build it all up again with the whole like dying leads to trying. There's the big list of all these things happening, and again they rebuild up and up and up and up and up until it like crashes up again. There's lots of mystic language in here. It reminds me of the B-side of Silver Machine when they talk about 7 by 7, they talk about the 7th year, they talk about all this like mystical stuff going on. So yeah, there's a lot to like in this track. I feel like it's very different, and again, like Brainstorm, it feels like Hawkwind experimenting with some different, more hardcore deliveries. The only thing I do ding this track for personally is the low-end guitar, which is a little bit too high in the mix for me, and again, just the way that they've toned it to make the notes very obvious. I feel like the bass, such as it is fighting with the rest of it, and I find myself pulled towards it, which is not what I want, because I want to hear the lyrics and the swirling effects and the frantic guitar. So if I was to fix this track using my quote-unquote ability to go back in time and fix things, I would have just turned the bass down in the mix a little bit, so it wasn't quite as invasive. But generally, this track is super intense and a lot of fun.
I would definitely wait till Lemmy is out of the room before I did that. This track kind of reminded me of what a kind of a black, heavy album this is. I was listening to it on the headphones, just walking outside, and noted how pleasurable it is to really turn the volume up on this, and a lot of the other tracks on the album as well, where I've never really thought that previous album of In Search of Space is slightly more airy and contemplative, basically, and it wasn't one where I always thought I have to max the volume on this. But you get a lot of hell of it when you do that with Doremi, and on this track, a lot of that probably comes down to that rhythm section, just making it such an aggressive sound quite a lot of the time. And yeah, I very much got into this and loved listening to it and deafening myself with it. And we then come to Down Through the Night,
which feels a bit like Space is Deep, but without the jam at the end, because this one's quite short. It's only about 3 minutes. But again, it's got everything I like about Space is Deep, just in a different package. I like the strumminess. It feels like it's got a higher pace. When I first listened to this, I thought this was actually the B section of the previous track. I didn't realize it was a new track, because again, the blend of the songs works really nicely, which creates this interesting vibe of lower intensity but still carries the energy. So it's been nicely arranged. I feel like those two songs go really nicely together. Again, the vocals are really nice. It helps to cement the idea that Hawkwind can be a vocal-led band at some point. It's again strange that in things like the previous album, the incomprehensible mumbles have been replaced by someone who can actually throw down a lyric in a way which sounds beautiful and accessible. Yeah, the singing's impassioned, energetic, detailed, and in tune, which is everything I look for in a lyric.
It's pretty fair.
Yeah, I think the track could have been twice as long and I would have enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's quite concise, which is not something you would usually accuse Hawkwind of. This one definitely is. It does feel like quite a tight little track. It leads on to something which is not a tight little track, which is something of a dystopian nightmare of time we left this world today.
Yeah, this track is an event. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, he said that we didn't know what they would release as a single after Silver Machine. I would have released this and just seen what the world would do with it. It's so weird. It's got a groove to it, though. Like, when it first starts, it's just a head nod. Solid bass-led groove. This is the thing that I wanted Lemmy to be able to do. This is where the low-end guitar really comes into its own. The call and response of the lyrics is really fun. It just adds to the plodding groove of it. It sounds weirdly like it's in a house or a shed or something, the way it's recorded. Like the vocals, the response sounds like it's further away, which is kind of interesting. So you're left with a sense of space in the track. It feels like a song in several parts. Like the first 2 minutes has this nice groove to it. And then for me, it makes this weird transition, which I just called the clown car transformation, where suddenly it just goes completely bonkers and just goes all over the place. And I really don't know why it does that, but I suppose the track is so weird at the beginning, I shouldn't have expected anything else. The riff comes back in at the 4-minute mark again, and I'm pleased to hear that. So I feel like if I could just nix the 2 to 4 minutes out of this track, it would be a perfect 6-minute track.
Yeah, there's, as you say, there's so much to say about this track. It is a big track. I love the riff, and in particular, when they move away from the riff into the kind of big jam in the center, when the riff comes back, it comes back with such power. It's a real adrenaline moment. And I wanted to address that bit in the middle because it's really interesting. We've had discussions before about what Hawkwind do in the middle of tracks and where they go before it kind of pulls back. And as usual, there I was reading Hawkwind Days of the Underground, Radical Escapism in the Age of Paranoia by a friend of the pod, Joe Banks. And he actually addresses it, basically, which is why I thought that would be a nice little snippet.
I'm worried now. This is the time when I complain about something as being dumb, and then you bring literature and research that makes me sound like an idiot.
I bring one man's book that I'm quite enjoying reading. That's the limit of my research. What he says, which I think makes a lot of sense here, and I quote, Hawkwind's willingness to let the music splurge messily outside the lines, to overwhelm a song's structure without destroying it, is what sets them apart from the rest of the British rock scene, and this is a prime example. It's not just psychedelic excess, instead they seem to be accessing some seam of transcendent primitivism, performing spontaneous alchemy rather than the same old tricks in a scene dominated by music that values technical flash over visceral noise. Hawkwind are travelling in the opposite direction by unlearning the rules of traditional blues-based rock, which is beautifully put and includes the phrase transcendent primitivism. If I can ever find a sentence where I can make that work, I will be a happy man.
I think that's a way of looking at it for sure. And I think I just I don't not agree. I wonder whether or not it's fully needed, because I feel like there's enough of what Hawkwind's doing in there for it to be entertaining without it. Or I might have hoped that maybe it was a little bit further into the track after it set itself up to be this quite nice jangy ad hoc track, because there's bits later on when it just goes into the craziness still, and like when this is happening, the second solo and jam is just so much more interesting to me. I don't feel like it's sonically cohesive in the same way that I don't feel like Yes could have wrote it. I still feel like it's very of them.
Mm-hmm. It would be interesting trying to hear a band of virtuoso musicians like Yes try to play Time We Left This World Today. That actually would be hysterically funny. I love the lyrics in this. They are the lyrics of a dystopian present. Brain police are not far behind. They watch you as you walk the streets. This is not The Summer of Love, Flowers in Your Hair, 1967. This is a kind of bleak social commentary. And I do love that's a place that Hawkwind going. You will love, by the way, as a spoiler alert, the live version of this on Space Ritual is absolutely killer. And we round out with The Watcher at a complete change in mood and tempo.
So finishing the thought of the tidal-based album, this is the last time that the seas recede in terms of energy. But I feel this time that when it recedes, it's waving goodbye. It's not showing any hint of coming back again. And this is a song to humanity about an alien force or some people who have escaped or some kind of entity that is leaving the world. Insofar as we heard from the previous track that maybe it's time to leave, they've now left, and it's this very bluesy, bleak farewell letter. The lyrics are delivered in a very bluesy way. It feels very different the way that it's sung and the way that it's delivered. I feel like the lyrics are very articulate. They're not sung in the same way. It feels again a bit more impassioned, like you're getting choked up delivering it, like I'm leaving, I'm not coming back. So there's a lot of emotion in this that is very evocative. It almost sounds like I'm being told off when I listen to it. The first time after the adrenaline rush of the whole album, it does leave you feeling a little bit like, reminded me of Solaris, the very last scene of that film when they just pull back and you realise that the guy's just on the island surrounded by sea, and just you're leaving them in the situation that they've created for themselves. It really reminded me of that. The avarice has destroyed your sphere and there's no room for you out here is just a very poignant way of summing up a lot of human activity, which I think a lot of bands talk about. But I just think that because this is delivered without the heaviness, it feels more real. I think that the bass in this really sings. It's just the transition from note to note is glorious. It really fills in the space between the little finger plucks of the guitar, and I like just how it ends. Normally, unlike most Hawkwind albums, don't end for me. This one ends, and the first time it finished, I had to put on something else immediately, because being faced then with the silence after the track ended actually feels quite hollow and quite crazy. So yeah, it's really nicely done.
No, totally. It's another reason actually why we always make sure that you end your listening on the stream at the point where the original album ended, because when you stream and you get like 3 or 4 bonus tracks, for me, they're good songs, they're Hawkwind songs, but they completely kill the mood of the beautiful end of this album on The Watcher. So I love that. Like, it's interesting what you were talking about, the lyrics and the articulation and everything. I find that Lemmy rarely gets credit as a lyricist because he's, the rocker, Motorhead, this huge kind of character and the huge presence he has. But he's a brilliant lyricist, amazing language. Even in, you can listen to quite a lot of Motorhead songs, Gasmatron, Brotherhood of Man. His use of words and mood is astounding. And I think on this, he really does create a fantastic mood. And he's got a great voice, a killer voice for this kind of mood.
Yeah, I think it's after the previous track, which goes into this Dadaistic exploration of what music can be, to end on this track is a fiercely intelligent move and really shows that Hawkwind has such a range of being able to go into complete sonic chaos, but also then pull themselves back and do something that has a beauty and restraint and delivery to it, which I feel, again, previous albums don't have. So I feel like this is another massive step. I guess sometimes, just for me as a listener, sometimes I feel like they go crazy when I want them to be restrained, and they go restrained when I want them to be crazy. But that's just personal preference, and their abilities to craft the songs that they have makes this a really nice album. Again, for me, like, full of tracks which are worth listening to. So once again, I think Hawkwind has defied convention and my own expectations and any way that I ever feel that albums are made by doing something completely different with the concept of a live recording. I feel that when most other bands would do a live recording, they would play their hits or play the tracks from the previous albums for the crowd. And it would be like a special version for people who want to feel the energy of a live gig while listening to tracks that they know. But when I put this on, the first track that they open with is one that I'd never heard of before. The Born to Go track is not on any of the albums that we've talked about. So I was immediately perplexed, thinking that, okay, this isn't going to be Hawkwind going over their previous work just in a live setting. It's going to be something I'm going to again have to actively listen to and kind of battle with in order to fully understand it. I can't think of another band I've ever seen live that has opened with a track that people might never have heard of. That's strange to me. Interestingly enough, from like an electronic point of view, if I went to see a DJ, I would expect them to not play music I'd heard before, because that's part of the fun. They're actually, bringing the freshest stuff out to the dance floor. So there's a reason for you to go and see them. You don't really want them to be playing tracks you've already heard. So after I listened to this through once and ended up feeling kind of perplexed, I went back with a little bit more of I'm listening to a DJ set frame of mind, and I enjoyed it more because I was then more intrigued by the fact that new things were going to happen. It was going to be a performance that I would have to really listen to it and deal with, and not just take everything that I knew and put it into this and just have a more relaxed appreciation. So it's for me, it was hard work, but I think it paid off for me eventually. A bit more like the first album for me. The first time I listened to it, I was kind of annoyed by it, just by the way it was choosing to behave again, and I started to get into it more with repeat listens. It's interesting just because, again, like every time I listen to an album, they feel different. So them picking tracks to put into a journey is interesting because it just then makes the whole explorative, experimental, and slightly all over the place sound of Hawkwind interesting and justifiable somehow. I know I always talk about sound, and again for this, I do feel that the recording is kind of muddy again. I think it benefits from being played at higher volumes, but I do still think that the whole thing is slightly hard to fully appreciate sonically because there's a lot of fuzz, and I don't think that's just guitar distortion. I feel like that is just the sound not being captured as well as I'd like. The digital synthy effects and the spoken word is very clear. So again, it's one of those things where I feel like the sound is always slightly something that I have to wrestle with. And I was surprised not to hear the crowd so much. I do feel, again, like a live album normally starts with a big roar of the appreciative crowd as the band walk on. They don't seem to really have any of that. I thought that there would be a bit more crowd energy. Even with things like Time We Left This World Today, I thought they'd have a bit of call and response from the crowd, and you can't really hear that. I feel like you can only really hear them at the very end, and maybe like halfway through you can hear a little bit of applause and cheers and whistles, but there's not a lot of the crowd atmosphere, which I was surprised about. The spoken word pieces are fun. They feel very Alan Rickman in their delivery, which amused me, and I guess that's just how they were doing it. There was a strange, slightly over theatrical diction, I thought, in some of it. With the 7x7, I feel like that's just how they do that. So that's them. I just always find it amusing whenever I hear it. Something else that amused me was the song Orgon Accumulator. I didn't know what that was, so I Wikipedia'd it, and it's a real thing, which was interesting. But I just love the fact the lyrics sound like a dad talking to his friends about a new grill he got. You know, just like it's just basically just like the lyrics just list out the features, like somehow we're on some kind of strange ethereal world shopping channel, and they're just saying it's all the stuff it does. And I've got one. It's like, cool, nice, great. Thank you for showing off in song form. But they're weird things, the Orgon Accumulator. It feels very Hawkwind. As soon as I started reading it, I was like, yeah, okay, this makes sense. This feels very much like something that you'd see probably on a sleeve note or something that they'd have. Again, lots of little surprises all the way through it. I'm sure if you were there, it would have been very entertaining. I was surprised at the lack of Silver Machine, because I wasn't sure whether or not this was recorded before they actually had that hit, but they had it, right? And they just decided not to do it.
Absolutely. I don't know whether they actually played it live. I've got a feeling that they probably did play it live, but didn't include it on the album. But either way, I quite like that fact. The impression I get, and probably other people who are more in tune with the specifics of the history here, but the impression I get is that they weren't altogether comfortable with having the hit single that has to be played every night for the rest of their lives. And they weren't kind of chained to it in the same way that, say, Black Sabbath were with Paranoid, where, you know, you'd get heckled and booed and stoned if you didn't play the hit. And Hawkwind never really did that. So I quite like the fact that they don't think it fits, so they didn't put it on the album.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, again, when you listen to this as a whole piece, it would be massively incongruous. But for me, interestingly enough, the track that I wasn't into in the last album, the Time We Left This World Today. Oh, that's not true. I liked it, but there's the bit where it goes really weird. I feel like it works a lot better in this context because everything else has been kind of transformed and chopped and screwed around with in a way which makes it a whole performance. So then when you get to the point where it just goes that kind of what I called like clown car B section, I didn't mind it anywhere near as much because at that point I just didn't know what to expect, and that then seemed to fit with the whole vibe of the performance.
Yeah, totally. I actually think a lot of the tracks are better live than they are on the album, which I think contributes to the fact that Space Ritual, you know, is held in such high regard. How did you get on with those as opposed to the studio versions?
I felt that the vocal performances were quite different in some of the tracks, like Lord of Light, for example. I thought the vocals were probably better in the live version, a bit less chaotic. However, when they hit the long note, he doesn't change the tone. It's just longer, and for somehow that really changed the whole piece for me at the beginning, because the change of that note halfway through, which changed the vibe of the track, and just keeping it in the one note actually made it sound more paranoid, like there wasn't so much of a resolve, which was interesting. I don't know if that was a conscious decision or that's just something that they did on the night, but it was interesting. The more raucousy things like Brainstorm and Master of the Universe, I enjoyed the live versions of them. They felt a bit more energetic, and that the fuzz worked. I think Time We Left This World Today is better on this just because of everything else that's helped set it up for success in a different way, where for me in the album it feels a little bit like it comes out of left field towards the end. This one made a little bit more sense, I guess, coming out of Sonic Attack as well. Like, that's so weird that maybe if they'd have had Sonic Attack on the album then played Time Left This World Today, that would have made it better for me. But as a journey, I like it. And the 7x7 version, I like the live version. The delivery of the spoken word piece is a lot clearer. like I could hear what was being said better. I think it was delivered in a more interesting way. So yeah, I can see why the live version started to swap out the studio version on singles that you said you had.
Yeah, definitely. And I think really all of this points to the fact that Hawkwind really are a live band. Their natural environment at this point is live, and they have to adjust to go into the studio and turn their live performances into tracks. And I think that really shows. 7x7 to me is actually one of my favorite tracks on the album. I do love this stuff. So yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think Born to Go really becomes a staple of the live set. Really popular. They're still playing it now. It's obviously, it fades in and out of the set over a 50-year period, but it's been a strong place in the set list for a little while now in more recent years, and always a bit of a favorite with that kind of driving bass line. You can just picture Lemmy in the middle of all that.
Does Born to Go end up on an album, like the next album, or is it just on this?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I can't remember it ending up on any of the studio albums. Some of these things do. Some things kind of reappear, but for the most part, they don't. So Earth Calling and Born to Go, Welcome to Future, those kind of things, I'm not aware of them reappearing. That is not the case with Sonic Attack, which, as you already know, gets re-recorded with Brian Blessed, because you heard that version. Before we come to Brian, what do you make of Sonic Attack? Because it's definitely another real kind of milestone moment. It's a famous track for Hawkwind.
I'm not sure I would call it a track personally, but maybe it is. It's, again, so different. It feels like one of those little bits that you have in between tracks. It's suitably weird, for sure. For me, it feels very Hawkwind. It's got that feeling of ripped straight from the space logs, you know, that kind of thing that they do. They've started to bring it out from just marginal notes in the cover and actually bringing it out into something as an audio performance. It feels a little bit like their vision of what it would be like if there was one of those old nuclear strike PSAs, but for space, or for like futuristic weaponry.
That's an interesting one, actually, because I was wondering if you would get the reference, if you like, because it is exactly kind of a parody of those government public service announcements, the famous ones in the US with duck and cover, which obviously is fantastic protection from a nuclear blast. And fantastic videos, by the way, if you seek them out. There are schoolboys with a voiceover going, what are you going to do, Billy? That's right, duck and cover, as an atom bomb goes off. Quite remarkable. And in the UK was Protect and Survive, was the famous pamphlet that was sent out, the 4-minute warning. Obviously, I grew up with all of that. I don't remember being particularly terrified of it. It was just what was going on in the background all the time. But you just missed out on that. By the time you were old enough to understand that kind of thing, it would pretty much have just about have passed as the main threat. But it was a reference that you got.
That kind of stuff was sampled almost within an inch of its life by DJs such as Cold Cuts back in the 90s as well. I think just because they were either such a strange piece of a bygone era that you almost couldn't believe it was real, or it was talking about history repeating itself in terms of things like Afghanistan and Iraq, worrying about nuclear proliferation and that kind of thing. So there is that feeling of like it being said in a very Radio 4 kind of presenter voice, talking about what to do if someone drops the scariest, most advanced weapon ever created somewhere near you. It's just one of those things where you feel like, what are we as a species? And just to listen to that is always very strange. So to take that and mess with it, I know that you and I have talked about Scarfolk before, which is that strange alternate world magazine about a small village in the UK, which is like on a hellmouth or something. And that, you know, you hear them do similar things. Like in the case of demonic possession, make sure to use your holy water, then go and hide. You know, there's that kind of feeling of dealing with completely incomprehensible things that are much bigger than you in a way where you're being told to do something about it is always strange.
Yes, absolutely. And we will post links to Scarfolk because that is excellent for anyone to check out.
And it gets even weirder. They talk about a sonic attack, then they talk about using wheels. I'm not sure whether or not at that point we've grown wheels or whether or not we're using wheeled vehicles, because at some point they talk about metal limbs over organic. The same ideas of androidism, of man-machine interfaces, all that kind of thing is still very alive with this. You know, the idea of like children being in cocoons has an almost Matrixian idea to it in that kind of way. So there's nothing normal about any of it, but it is still relatable because it's going back to that very human truth of the fact that there is danger, and some expert has come up with a way which has probably been politicized and changed and probably isn't actually very useful at all, but has been at least made it feel like someone's telling you to do something. But there's an underlying sinisterness to this with the whole like think only of yourself and don't help anyone else, just get the hell out of there. There's a feeling of Hawkwindy sinisterness, which I know has crept in before with things like the Children of the Sun and the lyrics in things like Time We Left This World Today about people watching you as you walk the street and all that kind of lyrical imagery. There's a lot of that. So this almost just strips away the musical context for this and says, nope, we're just going to have a strange thought exercise about global space terrorism through the use of audio attack.
And that, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that is written by Michael Moorcock, who it's worth looking up for future reference. He will play a big role in Hawkwind moving forward, and in the not too distant future as it happens. And coming straight out of the box is the Psychedelic Warlords Disappear in Smoke, surely one of the greatest track titles of all time, and a pretty energetic start to the album, Matt.
Anyone who's listened to our introductory track before we started writing our own little FXE stings will hear this track, because that is the first thing I thought of when I heard this. It's like, oh yeah, I remember that. It's like that little bit that I threw on the start of the podcast thinking that you made it on your your Ableton setup before you were like, that's a real thing and we will get copyright strikes. So yes, we didn't do that afterwards. But yeah, so that was a nice take
back to where we came from.
Exactly. But yeah, as you said, the first thing you hear is that like searing electric synthy kind of growl that places you very much in the Hawkwind world. And then from there, yeah, we kick into a really nice like guitar strum. You bring some delay into that. You half the amount of strums and let the delay do the work. And before you know it, you're in an insanely groovy intro, which is really, really gorgeous. I was very happy with the way it starts, but also because it sounds so nice. You can just, again, hear the detail in the guitar. You can hear the detail in the delays. The bass is nodding along. I think the bass is only like a 3-note, just descending sequence, but it just works. You know, all of this works. And I think the reason it works is because they've left a lot of space in the tracks and they're letting some of the effects work for them, where sometimes I feel like they want to try and plug any space in with the kind of the crazy like instrumentation babble. But this time they're like, nope, we're going to just be very simple about this, and the whole thing works at a solid groove, great energy. The lyrics I really like. It feels very classic-y Hawkwind. It has that slightly anti establishment feeling without going too off the rails in terms of fantasy. The disappear in smoke is a great insult. Just like, you can disappear in smoke. It sounds like the kind of thing that a Victorian gentleman might shout out of his carriage at some knave who just cut him off. I think I'm going to try and use that in future. And it's interesting when you think about that, because I was trying to think what disappear in smoke meant. It could either mean like you phase like out of existence in a kind of creepy way, or like a ninja where you smoke bomb. But because I feel like it's talking about people they don't like, the idea of disappear in smoke, I was wondering if it was like a very veiled idea of like an explosion or something. Because I guess if you were in a house and you blew up a house or something, you would effectively disappear in smoke. And I thought that was quite an artistic way of potentially a more violent threat than we've heard from Hawkwind.
It is, I think, quite a kind of an angry, at least a frustrated lyric. As actually Brock's lyrics in his tracks are throughout the album. There's a lot of frustration in the tracks that he writes. But I'm going to read a little passage, as I tend to do, from Joe's book, basically, that talks to this. So he says, quote, "There is an undercurrent of unrest and edge, and so the sound surges and swells. Brock delivers an unambiguously angry lyric. Sick of politicians, harassment and laws, all we do is get screwed up by other people's flaws. Always implicitly anti-authoritarian, always critical of straight society, this nevertheless feels newly militant. And that opening couplet, plus a later reference to concrete jungles, feels like it's tapping directly into the particular political turbulence around them. To me, there's always been two modes of Hawkwind. There's the one where they are doing pure cosmic space stuff, the science fiction element, and there's the kind of social issues tracks that they tend to write. Time We Left This World Today is a good example of that. There's way more to come, and sometimes they'll do the social message through the science fiction, but this is straight down the line frustration, current events kind of a thing, and I really like it. It's a stronger voice from Dave Brock than we've heard before either.
It's interesting because some of their tracks where you feel like they've been anti-stuff, their vocal delivery has been a lot more raw. Like Time We Left This World Today is a sneering, rasping, guttural way of singing and chanting. But this is actually very harmonic and well sung. And there's two of them singing in a kind of harmony. So it felt like they are angry, but the anger is almost transcendent of the violence, which is why I feel like the idea of like disappearing smoke feels more like almost a Dr. Manhattan level of calm as he zaps people, rather than someone in the trenches throwing Molotovs and stuff. So it was interesting. It was interesting to hear the content mixed with the way that they deliver it. That said, the drums are just a clattering, pounding force all the way through this, and the fills are very satisfying, especially because you can pick them out from everything you've heard before. So I think that's very satisfying. Even when they drop into the midway little like down tempo bit where everything breaks down and they play some jazz stuff, that jazz stuff is so clear that I was really happy. I was like, okay, Hawkwind, you can have this one. Your little saxon noodle sounds really good now. And it's not just in the background in the corner being told to just like whittle around for a little bit and then we'll ignore you some more. This is there. And again, that energy and that frustration seems to come through the horn as well. So it's interesting that the lyrics are almost the least aggressive part of it in terms of its delivery, even if its content is a little bit more like subversive.
Yeah, agreed. I only ever saw this track played live by Hawkwind once, which is a shame given it's one of my favourites. But they played it at the Town and Country Club, which is now the Forum in Kentish Town. And that riff just came through with such power. So yeah, wish they would add that back into the set list.
There is a little bit of recurring mysticism that we do see in the lyrics, where they do say the word seven a lot again, a little bit like the 7x7. They talk about 7 different highs and that kind of thing. So it's nice to know that even when this comes in as a track and it's like, this is our track that we're putting out first, this is going to be our big energetic piece, there is still that call back to, but this is who we are and this is what we believe. And, there is still some mysticism and stuff in here. Yeah, it's called the Psychedelic Warlords, but at the same time, the use of 7 in there was kind of a bit of a comfort blanket in a way. It's kind of like, oh, they're angry, but they're talking about 7, so we're okay. This is nice.
Yeah, no, good shout. And that leads us into Wind of Change, which I think we can both agree is markedly superior to the Scorpions track of the same name.
It's crazy, this track, as not just an abrupt change in style after the first track, but for it to be on the album at all. I remember the first time I did listen to this album, I was walking my dog. It was late at night, and I listened to the first track and was like, oh, this will be fun, we'll have a brisk walk to this. And then that second track came on, and I found myself walking along the piers of Dumbo with maybe like 2 or 3 other people around, lit up by just little pier lights. I could almost see the Statue of Liberty, and it was strangely compelling just to sit down on the grass and look at the Manhattan skyline in front of me and just listen to this and be suddenly aware of myself and life and everything. It felt like a strange soundtrack to a time when you just have a bit of a moment where you wake up to yourself. So that was really weird. So the first time that happened was kind of crazy. It's very emotional. It has a lot of feeling to it. It has a great blend of more synthy, growly sounds at the beginning, but then this kind of orchestral part comes in, which doesn't soften it, but just so much as just adds layers to it, and the whole thing kind of undulates and gets very wistful and contemplative. I feel like if the ship from the album cover was falling to Earth as it had some kind of terrible malfunction and ends up just embedding itself in the sea like you see, if they played this while it was falling down, that would be a crazy cinematic moment, and that's kind of what I had in my head. The thing which is weird for me on this is that around the 320 mark, when the violin really starts to get into its main theme, that's when I got this kind of click in my head, and I was like, is this Lord of Light? Because it really feels like if you hum the Lord of Light lyrics over this track, I swear it absolutely hits. It was so odd where I felt like, oh, this feels like this could be a reprise to Lord of Light, but they've called it Wind of Change, which is fine. But yeah, it was oddly then familiar, and that slightly took me out of it as soon as I realised that, because I felt like we've heard of Lord of Light, that's cool. Hawkwind are very much about going forward, so I don't know if they just like those chords or whether or not maybe I'm mishearing it, but I'd like anyone who's listening to this to listen to it again with that in mind and see whether or not they get the same vibe that I do from it.
That'll be interesting. Do let us know. And get used to that, Matt, because they go through a period in future years of re-recording old songs in their entirety.
Which is fine, because then you're doing that. But if you take a little bit of a song that you've already made, call it something else, and try and get away with it, I'm surprised. Which I'm not dinging them on that massively, but because it's such a lovely track, and it is so different, and it's a great direction for Hawkwind to go, and they pull it off massively. I was just like surprised that it felt as familiar as it did, considering that the first like 3 minutes don't. So as soon as it breaks into this, I was like, oh, okay, that's surprising.
Perhaps it's just a like a kind of a rich territory for them, and they think they can reinterpret it in different contexts. It's definitely one I got that I do tend to lose myself in whenever I'm playing this album.
Yeah, it's quite lovely. I mean, it's difficult to describe it, which is weird, when you're doing a review podcast, but the amount of new instruments in this is really interesting. Like, we haven't really heard violins from Hawkwind. We haven't heard this mellotron. We haven't heard really orchestral sounds. So the drama in this was massively surprising, and did feel like, again, when you're looking for like the what's the thing in the album that they haven't done yet, which makes you feel like Hawkwind is still pushing, this is a great example of it.
Yeah, very much so. And although this is a Dave Brock track, all of the things that you just mentioned feel like Simon House additions to this band.
This is the one as well that I was going to say feels the most tight, where it's not a jammy track. It's much more of a symphonic track, and symphonic tracks need to be tight, because if you tried to play that loose, it would fall apart and it would lose its drama, because everything coming together on the one is really important. So I felt like, yeah, they've been in the rehearsing studio for a while, because all of this was really on beat and really tight and really nice. And in other tracks, they get to be a bit shuffly again, which is fine, because that's appropriate for the music. The fact that they can do this was nice to hear,
Yeah, totally. And I think they might be about to get a little shuffly with the Nick Turner track on the album, D-Rider.
Which is a track which I really like. This track is like, when it comes on after Winds of Change, it's a nice track to come on afterwards, because again, the kind of windy whooshy thing trailing off at the end of Wind of Change, and then this coming in is a great little audio segue. Again, I like the choppy guitar. The bass sounds great. I know before, I think an album or two ago, I was saying that I felt like just the tone of the bass was wrong. The bass in this sounds like bass, but again, not like a big growly subby bass or anything. It's still there as a note, but it sounds like it works for some reason. Maybe it's just because the audio quality is different now, but the extra low-end guitar in here plays notes which are super complementary. You can hear them like working in between each other, which is really nice. It's just, again, it's got a lovely groove to it when it first starts. The vocals for me are something else. They're so oddly angelic-y, kind of, they're higher than normal. I really like the sound of them, actually. I do think they're great. They have a little bit of that drama sound from the 7x7 and like the Sonic Attack, kind of the way that guy reads the prose. It has a bit of this in it, because it goes up and down several octaves, and it has like little turns of phrases which are really nice. It sounds for me like a War of the Worlds track or something.
Yeah.
It has this strange like production to it where it doesn't sound as raw as Hawkwind normally does, and maybe that's something that they've lost a little bit in their sound transition, where it almost sounds a bit too produced sometimes with this. Like, because the first track is more like them being them.
Yeah.
Then you have Wind of Change, and then this is kind of like what happens if you squidge the two a little bit and just put a little bit of that production into a Hawkwind song.
It's interesting how Nick, as you say, doing the vocals, how dramatically different this is from the other big Nick vocal that we've heard before, which of course is Brainstorm, which had the punk, the aggressive, the Johnny Rotten vibe to it. It kind of really does show that the guy's got some rage.
Massively. And the lyrical content I really like as well, like the choruses are great. I love spacing out by spacing in, turning up by burning out, lifting off and gazing in.
Yeah.
I like the interplay between that. Conceptually, I like this song. I feel like it's got a nice idea to it. So I vibe with not only the way it's delivered. I love spacing out by spacing in. Just for me, I would swap Hall of the Mountain Grill out and put that on an album title and just like bang, sold. I think the way that the chorus is delivered has a little bit too much phase effect on it. It took a while for me to realize that's what they were saying, but when I figured that's what they were doing, I was like, oh, I really like that. But yeah, that phase is a little much, but it is nice as a way of going into something more interesting for the chorus. So I like the idea, even if the execution is just a little bit maybe up to 11 when they could have backed it off a touch. But again, the orchestral feeling is in this track. You know, there is that behind them. There are these very stringy, choiry kind of sounds, which again just help glue the whole track together.
Absolutely agree. And it's, for me, it's like there are two big musical statements on side one of this album, and this is the second one, with Psychedelic Warlords being the first one. So yeah, completely with you on that.
There is a definite story going through this, which I still haven't quite figured out. They say, for example, the Earth was forming from below. So I'm wondering, does that mean, because the first thing they talk about is was being kids. It's almost like a callback to Children of the Sun somehow. Like, you know, we were young, we were innocent. When we talk about the Earth forming from below, I was wondering if that meant like, as they were exploring from a low vantage point, it looked like the Earth was forming in the same way that, you know, you just see more of it as it comes, or whether or not they're in space and the Earth is literally forming. But then they talk about their mother, maybe their mother's also in space, but they also say a dragon told them where to go, and also they forge rings. So like suddenly there is fantastical elements, which is the first time I think I've really heard that in a Hawkwind track. So the story is there. It's kind of confusing. I'm not quite sure I get it, but the chorus is great, so I'm fine with it.
Cool. Which takes us to the final track on side one of this album, which is another Brock track, Web Weaver.
A few seconds in, you feel like it's going to be crazy upbeat, and then it hits a minor chord, and I'm kind of relieved. So I'm like, okay, no, cool, right, we're where it should be. It's a strange track, considering how well constructed and considered Wind of Change and D-Rider are. I feel like this track is almost like they've been so, you know, like you tell a kid to just like sit for a little bit too long, and then you say you can go and play, and they just explode and just run all over the place because they've got all this energy. I kind of feel like Web Weaver feels like Hawkwind's been told that they've had to be tight and musical all this time, and then they just explode and go, "Oh, we'll make Web Weaver." And it's like, suddenly it's like, we're going to smash a piano that you've never heard before into one of our tracks, and it's going to like be really like upbeat, like You're Only Dreaming, in a familiar kind of vibe, and just be super upbeat and like mix electronics and just like mix keyboards and just be strange. And the whole thing is quite chaotic sonically compared to the other track, and it's like, but it's so oddly upbeat despite being in a minor key that it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, no, I again, I'm with you. I think when I was first hearing this album, when I was younger, I was drawn more to D-Rider as being songs with a structure I could follow and something which was identifiable as a chorus. These days, the weirder things get, the more I tend to like them, and Web Weaver definitely qualifies. I'm very much more into it now, listening to the album, than I was when I was first listening to it all those years ago.
I was going to say, like, if this is your first Hawkwind album, and by the way, of all the Hawkwind albums that I've heard so far to start with, this is a good one.
Yeah.
If you get the first track, and then you got the Wind of Change one, which is crazy, then you have the third track, Derrida, and then you get to Web Weaver, did you feel the same kind of strange, like, handbrake turns sonically that I guess I have been feeling through a lot of these albums? Do you remember?
Yeah, I had no frame of reference through which to connect with Web Weaver. And there's relatively few times in your life that happens. I remember the first time I ever heard Sun, for example. And you go, I have no idea how I'm supposed to. I loved it and I got into it, but I didn't understand it at all. And Webweaver to young me was like, I didn't expect this. What is going on here? And then you have to try and get into it and work it out kind of from the inside. I probably found that quite challenging when I was younger, but now the kind of picture kind of reveals itself a little bit more as you've got more things to bring to it from other music you've listened to. So yeah, now I really appreciate it.
That's a funny thing, isn't it? Like, the first bands you listen to, they'll do something that maybe you're not ready for, but because you haven't got a huge range of knowledge and they're a professional band that released something, you almost go, well, I guess they're right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally.
They're a band.
Yeah,
and
that's
they make
exactly
stuff.
it. That's exactly it.
So it is funny coming to this now, I guess for me, after listening to, literally thousands of albums in my life, to listen to this and be like, well, you don't get a pass like that, so I'm going to judge you in a way. So, but I do feel like now I've learned more about what they're about, I was less offended by this track.
Yep.
Even so, I was like, it's fine. I don't think it's one to particularly listen to again, even if it is weird. I mean, it's interesting just because it has a piano in it, for sure. That again, that's a new bit of experimentation, which I appreciate.
Yeah, we've not had that before. So we flip the record over and we put our needle on, and we are greeted with one of two live tracks. See, I don't know completely why they were live. I can only assume that maybe they tried to record them, but the live versions they had were just better and they cleaned them up, put them on. But nevertheless, this side of the record is bookended by two live tracks, the first of which is You'd Better Believe It.
Which I wonder whether or not, from a Hawkwind point of view, they wanted to do that just for their sound. Like, they couldn't let this Simon House guy just come in and ransack everything and say, we're going to be in a studio, we're going to be electric, and we're going to be tight. They're like, yeah, but we also just want to jam. So that's also what we're going to do.
So you mean Simon listens to it and then says, look, here are all the overdubs that I'm going to change on this. And the band just go, nah.
Well, you can, but we're going over here. We're going to this grill. This track is fun. Again, it feels like a Hawkwind kind of track. But again, I feel like there's a little bit of whatever infected Webweaver has crept into this a little bit. It's like, again, it's a strange new genre of space country. We've had other space versions of songs, and now we have this kind of, I don't know if it's a fiddle or like it is the violin or something, but like when I first heard this, I think I might have laughed a little bit because I wasn't expecting it. And it sounded a bit like it was going to be some kind of like space barn dance suddenly. But the track itself is quite rocky, like it has a pounding like 4/4 beat to it. The vocals are cool. Is it Lemmy that just shouts "Better Believe It" like at the start of every chorus?
Yeah, that's Lemmy.
Yeah, it's so unmistakable, and it's like, it's fun. I feel like that could be a real crowd thing. Everyone going "Better Believe It."
Yeah, that happens.
It's good fun. Yeah. So it's fun. Again, part of the thing which is always strange about Hawkwind, that they've led with this track, which is very anti-establishment and the system's terrible, we're psychic crazy people, through back to this where it's just like, but we also just make music, which is what I feel like, a bit like the album, a bit like the songs. I always find trying to grab hold of Hawkwind and their values and what they actually mean is like trying to grab hold of soap in the bath. Like as soon as you feel like you've got a grip on it, they ping off somewhere and you have no idea where they're going to land. And it's fun and exasperating at the same time. Again, it kind of depends on whether or not I'm in vibe alert or detailed listening alert. So
yeah,
from a vibe, this is perfectly fine. It's good. It's a head nodder. It's a toe tapper. Like I also feel like, I don't know what sound they use for their synth, but for me, I was like, that almost sounds like Synth Dog. It has this kind of like kind of sound to it, which again feels like great. We've got Space Country, we've got Space Dog. I'm not quite sure where this track is going. I think it sounds fine. It sounds good. It sounds a little silly to me, which is a shame because there's some nice bits to it. Like the Better Believe It chorus is really good. I enjoy that a lot.
Yeah, I like the lyrics in the verses, but yeah, no, I see where you're coming from. I like the energy in it. There's a lot of energy that runs through some of the tracks on this album. And again, as you said, there are these other areas where it almost goes into like a soundscape territory. They play off each other quite well. And actually, the next one is illustrative of that because the new boy gets the title track, which is quite something. First title track Hawkwind have ever done.
I was surprised that this is the title track for the album because, again, it's quite short. It's very instrumental. Not very instrumental. It is instrumental, right? There's not a lyric in it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So, yeah, I was just kind of surprised that this is the one that they picked. I like it. Again, the piano, the synths, the instrumentation is glued nicely together by that flanger effect that keeps it again feeling very Hawkwindy and not just like any band could do it. So it feels like it's in the Hawkwind language. For me, it sounded like a Resident Evil track or something. Like if you're exploring an evil forest or something. Again, if you look at the album art and play this track, you could feel like, compared to the idea of the Wind of Change idea, it's like it's less that you survived the crash and you're walking away and you turned for one last look at your fallen ship, which is kind of what I see it as if I hear Wind of Change and look at that album. If I look at this, it's more like you weren't expecting to find a ship, and this is what you've seen on your travel or on your journey. So suddenly it becomes a little bit more sinister. Like, are there survivors? Is it dead? Is it haunted? Will it explode? Maybe there's treasure. So there's a different vibe to it, but I do feel like it's got that kind of sinister-y, I'm exploring something maybe I shouldn't kind of feel to it. So I do feel like it's very evocative and moody. It's just funny how when it comes on I like it, and then afterwards I completely forget it's on the album. I think again because it's just not quite long enough to just get itself in my head like some of the other longer tracks which do.
No, I'm with you. I always like it when it comes on. It's probably not one that I point to and go, you have to hear this. But something about it means that, like, I never even think about skipping it. It comes along, it does its thing rather wonderfully, and then disappears again.
Yeah, I just feel for me it doesn't quite get into my head well enough in what it does. Probably if it was another minute longer, then I probably would think about it more. But again, just because it's kind of in and out.
Yeah, it's very true. It does that thing where it does what it does nicely, and they decide not to take it anywhere else.
They've taken it longer than some of their other skits, so I'll applaud it for that. I just hope in future that they do let these breathe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And if I may be in charge of the segue for once, I do feel that one of the reasons why this gets pounded out of my head so quickly is because the next track, Lost Johnny, is so opposite.
Yeah, totally.
That it just means that it's very difficult to remember a nice delicate track, because it's just pounded out of my head by one of the most formulaic is sounds rude, but you know what I mean. I listen to it, I just go like, it rolls, it has chord changes, it's a good rock track.
Yes.
It sounds great, but it is not as advanced as like some of the other stuff they're doing. But I like it when Hawkwind get in this groove and like we're just going to do a good solid track. You just can't fault it really. It's Lemmy singing it, right?
It's Lemmy, and he co-wrote it, or at least the lyrics were co-written between him and a guy called Mick Farron. They actually had a band called the Deviants, and both Motorhead and the Deviants re-record this later on. So yes, this is a Lemmy track, and I think even without Lemmy singing it, it's a Lemmy track.
Yeah, it has very pleasing chord progressions. Yeah. Like the way it hits up, down, like when they hit, you're just like, yeah. And it's good, it's got a good roll through the whole thing. Actually, my first note that I wrote after being able to decipher all the lyrics was Hawkwind's Eleanor Rigby ?
I had never thought of that, I have to admit.
Well, it's just like, it's telling stories about people who are like not doing very well, which is what I feel like the Eleanor Rigby song's all about. This is like the Hawkwind version where someone needs speed and Vicodin and stuff really quickly. So it's like, okay, well, the Beatles wouldn't sing that, but they're still having a hard time.
If Ellen Rigby and Father Mackenzie had been massive drug addicts, then yes, this would really work.
It's funny though, the lyrics, because some of the lyrics are they're dark and they're kind of grungy, but also they're a little bit kind of prudish in a way, or just like more beating around the bush than you'd expect. Like they talk about the lady who gets underwear from places no one goes and then makes her money by showing what she shows or something like that. And it's like, okay, so you're not going to say she's a stripper or she takes bad photographs. You're going to say that in a very like suggestive way.
Yes.
But you're also going to say, has anyone got some pills? Because this guy's about to shoot some people.
Yes, it is. It's curiously mixed up.
It's that kind of strange, like, censored for America, where they're like, you can blow someone's face off with a shotgun on TV, but you can't show a bra.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It felt like this, the lyrical version of this.
I hear what you're saying. It's definitely kind of feels like this track just drops in like a brick into the middle of this record. Like there's all of the, the violins and the mellotrons and the piano and the big swooshy noises behind things and the kind of soundscape. And then this appears. I always enjoy listening to it, but it always kind of takes me out of the kind of dreamy state that Hawkwind puts me in and takes me somewhere different entirely. And then the next thing kind of brings me back again. with this. But so yeah, I've kind of got into it, and I do like it. Obviously, it's Lemmy. How can you not? He's got such a voice, hasn't he, and such a presence.
Yeah. Which again, I feel like might be the playlist thing that we talked about at the start of this talk, that if you put this in with some other tracks, you can curate the mood that you want Hawkwind to put you in.
Yep.
I feel like that's one of the problems with their albums a little bit, is that the more experimental they are, they're still bringing with them their space rock vibe that they obviously don't want to lose, and they obviously do it very well. But then if they want to progress into more like interesting dreamy stuff, they don't want to leave it behind. They're not releasing 2 albums a year, so what do? They have to kind of put all of it together. So it is that kind of interesting thing where they've made a 3-course meal, but they put it on one plate, and now you have to try to pick out the bits you want. Otherwise, you might suddenly find there's some blancmange in your steak, or and that's the issue that they have by being such a versatile band, I guess.
Yeah, and having so many inputs. I mean, Dave Brock does sometimes dominate songwriting, but they clearly take input from pretty much everybody who's in the room.
Lemmy will produce this kind of track, as we know.
Exactly.
They let him have a crack, and this is what he's made, which is cool. But yes, incongruous with some of the other stuff.
Yeah. And we go to Goat Willow, which is Del Detmar, and Del's had a few of these on previous albums where he gets like a minute and a half of just kind of noodling that they obviously like enough to stick on the album without turning them into full-blown songs.
Yeah, I think this is twice as long as the last one that we talked about.
Yeah.
It's very quote-unquote ambient for Hawkwind, as in the genre of ambience. It reminds me more of a Brian Eno or a Ryuichi Sakamoto kind of song over just them doing their kind of space noodling, which they do before a track. So it feels like there's this strange embryonic development every album where this kind of thing from them gets a little bit further, a little bit more complex, and a little bit more like what it might be. So I'm really looking forward to about 6 albums time when maybe this gets to become a track.
Well, it might do, but of course Del leaves at the end of this album, so probably not.
Oh, no. I'm not surprised. If I only got 1.5 minutes to do my ambient thing, I might leave too.
And that takes us into the closer, another live one, Paradox.
So this for me is the second Lord of Light chords track, which again, this one, because there's actually vocals in it, this is for me very like Lord of Light, the remix or the reinterpretation, that if you hum Lord of Light over it, you get that. Just again, because I feel like to do it once, fine. To do it twice, I'm feeling a bit like this is regressive for Hawkwind. And yeah, it sounds great. They've obviously hit a progression and a melody that does work, but it does feel a little lazy considering what I know the band is capable of. It feels like a wrap-up track. They sing the lyrics, see it as you really are, which sounds like, sing it as you really are in the other album. So I feel like it's almost like a coda for the previous 2 albums, where they're like, this is what we sounded like, this is cool. I wonder whether or not it's like a swan song, whether or not they're trying to put that to bed. It'd be interesting to know where they go from here, whether or not they're like, this is a departure track, or whether or not it's just what they wanted to do. This one's a little bit of a puzzle for me. Like, I guess when you first heard it, you wouldn't have heard Lord of Light.
No, I didn't hear Lord of Light till quite some time later.
So do you think Lord of Light sounds like this? Or again, am I just...
I hadn't really made the connection. I can see the connection with the earlier track, but I've listened to them separately so much that I probably just divided them in my head. With this one, I don't feel it quite so much. Now, that's not to say it's not there. It's just the way that track settled in my head now.
Yeah, that's fair. That's just, be interesting to see if anyone else agrees. This is probably the one where I have less to say, just because it feels very familiar, so I feel like I'd just be treading old ground.
It's Hawkwind being kind of having something that's very recognisably something that they have done before, just in terms of feel and structure. They're not experimenting on this track particularly. I do like, again, there's this kind of angry frustration in the lyrics that Brock is singing. This kind of, always, it's the same thing. You just can't win. All of this, that all comes across this kind of frustrated negativity, which I'd always thought, but which it was interesting. Joe talks about this in his book, And it always kind of gives you a sense of, yes, I was right about that when you see someone else say it. Because I'd always thought that this sounded like a period of Dave's life where he was pretty hacked off about something or other. And I think even the same is true of the other track. You Better Believe It. There's a similar frustration, I think, in the lyrics to that. It has an energy to it born of that kind of frustration, I find. Obviously, it goes into its kind of mellowy bit.
Which is interesting because I feel like the first track in that style is like the first track is angry, the last track is disappointed. You know, it has a different energy to it. I made a note about this, and now you've said that, it feels like it makes more sense. I was feeling like this track feels like an exhalation. It's a sigh.
It's resignation, isn't it? Always the same thing. You just can't win. Yeah, you're right. It's a resignation.
It's Hawkwind's lament. Everything's on a down.
Yeah, which is really interesting because I haven't come across that before. You know, they've had a lot of dystopian songs, but yeah, never had quite that feeling in it. And I wonder how much of that is born of just what was happening in their lives at the time.
Yeah, because it's weird because like in dystopian songs and films and literature, there's always a glee in it.
Yes,
you know.
Yes, exactly.
There's a glee in dystopia where like either there are no rules or everything's broken down and it's kind of great, or it's terrible but also it's thrilling. This is like there's a dystopia and it sucks.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Actually, this is one of my favorite tracks on the album, but mainly for that verse and the riff that accompanies that opening verse. I do love that. And this first track, where we've already had something of a spoiler alert, is Assault and Battery. Obviously, Assault and Battery and Golden Void are kind of parts 1 and 2, apparently of the same track. But let's treat them separately and go with Assault and Battery, which, by the way, the lyrics are drawn from a poem, an American poet, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, who wrote a poem, A Psalm of Life. And the whole lives of great men all remind us we may make our lives sublime and departing leave behind us footprints in the sands of time, is verse 7 of 9 of his A Psalm of Life in 1838. Trivia over.
So this track surprised me because it feels very un-Hawkwind. Like in a way we talked about like the electric wizardy kind of thing by like how it can almost resemble modern dance music and the way that this is collected. This track for me somehow feels like it was made really lazily, like an Ableton or something, where people just had like squares of, you know how you can get like squares of music and you just drop them in and it just puts itself on a board and you press play and it plays. It feels like that to me. It's got like a long 4-chord sequence. I guess kind of the 4th chord has like an extra little bit in it, so it's kind of a 5-chord sequence, but it's very 4/4, which makes it feel very long and ponderous instantly, which I wasn't expecting. Again, when we've had proto-punk, we've had psychedelic warlords, so we've had these tracks which normally come in with something to say and some energy to kick off the album. For me, this track doesn't have any of that. So that's, I think, what surprised me at the beginning. It feels like very long, it feels very ponderous. To be finicky about the mix again, the hi-hats in this track are so ahead in the mix that I don't understand why. I don't know whether or not it was to try and then speed the track up because they're obviously playing like 16th notes, they're going very quick, but because they're so high in the mix, they don't feel like they're on beat a lot of the time, and that's again distracting. I don't think it's swing. For me, it doesn't feel like they're particularly hitting a lot, so I found that just annoying because they're just there in my head then while the other stuff's going on. It just feels a little sleepy, and while the lyrics are kind of interesting, they're delivered in a very lackluster way, and the fact that it all repeats itself several times I feel is very un-Hawkwind. You know, it's repetitious chords, it's repetitious lyrics, it sounds a little bit sleepy, and it doesn't feel like what I expect from Hawkwind. I don't feel like it's an interesting angle for them to take. I feel like the chord change when we get to the chorus as well feels very half-hearted. The Assault and Battery, like, it's only like a semitone, I feel like, if it goes up. You know, there's not a big change in it. And I don't know, Assault and Battery on the Human Anatomy, that's where I expect Assault and Battery to occur. So I don't think it's as clever as they think it is. Yeah, it rhymes, but, you know, and then it just finishes with a man, and then it just kind of thunders off. You know, it just does. I don't feel like they are into it, therefore I don't feel into it. And that is me being mean to Hawkwind again at the beginning.
It's fine. It's funny though, isn't it? We're definitely on different sides of the tracks on this one. I'm rather stereotypical, probably, of a lot of Hawkwind fans for Warrior on the Edge of Time, in the respect that Assault and Battery and Golden Void are kind of the crown jewels of the album, and I do love them. And I've heard so many versions of Assault and Battery. I remember they played it actually at the 50th anniversary gig, and the chord started up, and I was really excited about it because I knew it was coming. And then actually it was the only part of the concert that actually felt a bit flat for me. But that's because my expectations were so high. So I am a big fan of Assault and Battery, but I can see how if that introduction doesn't grab you, then it doesn't make an awful lot of changes along the way. So yeah, we're just on different sides of that one. Not an auspicious start to the album.
But for me, the Golden Void completely saves it. Even the bit where like Assault and Battery fades off and then the Golden Void comes in, it's some kind of like amazing moment where like the synth just like comes in like, I will save you from this other track that you didn't like. And just, but you know, like it fades and this other synth voice comes in. That synth voice sounds much more Hawkwindy to me immediately. I don't know if it's just a synth voice as well. It just sounds grumbly and just dull, where this one is bright and fun, and it just immediately sweeps in and just, I feel like it lifts everything up, and there's a screaming high note which just blows everything else away, and it's just like, no, you're going to listen to me. I'm here. And it's just like holds itself just long enough for it to just really get into your head, and then it just descends in this glorious little trill, and I'm like, Hawkwind are here. It's fantastic. This is what I was looking for. So yeah, it's weird that I feel like almost though I have to go through Assault and Battery to really appreciate the Golden Void, just for how much of a kicking the first 5 seconds of Golden Void gives the other track. Yeah, that scream, as soon as I hear that note, I just get really energized. And it's just, for me, it's an announcement of Hawkwind's proper arrival. And then this track comes in and says, like, all the things you were missing from the previous track, we've got it. We've got solos, we've got various lyrics, we've got a clear story. We're talking about corridors of flame. It's so much more lively. It's so much more them. Yeah, for me, that track is just sublime. It feels like they've bottled up everything that they're about and just like distilled it and just thrown it into this record. It sounds good. It's got energy. The vocals are just like delivered spectacularly. I can't believe that the band that produces this also produces the other track.
It is interesting, and I have seen them play Golden Void on its own on a number of tours. A Golden Void would be in the discussion if you were saying which is your all-time favourite Hawkwind track. Golden Void is very much up there in the reckoning for me. It's also the one track that Lemmy liked from this album, because he basically obviously got kicked out at the end of it. So there's clearly some bias here, but basically this was the one track that he mentioned that he liked. He hated the rest of it. I think epic is the right word for Golden Void.
Yeah, I agree. Everything about it for me is nigh on flawless. It's exactly what I was hoping for. But again, it doesn't feel like it's more of the same. It feels like it's even better, even more complete. It's the first time it's started to talk to a fantastical element. You know, they're talking about this corridor of flame. They do mention the Edge of Time. When they start singing on the Edge of Time, that just sounds great. And just like the drum beat is just kicking with that on the Edge of Time. That just sounds really, really good. But yeah, Golden Void speaking to me, denying my reality. Again, that's the kind of content that sounds good for Hawkwind. And I guess it could be fantastical, but it could also be spacey. They're not telling you what to think. They're, again, just giving you enough stuff to play with to enjoy imagining what could be befalling this chap that's going down this corridor of flame. But it's cool. There's very little to... It's weird, isn't it, when you kind of like something as much as you can also not like something, where I don't have particularly great descriptors for it apart from just it's good.
Yeah, that's fair.
The one thing for me is just like that first note is just brilliant as a way of just cutting through everything. Like you could just fade that up over most things and it would just grab everyone's attention. And to just have the audacity to throw such a piercing note into the beginning of a track and then just pull it off by soloing down into the rest of the track is a brilliant decision. Whoever made that decision, fair play.
Yeah, totally. They did an album in recent years with an orchestra, and I thought that this would be perfect because you just take the wall of Metatron, actually replace that with a big string section. It would be amazing. And it was the first thing I thought when I saw that they were going to do it, and then they didn't do that, which was a bit of a letdown, really. So that's the Golden Void. Then it's on to one of those spoken word tracks that weirded you out when we were in Brighton.
And they continue to weird me out. This is a bit of a handbrake after really getting into the Golden Void track, because I feel like with Hawkwind, you either like their spoken word or you don't. And I find that it can be a little amateur dramatics sometimes with their stuff. Like, same thing, I guess, a little bit with Sonic Attack. Although, you know, because they've done stuff like this before, it's not unexpected for them to do it, so I wasn't offended by it. But it's just kind of weird, you know. It's I don't know if this kind of content is what I go to Hawkwind for. A bit like the Sonic Attack stuff, I know what they were doing with it, and we've talked about the parodies they were playing with, the idea of the duck and covers and the threats of the atom bombs and things like that. I don't personally find it massively inspirational or evocative. I think they sing more interesting things than they speak a lot of the time. The more I listened to it, the more I was happy for it to occur, you know, but I never really felt myself looking forward to it.
I think of them as segues rather than tracks, and I don't mind them. I do like what's going on in the background while the voice is on. That brings a lot of atmosphere to it to me, and that is Simon House and Simon King and Alan Powell. The three of those on all three of the spoken word tracks are doing all of that atmospheric stuff behind. And this one is Michael Moorcock doing the reading, and he does the first and third. Basically, Nick Turner does the one in the middle. And I've got to say, I actually prefer Moorcock's voice for these. But yeah, it took me a while to get used to listening to these when I first got the album, because I hadn't actually heard the spoken word stuff before, and I don't think I'd heard anyone do it before. But now it kind of very much feels like it's almost the signature of the album. It's the album that has the spoken word bits on it in this kind of way. So yeah, they wouldn't make it onto a best of for me or into the playlist. But like you, they don't offend me in any way. I don't mind them being there, and they do add to the atmosphere of the whole thing.
Yeah, I think Moorcock is a better orator for this kind of stuff. I feel like Nick Turner, I think I've said it before, I just feel like he goes a bit Alan Rickman with his delivery, which again, I think makes it slightly hard to take seriously because it just feels a trifle hammy. But yeah, if you're going to do a themed album, if you're going to call it Warrior on the Edge of Time and it's going to be about books, you can't really fault them for wanting to set the scene a little bit. And again, it's not so long that it's a real irritant. For me, it's just annoying that I didn't like the first track, for it to be such a shunt between, ugh, I wish this was over, this one's good, now there's words. It just feels like there's this really juicy bit of Hawkwind, which is kind of in this annoying like sandwich of two things which I don't care about as much. And I guess like for me, that's so obviously just a little bit annoying when I listen to it, because I know that the bit I like is coming, but I also know that I have to deal with two things in order to listen to the bit that I like. But I know that that's a personal problem.
Does this lead us on to something that you do like?
Opaloka.
Indeed.
For me, I feel like this is like a palette cleanser in a way. It's a palette cleanser and a world builder. The bass rolls along. It feels more rocky. It doesn't do a huge amount, but what it does is really nice. You know, like the stereo effects are really nice in this piece. The little kind of like solos are noodling around and what have you all over the track is really nice. And it almost feels like, again, I might consider even putting this track first in an album if I was going to switch it up. If I suddenly possessed Steven Wilson, I'd be like, mess with the album and put this first, because it feels like this is the head nodder for me that gets me into like, okay, cool, this is where we are. Like, we've had some experimental stuff. We had the bit where it all went crazy. We've had some words, but this for me is like the first time where I feel like this could be like a track. I feel like there's some kind of processing on the drums, which is really nice. Like, there's this otherworldly like phasing on the cymbals and hats and stuff, which just make everything that's part of the track feels a little otherworldly, either in a spacey or fantastical way, which is nice, which I think is why I refer to it as almost like a world-building track, because I feel like it's starting to set the tone and the pace and what we're going to hear. For me, this is the track which, when I listen to everything else, I do feel like I settle down. I give something for my ears to calibrate to. It's that kind of track for me. I feel like it moves on to better things, but I enjoy it being here. I feel like it has a kind of purpose for me. And that's why I feel like it might even be nicer to have it further ahead, just to, like I said, calibrate myself to.
Right. And it's actually Powell and King, the drummers, that put this track together.
I guess that would make sense, because it's very solid just in the way that it works and delivers itself. For it to do what it does without vocals needing to carry it, I like it as an instrumental. You know, it feels very complete, which sometimes instrumentals sometimes feel a bit lacking, but this one, no, feels very solid, well assembled.
Good call.
I did a little bit of research about what an Opaloka might be, I was expecting maybe like Google Books to give me an excerpt from one of the books or something, but when I put in Opaloka, I got back one of those "didn't you means," which I haven't had in a long time from Google, but it said, "Did you mean Opaloka?" which is a Florida city, which is ranked as number 10 out of the 100 dangerous cities in America. So I don't know if that's what they were talking about.
It is. Yeah, I think Powell used to live there or something like that. But yes, that is exactly what it's named after. Good research. So we move on to a nice little Dave Brock special 12-string strummy thing.
And it's probably surprise to no one that I really like this track. We've heard things like this before from Hawkwind, but they just nail it. They're so good at this. I think we've even heard Wistful Seagulls before as a bit of soundscape world building, but it just sounds great. I feel like the gulls in this is even better than the last time. Superior gulls in this track, without a doubt. The synth line underneath the guitar just pulls the whole thing together and also just adds to this feeling of melancholy, which is seeping through the whole thing. The lyrics, I think, are fantastic as well. I know it's called The Demented Man. Apparently, in some of my cursory research, they sometimes refer to it as The Demented King, which for me just even adds a little bit more power to it, because I guess then the idea of someone with such power and responsibility becoming lost in their own mind is even worse, in a way, because of obviously all the socio-political problems that happens with someone who is not giving up power but is also losing control. But then obviously just from their point of view as well, if they're trying to be a doer of good deeds and unable to because they might even not know if things are real, what if the demented man wasn't even a king, or the demented king wasn't a man? And they, you can start to unravel the whole thing. I feel like as well, because some of the lyrics about like smiling faces watching me, helping hands, wait and see which way I'll go, it sounds like someone is trying to do something but keeps like resetting, like Memento, like that idea of like,
Yep.
They're going somewhere and it may get them where they need to go, but it might just cycle them back to this web of emptiness. The music, the way it's delivered, the way it's sung, the lyrical content, it's a pretty harrowing piece, but it's gloriously delivered. It's one of those songs which is just nice to listen to like by yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You could put all of these Brock acoustic pieces on a playlist and it would be pretty cool to listen to.
Yeah, I guess we've talked about playlisting Hawkwind before, and I feel like that might be an interesting thing. I don't know how many more happen to call it a playlist. I also don't know how many I'd want to listen to in a row.
No,
It
maybe not.
it might be a really bad thing to do. You see how far you can get through the playlist without just wanting to go and hide under your bed or something. But like as a track, it's really nice. And again, this for me is like getting to the top of my bell curve of bits of
Yep.
that I really like, in terms of, again, Hawkwind delivering the goods in terms of things that I like from them. But again, not just doing what I've heard before. I do feel like either in quality or in competence or in content, it's higher than it's ever been before, but it's nice to hear it again.
Yeah. And that's a pretty good way to see out side one. Side two kicks off with a pretty hefty track, and one of the other really big ones from the album, which is Magnu. And the lyrics of Magnu are actually based on another poem, this time by Shelley, which is the Hymn of Apollo. And the first 6 lines of Magnu are nearly word for word identical to a magical chant that appears in an old Slavic folktale, The Invisible Knight, which is used to summon the magical horse, which is Magnu. So there you go, a bit more literary trivia for you.
It's a very well-read album, this.
Yeah.
Starting with the lyrics then, as you've just talked about them, they're well delivered again. I feel like this has that driving lyrical delivery that they can have. Sometimes they can be wistful, sometimes they can be a bit like the Psychedelic Warlords and a bit kind of like screamy. These have this feeling of unison, like there's lots of voices all speaking at once. I know that's added to by this kind of like reversing effect that they have on the lyrics, so it sounds kind of mystical and processed as well, but it does sound like there's a lot of people all chanting, especially when we get to the diminished by the rain of night repeat. It feels like they're adding more processing, like it almost goes a bit robotic, it almost gets a bit corrupted, but it also feels like there's lots of people doing it. So it has this power to it in its delivery by lots of people uttering the vocals, which works really nicely with the riff itself. It feels, again, we're back to that proto-stoner, proto-doom kind of stuff. It's a head nodder, it's a toe tapper, it's all of those things. Although I guess given the date and the fact that Sabbath is around, maybe it's not proto-Doom anymore. Maybe it is that kind of like taking some of that feeling and moving it into still a kind of faster paced, rocky kind of vibe. So we're not sludgy, but we are still getting some of that feeling. Also, this is interesting because I feel like this is the first time we've had that kind of Eastern element, the desert rock. It has that instrument. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but for me it is the Eastern instrument that gives you that feeling that you could be in a desert or you could be in that part of the world. Again, it's got that kind of like minor key to it. It adds all this atmosphere to it, which just really adds to the whole power of the track. There are a couple of things in the track which I do feel are a bit much. For example, when it gets towards the chorus and they do a little chord change, they still have an awful lot of that reverse effect on the vocals, which I find very hard to hear. But I feel then when they get back into the main part of it, then it's a lot easier because I feel like they just pull back a little bit there. So I feel like if they'd have lessened that effect, that might have just helped a bit. But I guess maybe that might have sounded weird if some did and some didn't. But yeah, it's a good track, this one. It feels new in terms of what they're doing, messing with the vocals, the Eastern kind of stuff. But again, incorporating it into like a good solid rock riff is good because, we've had tracks I've liked before, like the previous one, and I guess the other one before, the Opa Loco, which is not as unexpected. So the fact that this is the first track that feels kind of different or advanced and then playing around, and it being a good one, again, is also what I like in Hawkwind. I've had the bit which makes me go, yay, we're Hawkwind, yay, we're good. Here's a new thing to chew on. I'm like, yeah, I'll chew on this one for a while. I like it.
It's funny you describe it as, when you said proto-stoner, desert rock, because actually that groove they fall into and that riff that they have is actually definitely more Caius than Black Sabbath, that kind of desert rock scene. And, obviously well ahead of that in terms of the timeline, but it's that kind of easy groove that they get into that I really, really like. Definitely a big track. More spoken word.
Yeah, Handbrake number 2. This one, out of the 3, is the one which I would never get tired of skipping, to be honest. It's a weird one. I know the wizard blowing his horn is weird, but I feel like if you're going to set up an idea, a wizard blowing his horn and then things happening makes sense, because I can imagine a wizard would either have powers or a wizard would own a horn that had powers. And so if you say a wizard blew his horn, you could then say whatever happened next, and I'd be like, sure, that could happen. To start suddenly an idea that you're a soldier at the edge of time requires further explanation for me to really understand what's going on. If the next bit of information you give me is that you're tired of making love, I have absolutely no idea what to do with that information. Those two things are very far removed from each other as far as I would assume, because what do I have to work with here? I have a soldier, I know what they are. I have the edge of something, okay, I can appreciate that. Time, okay, that's an abstract concept. The idea of time having edges, I guess I can work with that. Being a soldier on the edge of that is going to take some work. Do you fight things? Do you guard things? Are you like waiting for things? Nope. Apparently you're making a lot of love, and that's really lame. So to have this kind of soldier's lament, it's weird. It feels like a bit of a handbrake, but not one which gives me a lot,
Yeah, I've always been slightly conflicted about Standing at the Edge, because on the one hand, like Warrior at the Edge of Time, it is completely abstract, but it's something that my brain kind of goes, wow. And like and there's a line, he's a veteran of 1,000 psychic wars, which again is like really such a huge kind of cosmic concept and sounds really cool. But then the two things, and one is the fact that I'm not a huge fan of Nick Turner's delivery on it. Got used to it over the years, but I just prefer a different voice, probably Moorcock's voice. And then there is that line, which is weird. I'm tired of making love. I kind of get it. I mean, I get the idea that like these people are completely worn out. There's no love, no joy, no nothing. And if you can't get excited about making love, that shows just how wasted and out of it they must be. But I just kind of wish that wasn't the line. It's not that it ruins the whole thing for me, or it destroys the track, or I'm really angry about it, or I think it's stupid or whatever. I just kind of wish that wasn't the line. Maybe that's me being a little bit childish or pedantic or whatever, but I like the content of the rest of it. Plays with my brain in pleasingly cosmic ways, the whole concept of it. But I kind of see the line coming and then want to get past that line to get into the stuff that I really like about it again. So I've always kind of felt that way about Standing at the Edge. There is a different spoken word piece, which I think is called Soldiers at the Edge of Time, which is a bonus, which we'll get to in a bit on Stephen Wilson. And when I heard that, which was only recently, I just thought, that's so much better. Why couldn't that have been the one on the album? Which is kind of, it's always slightly irritating in that sense. So I don't mind it. I think it's got some very cool elements to it. Again, I love the music that's going on behind it. You call it the atmospheric stuff going on behind it that House King and Powell are doing. But yeah, it's probably my least favourite of the three spoken word pieces.
It feels, I guess, more cock up to his old tricks because he wrote Sonic Attack. And again, when he wrote Sonic Attack, the first thing you should do if you're making love is to bring each other to orgasm. I just feel like maybe this is just peak Moorcock. This is just what he does. Like, the first thing he has to do is to talk about making love and get that out of his system. Because like you said, the rest of it is a lot easier to deal with and more interesting because, yes, then it goes into more of like a lamentation. Where are our children? Where is our desire? Where are all these things?
Exactly.
That makes more sense. The fact that there's soldiers on the edge of time and the album is Warrior on the Edge of Time bugged me because I wasn't sure if that was like there was a difference there.
Right.
So, there are things to deal with, I still feel, even beyond that. But yeah, I feel like it seems to be a more Cockian thing where like he has to bring lovemaking into his work.
Yeah, given your point about Sonic Attack and orgasms, we should all feel very grateful that they didn't get Brian Blessed to do a version of this.
He probably refused. He probably read it and was like, I'm never tired of making love. I'm not reading this. This is lies. Just stormed straight out of the studio.
Which, beautiful segue to Spiral Galaxy 28948. Which, funny enough, I don't know about you, but even now when I hear this, the introduction to this track leads my brain to think it's going to be a completely different track than the track it turns into. Because you get those big, doomy kind of chords at the beginning, and then it goes off into something which is much more foot-tappy and upbeat.
Yes, yeah, you're right, actually. I guess I still hear that as the end of Standing at the Edge.
Okay.
Rather than maybe the beginning. Because again, there's a nice blend there. I don't know why they added 28948. I just like Spiral Galaxy. It just sounds nice to say.
It's almost Simon House's birthday, apparently. According to, I think it's in Joe Banks' book, he was actually the 29th of the 8th rather than 28th of the 9th, but 1948. And he wrote it.
I'm just going to call it Spiral Galaxy.
Fair.
Because that sounds more interesting and evocative to me. This, for me, a bit like Golden Void, is just great, unrestrained Hawkwind for me. It's really good. I feel like the title makes it feel like we've gone back to space again, and I just feel like it's just somewhere where Hawkwind is more comfortable in. The fantasy stuff they're doing is fine, music storytelling is fine, but the fact it's called Spiral Galaxy, this just sounds like they've gone a bit more sci-fi again, and it feels like it just gives them permission to just let themselves go a little bit more.
Yeah, good shout. And I do love the energy in this track. It always used to kind of fill me with kind of visions of the 60s. Just the vibe of the whole thing felt much more 60s and 70s. But yeah, I mean, it really does inject some energy into the album after the spoken word piece, and is definitely a Simon House classic. More spoken word, and this time Davros appears on the album.
Yeah, I wrote in my notes proto-Dalekian delivery. I personally don't get more out of this than I got from Standing at the Edge, really. So I feel like it's just come back to do a little reprise of being upset about things.
Yeah, a reprise is probably a good way to put it, actually, because it's not really, doesn't feel like it's a new piece particularly. It is kind of a restatement of things that we've heard before, and as such really kind of feels to me as more like an intro to Dying Seas than anything else.
I guess now we've heard all three of them, looking at where they fall in the album and looking at how they affect the album, for me it adds odd handbrakes to an album which I don't feel needs it. I feel like one of them would have been fine, I feel like having 3 starts to get a little maybe self-indulgent. I don't know. I feel like given the fact that the 2 of them are so similar in content, it's weird for me. It does affect the energy of the album, and I do feel like sometimes it then feels like it takes a while for me to get then into the next track, just because I feel like I have been given a bit of a handbrake. I've got to like get back into it again. And I think for me, maybe it's because I've just heard 3 quite close together that Dying Seas is a harder one to enjoy, because I've already had like the energy sucked out of me a little bit from these things. And Spiral Galaxy's done a great job at trying to get my energy back up again. And I didn't try this, but I should have done. I should have tried to jump from Spiral Galaxy to Dying Seas and see whether or not I liked Dying Seas more because of it. But I do feel like Dying Seas is hamstrung by that little vocal comeback. It's the start of the downward slope of my disinterest in the album in terms of, like I said, my bell curve. I feel like as well, the sound goes back to being kind of classic mud that we've had from Hawkwind before, where I feel like some of the stuff that we've heard, or a lot of the stuff we've heard, a lot of this has been clear and sharp. Like Golden Void is clear as a bell in terms of the separation of sounds. I feel like this gets back into that kind of everything being in the same kind of hertz register, which makes everything a bit sloppy. I even feel like the lyrics are a bit disinterestedly delivered compared to what we've heard before. Even like, I feel as Salted Battery is sung with more enthusiasm than this, and the solo towards the end goes some way to making the track enjoyable, but again, it's just not as electric. There's not enough energy, even compared to like Opaloka. So this track is unable to pull my interest out of the dip that it takes from just like the third spoken word. It also does that thing which is really annoying, which Opaloka does, but I forgive it for, which is it starts to fade out, and just as it fades out, where you almost can't hear it, it changes. It like changes key or something, or sounds like it's going to do a little solo or something. And I know a lot of tracks around this kind of time still does that. And I know that Hawkwind have done it before, and bands I listened to before do it. But it's always really annoying, because every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. It's like, nope, we're done, off. And you never hear what that could have been. So yeah, just for me, Dying Seas is a disappointment at the end of this album, which doesn't really do anything to redeem itself compared to some of the amazing stuff that we've heard.
It's a strange one, isn't it? And a weird thing for me with this track and this album, whenever I put this album on and it's been a while since I last heard it, I always forget that this track is on here, and it catches me by surprise. It gets the end of Warriors, and I'm thinking it's going to go into Kings of Speed, and then this comes up. And for about, 5 seconds, you go, hang on, and then, oh, it's that. So it doesn't really lodge in my brain, particularly Dying Seas. Once I do listen to it, I don't dislike it. As you say, it's a little muddy. It's not a highlight of the album for me, but it's not a skipper. Although, to be honest, my bar for skippers is really low. I don't skip much. So I don't skip this, and I don't find it particularly offensive, but it's not one of the things that I really look forward to hearing. It's not one of the big strong points of the album for me. And it leads us to the final track on the album, which is Kings of Speed. And if Kings of Speed may sound a little bolted on, is because it is. The single was recorded and released before the album. So it's one of those where they've put the single out, and then they've gone and recorded the album, and then they've bunged the single on the end of the album.
This was released with Motorhead as the B-side.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, so in isolation, I think it's a perfectly fine speed rock track.
Mm-hmm.
If I had got this single and then bought the album, I feel like I would have had the same feeling that I did when I bought the Gorillaz album based on that one radio edit that wasn't on the album, because it's not the same in any way. It's not a bad track. It's just, like you said, it feels like a bolt-on, because this track has a speed rock vibe to it. Again, it's impossible to not be impressed by the percussive power of this track. And I guess that's because they've got 2 drum kits. So, like you add 2 drum kits, you're going to get a lot of percussive power. So I feel like it has a lot of that. Again, I feel like the recording is a little muddy, but the energy of the track fights through the sonic limitations of the recording, which I guess has to give it some praise. The fact that normally when it's muddy like this, I find it annoying, but because this just has so much power and forward momentum to it, I can't help be dragged along with it It even has a cowbell in it, which is just like, what more do you want from just like a fun little rock track? You know, I feel like if this came on in an underground rock dance club in the 70s, I can imagine it filling the floor. I feel like you'd have a lot of fun with it. Unlike Silver Machine, I do feel like, and I don't know who wrote the lyrics, but I feel like when they're talking about Kings of Speed, it feels like they're talking about Speed the White Powder and not Speed any kind of vehicle.
Probably true.
So I wondered whether or not Lemmy wrote this, or whether or not they wrote this after Lemmy got caught as a kind of farewell to him.
It's hard to say, but it's hard to believe that the double meaning was lost on them.
Which again, I feel like is weird, given that it's Hawkwind, and we've just heard that people get thrown out the band for not being on spacey mind expanders rather than being like on something like Speed. So it's weird, and I was wondering whether or not something like this was more of a flashpoint for the band to be like, this isn't what we're trying to do. Is this Lemmy's influence? Is this the band experimenting? Is the band just going, do you know what, sometimes we're just going to do a speed rock track and just make drug references, we're fine with that. Like, you know, they don't have to tie themselves down. It's just interesting to speculate, just in terms of this track being a single, that it does feel a bit like, I don't know if they were trying to do a Silver Machine, like maybe we can make another one-hit single track and have it not to do with our album, but its incongruousness is surprising as a single compared to the rest of it.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I honestly don't really know the story around Kings of Speed being written and recorded. Maybe that's something listeners can help us out with, if there's any kind of story around that. I do know that even when I didn't know that it was the single that was released, it was bolted on, it always felt jarring at the end of the album. It's definitely one of my lesser favoured Hawkwind tracks, and always has been from when I was very young and first got hold of the album. So yeah, there's something about going from Lives of Great Men all remind us we may make our lives sublime to Kings of Speed, we're going to make you Kings of Speed, that just doesn't really work for me, and never really has, to be honest. And funnily enough, we come to the track Motorhead, and we don't do the bonus tracks on these albums. You listen to this album solidly for quite a while before I told you that you should listen to Motorhead, because I wanted you to hear the album as a whole. But it's worth mentioning Motorhead, partly because I love it. And so I'm being enormously biased. I was very familiar with the Motorhead version of Motorhead for years before I knew of the existence of a Hawkwind version of the track. And I sent you the version that I was familiar with, which is the live version of Motorhead from the No Remorse compilation, which I think is probably the same version as is on No Sleep Till Hammersmith. I'm not entirely sure, but even so, it's 1,000 miles an hour and pretty raw. And I then brought a 10-inch with 3 or 4 tracks on it of Hawkwind I think it's called Independent Days. And it had the Hawkwind version of Motorhead on it. And basically it sounded like Motorhead played at 16 RPM. But it just had a groove, and I really liked it. And I was interested to see what you made of these two versions of the track.
I like the Hawkwind version. I've never been a big Motorhead fan. That kind of speed rock, bullish, staccato, stabby, strummy kind of delivery has never really interested me. But to hear the Motorhead version that we hear for Hawkwind is interesting. And like you said, it's interesting that given the fact that the band split at this point, it's interesting to almost like judge the two bands on this. And there's not many times when a band can produce the same song very close to the same time in the ways they want to do them. So you can really look at the motivations of the band, right? So like the Motorhead version from Hawkwind has instant Lemmy vibes on it. It's leading with the bass. There aren't many tracks Hawkwind has ever done which really lead with the bass, like not even with the drum. It just starts with just a big, like, plucky bass riff. And it has a very upbeat tempo for Hawkwind, but it's nowhere near the Motorhead version. I don't think the sax is particularly clear or helpful on it, but it's there. They're trying to add more elements to it. And it's interesting because listening to this made me listen to Lemmy's lyrics maybe with a bit more charity, because I do feel like normally, again, the faster the music is, the less I kind of pay attention to the lyrical delivery, because I don't feel like the lyrics are there to do that. They're more just there to be an element. But listening to this, Lemmy has a lot more imagination and vocal flair than I've ever given him credit for. So if he had to be in this band for me to give him that credit, then fair enough. But I just like we're moving like a parallelogram. For me, that's like Hawkwind's walk like an Egyptian in terms of like, I don't know what it means, but I kind of like it. When you compare it to the Motorhead version, you know, it's a lot faster. It's obviously unrestrained Lemmy, and it's almost like listening to like an expression of pure id over anything artistic, which I feel like is what Hawkwind tried to do with it. I feel like Lemmy came into the band room and was like, I've done this, and everyone looked at it and went, oh cool, I can see where I can put myself into this. And his version is like, no, this is what I felt like, because that was his thing. And his delivery of it in Motorhead is how I feel like it was created, compared to, I feel like he was always filtered through the rest of the band. So I can imagine him feeling like he was oppressed in the same way that the band were a bit like, what is this rogue element? I can imagine there being a lot of tension there. It's interesting for me when I listen to the Motorhead version now, I feel like it's the Hawkwind one sped up rather than the Motorhead one slowed down for Hawkwind. So I guess that's, yeah, it's interesting to listen to the two back to back and just see what two very different minds and brains do with it. I feel like probably the content of the lyrics make the Motorhead version more appropriate.
Yeah, true.
But I like the delivery of the Hawkwind one, because I do kind of like the tension between what Lemmy tries to do and what Hawkwind tried to do. I feel like they've done good things together. Yeah. But I do feel like that kind of pressure cooker thing is like, you know, that irresistible force meeting an immovable object. I feel like Lemmy is an irresistible force, just running all over the place, possibly with speed. And we have this immovable object of Hawkwind sat down looking at crazy art, not on speed, on something that makes you sit down. And you can just feel like they were only ever going to be next to each other for so long before one of them just ricocheted out, and it was Lemmy. Although I was surprised that they ricocheted him rather than he was the one to ricochet in terms of, like, you know, the band story. But I'm not surprised that eventually this proved to be untenable for all of them.
I'd say that's pretty well put, particularly considering that this is something that you're fresh to. That's not a bad take at all. I do remember having become familiar with the Motorhead version and having seen Motorhead play it live a few times, how weird it is hearing that Hawkwind version for the first time. But I do love that Hawkwind version, and to be honest, if you had to put a track on the album to round it out after Dying Seas, I kind of wish they'd put Motorhead on it and not Kings of Speed.
I think I say this every time, but every time a new Hawkwind album arrives for me to listen to, I always wonder where they're going to go. You know, I've never been able to predict quite what they're going to show up with. And I, once again, was not expecting Amazing Sounds to sound anything like it sounded. The first time I listened to it, I was completely floored. Once again, from the first track all the way through, I was thinking, okay, this is the direction they've gone again. But it did not take many listens for me to really get into this album. Surprisingly, I think it feels like my kind of Hawkwind. After the heaviness, the artistry, the intensity, the concept-rich laden thing that was the previous album, this album feels like it's not taking itself so seriously. It's not over-encumbered by too much thought. It's just the right amount of playfulness for Hawkwind. It's a fun, unironically enjoyable album. I find it's very easy to get swept up in the energy of it and the kind of the, not the earnestness, but the kind of, it feels like they're doing it with a lot of heart, you know, and you can't help but get swept up in that, whether or not you can like it or not. It's very nicely produced. It's obviously been done with, I feel like, an increasing amount of skill and craft in terms of how they put the songs together. I don't think this album could have existed had Lemmy stayed in the band. I feel like a lot of the bass lines are now bass lines and less low-end guitar in terms of the way that they're put together. I feel that they're more complementary, they're a bit more soft, they're not normally like the riffy kind of bass lines that we've had previously. For example, the breakdown of Steppenwolf I don't think would have worked had Lemmy been involved in that breakdown, because then at that point the bass line just becomes this kind of soft pluck which ties the breakdown and then the jam together, where if the bass was more involved, I think it would have suddenly become a bit more like raucous and a bit more rocky and maybe a bit more like how they were. So I do feel this has a softer edge all the way through it. I feel like it's somehow a little bit camp in places. It's a little bit, like you said, maybe a little bit like theatrical in its nature. What it is lacking for me is the Hawkwind dystopianness. There's a little bit of it, but I feel like a lot of this is about seeing the truth, getting high, whether or not that's chemically, spiritually, or actually from various states of physical elevation that they go through in this. I think that the inclusion of some new ideas are welcome. There's one track which really doesn't do it for me, but I think it's 90% good music on this for me. So yeah, it wasn't what I was expecting. On the whole, I really enjoyed listening to it. Weirdly, it feels short compared to the last two albums, or maybe it's just because of the way things have been interrupted and I was kind of forced to listen to it in a way. This, because it's just tracks, I listen to the first two tracks and then I feel like I blink with my mind and then the album's over. It feels very strange that how quickly it is to listen to it. I feel like as soon as I listen to it again just because I can't believe I finished it. So I think that might be something to do just with the arrangement, or the fact that you do have two very long tracks at the beginning and then it kind of gets into more kind of morsely pieces. But yeah, because of the ease of the listen, it feels like it's a very quick listen. But no, I think my overall notes are, it's just fun, this album.
It's going to be fascinating, this one, because this is definitely an about turn. I've had one or two emails in the past saying, Andy, you should defend the music more when Matt's not so keen, basically, which I tend not to do because that's not what this podcast is about. In this case, cards on the table, this actually isn't one of my favourite Hawkwind albums. There's nothing on it that I hate, but it kind of just sails past me without having an awful lot of effect. I find the subject matter for the songs isn't as escapist, mystical, science fiction, whatever, which is what my brain kind of associates with Hawkwind and wants to go there. So it's always been one that I've listened to a couple of times, but it's never been something that I've played solidly for a week or two before until we were preparing for this podcast, in which case, obviously, it's exactly what I did. And yeah, it hasn't really changed. It's a fascinating album because I don't listen to it that much, which means that when I do listen to it, I always pick up things that I hadn't picked up before because I've not really given it that deep listen. But this will be an intriguing turnaround because this is the first album we've done that you actually like more than I do.
Maybe. Do you actually own this one? Because this is the only one you haven't taken a picture of and sent me, so I wasn't sure if you just breezed past this when you were... Okay.
No, I do. I will, and so
that was just an oversight. Okay.
Yes, I will take those pictures, and they will go up on our feeds when we release this podcast.
Sure. I was just wondering whether or not there was a legacy of you not liking this, like when you were younger listening, or whether or not this was something that we just forgot about.
I mean, back in the day, you didn't tend to hear the albums before you bought them. And now, of course, you listen to them online and then it's a question of wanting them on vinyl. But back when I got this, which would have been at a Brighton record fair probably, I would have picked it up purely because it said Hawkwind on it.
But as we have established, the window option is there, so I wasn't sure if you liked it enough to physically eject it, or whether or not you wanted to resell it or something, but it is still part of your collection.
Yeah, I like it a lot more than Dave does. I think that's fair to say, although the bar is low. And with that, let's get into this track by track.
So we start the album with a kind of probably the most sinister track that, the most dystopian we're going to get to in this album. But even then, I feel like the whole thing is done in some kind of ironic or parody style. So even this track is not the kind of we're all doomed, cyborgs are taking over the world kind of thing that we've had before. This feels like a tribute to a B movie or some kind of government mandate about the evils of marijuana. Whatever, it's fine. We start with the train, which then goes into a little bit of a riff. It's a nice little riff, but it's not there for long before they just crash straight into the track. It's like Hawkwind have got something to say and we're going to get there very quickly. I actually quite like it because there's a strange mix of delivery in the singing. There seems to be someone more tunefully singing in the background, but sounds like they're kind of at the back of the room shouting at a distant microphone. while someone very close to the microphone is kind of half singing, half talking in a spooky narration way. So I kind of like the mix of those things. It has an interesting delivery. Yeah, talking about the evils of reefer madness, which seems to be some kind of demonic entity which is going to come and get your kids as they're having too much fun with the wacky tobacco. This track cements for me my feeling that the piano is not Hawkwind's strongest instrument. I feel like whenever they bring a piano into it, it goes a bit vaudeville somehow and just feels like some kind of amateur dramatics production. I feel like the piano is not helping that vibe that they're already establishing in this track, which then goes into the fact, well, if they're going to go that way, then I guess I have to just listen to it like that. And then I kind of, enjoy it more, knowing that it will never get up to the heady heights of art which some of these tracks have got to, which again, that's for me where this whole album is. It's very self-satisfied, so you can't help but love it. It's kind of like a 2-year-old coming downstairs wearing his dad's shirt and going, "I'm off to work" or something. You just get this kind of feeling of like it's so adorable that it thinks it's an album, that you just have to kind of like it. And I think that's kind of why I do. It is groovy, it's fun, it's got like a good vibe to it. The story's weird. The first time I heard it, I thought, what the hell is going on? Has Hawkwind been made by the Canadian government to do some kind of PSA because they got caught with drugs again? But then you realise that they're obviously doing it in a silly way, as silly Hawkwind sometimes does. For me, the track really gets interesting around the kind of 4-minute mark where they break the track down and it comes down and you have this really nice acidy, moogie bass line on a synth, which I really like. The saxophone is really nice in this, the kind of like sort of bleepy madness which comes over it. There's another synth solo like over the top. That for me is when it gets really, really nice and groovy. I really enjoy that. So the actual story element I can kind of take or leave. A bit like in a way how the Assault and Battery Golden Void thing happens. Like when that part of a track rolls off and this new bit kind of comes in, that's when it starts to really kick into me and I really start to enjoy it. The little story of the guy who was smoking and suddenly looked at his fingers and then saw that there were 11 of them. Like that for me is the kind of delivery from Hawkwind that I enjoy. And I'm assuming that's Calvert.
Yeah, that's Calvert.
Right. So as an introduction to him on this album, I like that. It's fun, it's weird. It's a very small idea, the idea of having an extra finger that then falls off and steals your weed. But it's delivered in such a way that you just think it's somehow really imaginative and really easy to understand. Like sometimes they're singing about stuff which I have no idea what's going on. Magnu the horse, and the idea of like running over the cosmos as the world is built beyond you and being a warrior on the edge of time. Sometimes it's a lot. But I can imagine having an extra finger that falls off and goes off and nicks your stuff. So, that I kind of like. And again, I think it, again, is indicative of the intelligence level of the album. It's kind of, it's not trying to be profound. It's trying to be very easy to get. I like that little delivery. I think it's fun. And then they kind of bring in a whole load of recorded chatter. It just sounds like the band is just shouting at each other like while they're playing, or maybe it's dubbed over, I'm not sure. But that bit really reminded me of Hey Bulldog by the Beatles, at the end when everyone's just like shouting at each other over the piano riff.
That's a good shout. Yeah.
So yeah, I thought that was kind of fun. It just feels very organic and very like you're in the room with them. I can imagine like this being something that they literally never did before they recorded it. And that would have made perfect sense to me. So yeah, it's a track which, again, after the previous album, I wasn't ready for, but it's one of the first Hawkwind opening tracks, which I can say I'm perfectly fine with. So that's a plus for the listeners, hopefully.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start. I've got to say, this is one of my top Hawkwind tracks, period, Reefer Madness. So it's funny, given that the album as a whole, I'm a little bit less, massively enthusiastic on. It's funny that it starts out with something I think is an absolute banger. I love Reefer Madness. The tour that you came to see, that we saw, the Warrior on the Edge of Time tour, that lineup of the band would play this and Steppenwolf live. And I really get into it. It is actually Calvert writing a parody of, I think, a 1936 film, as you say, which was to demonstrate the dangers of these things. It was one of those things that kind of like teenage kids in black and white taking a puff and then instantly going insane and stabbing people, and it was all that kind of thing. So it's Calvert's parody take on that. The chorus of this, I think, is just really kicks. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of this track. Steppenwolf.
This track has been an event during the time I've been listening. The first time I heard it, I was like, oh, Hawkwind found a Santana record somewhere. and just went, yeah, we'll do that for a bit. It's strange because it sounds so that kind of vibe, which again is something I haven't really heard them do before. But they do it really well. I feel like this has a real infectious groove considering the subject matter. I feel like it's delivered in a really strong, groovy way. And I'm assuming this is Calvert again, yeah? This is...
Yeah. So it's written by Calvert and Brock, but all of the words, everything's going to be Calvert.
So this for me is when Calvert really shines. I think the delivery again is borderline ridiculous, but also makes me love the track in the same way that I feel like when Calvert does it right, he can really get involved in a way which is actually very, very becoming. I think that the rhyming on the tracks is amazing. There's this lovely kind of lilting staccato to it. There's some really lovely like imagery of this. The idea of walking past a pool of liquid sky sounds amazing. I can imagine that idea of just being like, it's basically like a puddle, I'm assuming, because when you look into a puddle in a particular type of light, you can see the sky reflected in it. But even just calling it that sounds really nice. The rhymes are good. The idea of electrically static fur that can sense things from miles around, all that kind of stuff. It feels, again, very visceral, which I feel like that 11 Fingers thing has. It has this kind of feeling of viscerality, which I can really just understand and empathize with and relate to. The story's fun, obviously very weird, but it's very easy to get caught up in it. There's a bit which I think is hilarious after the second part of the track, like after the breakdown. There's a whole couple of lines which says, he finds a sign on a wall or a door. The line is, the sign said to the Magic Theatre, it is not for everyone. It is but for madmen only. The first performance has begun. And that sounds really cool, but I was thinking, who put that sign up? Why do you put a sign up after the performance has started? Why do you not put a sign up saying to the Magic Theatre, like, hurry up? There's a lot to put on a sign. And it's those kind of things which just always make me feel like, what is this city we're in that people are putting signs up for things already in progress? That took a long time for me to try and unpack, and I still don't think I'm over it. But the whole world is fantastic, and musically, it's just great. Like, Hawkwind are the masters now of the long breakdown. You know, before they used to do breakdowns, and then they did what I used to call like the instrument babble, and it was a bit muddy and a bit hard to really appreciate. I feel like in the last two recordings, they've got these just absolutely down pat. The sax breakdown after the chorus is always really nice. The way it just kind of comes in and helps accentuate the chorus. In the breakdown, when the violin comes in, that always gets me. Whenever I hear it, I just think it's absolutely gorgeous. It's really evocative. It just cuts through, just has this wistfulness to it, which Hawkwind is so good at creating. It's so atmospheric. A little bit like the previous track, I like this from the breakdown on, like the second part of the track. I really like. Again, it's got some of these really nice staccato things where he says like a freak, a fiend, a figment of mind, has that like, it's all ding, 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 you know. I think it's just enunciated so nicely, which just really helps with the whole track. But yeah, the breakdown into the second part of the whole track, I think is really good. This might be one of my favorite tracks that Hawkwind have done, weirdly. It's whenever it has come on in my listens, I've always paid a lot of attention to it. And surprising Santana groove, strange story, Calvert on top of his game, violin during the breakdown. Yeah, all of that just together is just a great little package.
That's a pretty good description. My own feedback on this, really, I like this track. I wish it were a little bit shorter. It goes on for quite a long time for me. It's one that I'm really enjoying, and then I'm slightly weary of it. And I remember when I saw it played live, and I hadn't played the track for quite a long time, saw it played live, was really into it, but then the breakdown went on, the whole I am a man wolf, I am a wolf man, all of that bit, and it went on for quite a long time, and I thought, oh, they've really dragged this out live. And then I went and listened to it, and it was like, oh no, they haven't. This is how long it is. That's really my only criticism. And usually when I like something, it's like, no, this can go on for as long as it needs to. But yeah, this could have done with being edited down by a few minutes, I think, for me. But it's a strong track for sure.
I agree. That I think that's why I say from the breakdown on, I really like it. I don't mind it being as long as it is, but I think you're right. It does start to maybe outstay its welcome a touch. Not to the point where I take too many points off.
No, fair play, fair comment. Which leads us to the final track on side one of the album, which is the aforementioned City of Lagoons, written by Powell and recorded by Powell, House, and Rudolph.
Yeah, so this is not a window ejection scenario for me. I actually really like this track. The funky groove vibes are still there. It's not Hawkwindy in its dystopianness. Again, it is in their very relaxed and groovy frame of mind. I don't think we've heard one of these tracks this far up in the track list order, which was interesting to me. Normally they reserve these tracks for the C or D side of the album. So the fact this is on the A side, I thought was interesting, and then started to make me feel like maybe that is because the vibe of this album is a lot more relaxed and groovy than a lot of the other stuff that we've heard. It has a lot of really nice catchy loops to it. It gives me house music brain itch, which is cool. Weirdly, the way it's processed and the lazy tempo or the dreamy effects over it, it almost feels like how Vaporwave feels now. You know, like the way producers either make or take older tracks, absolutely drench them in reverb and delay, and then like take some of the mids and the bass out so it sounds like a radio in another room. It's got that kind of vibe to it, but they're doing it in the 70s, so it's kind of proto Vaporwave vibe, which I thought was really interesting that it's kind of come back around again. One thing I like about this is it feels like an improvisation done really nicely. The little 2-note key riff that kind of happens at the end of every 4 bars just snaps you back. It's like a mental reset, like, okay, we're back here again, we're back here again, we're back here again. I likened it to almost like a typewriter. And for me, it just allows me to really get into what the other elements are doing, because they're wandering around, they're improvising, but occasionally you get these 2 notes and just wham, I'm right back into the start of the bar, and then off we go again. So I find it very satisfying. I feel like the track kind of has this very innate control to it, but it's not overpowering you with it. It's just doing enough to hold your interest and do its thing, and it even has a satisfying fade at the end, which again I feel like Hawkwind is still not very good at ending tracks, but this one even just peters out in a nice way, I guess because it's the end of the record, so they weren't going to do anything weird. This was the first track when I was listening to the album for the first time that made me relax into Hawkwind again, because the first 2 tracks are big stories done in a more theatric way. This is just like pure instrumentation, pure experimenting, people messing around, obviously having fun, creating a spacey experience, more spacey than the other 2 tracks for sure. So this allowed me to settle back down into an almost like classic Hawkwind feeling for me. So yeah, the whole thing for me is just massively satisfying, and I'm kind of sad that other people, even in the band, weren't into it.
I definitely see this through the lens of 3 people who made this track, and the person who you think of as the dominant person in Hawkwind, Dave Brock, is not one of those people. So you wonder how much of his opinion of the track is coloured by the fact that he's not on it. And at this point, there is a which way is this band going to go kind of story going on. I don't dislike the track. I quite like the track, but it doesn't really feel Hawkwindy to me because, as Alan Powell said, he was trying to make it sound like Pink Floyd. He really succeeded, and I didn't realise he was desperately trying to make it sound like Pink Floyd. I've always thought it just sounded like Pink Floyd. There's something in the synthesizer tones and notes, basically in sounds, which are very Rick Wright. And then those clean guitar notes that Paul Rudolph is playing. It's not David Gilmour, it's Gilmour-esque. It's more of a Gilmour sound than Dave ever played. I thought it was quite nice. It didn't move me particularly, but I thought it was quite nice. Nothing offensive about it. But it didn't have those kind of trademark Hawkwind sounds. And hearing that quote from Alan Powell, oh, that's why it doesn't have any of those trademark Hawkwind sounds, because that's not what he was trying to do. Its sound quality is right up there. The clarity of it, the production of it. And he actually says... by the way, in the kind of research, what little of it that I do for these things, I really like Alan Powell, just as a guy. There's a lot of quotes by him, and he just sounds like he's a really chilled guy. We'll get to this in the aftermath, but basically, at the end of the day, they sack him, and he kind of goes, yeah, if I'd been them, I'd have sacked me as well. And basically, I respect.
Feels very
that.
British.
But, yeah,
British
exactly.
reaction.
But he says, this is a quote from Days of the Underground by Joe Banks. He says, Paul Rudolph and I had a lot of studio experience. I had a lot of studio experience. For me, Hawkwind in the studio was just appalling. The quality of the sound and production was at best amateurish. If I listen to Warrior now, it sounds like it was recorded on a Sony cassette player. It's just terrible. They'd go to the studio, set up microphones and just start playing, and that's not how you get good quality recording. But Astounding Sounds was recorded to proper standards, So it was a completely different sound. I don't think Dave liked it. He preferred it raw and ragged, and that did cause problems. But you can totally hear, I think, that this is a different level in the clarity of the sound recording. And I do like that. I have to say that I'm kind of with Alan that that is a really good sound. It's a really good sound for this record. And it's why I like the Stephen Wilson remaster of Warrior. It's why I'd love to hear him redo a couple of the early ones. I love the early ones, brought up with that rawness of sound, like Black Sabbath. They sound like they're recorded in a swamp, but that becomes part of the sound that you love. But yeah, I do think it was probably time for Hawkwind to record better, and they do. And I think that despite the fact that some people are out of the band, it's something that they do take forward.
Yeah, I think they have to. Like, when you think of the albums that are released that you just went through, none of them sound like they were recorded by amateurs in the dark. That sound isn't coveted anymore. So I feel like there are some people you're going to turn off by just sounding like you don't care, because if they don't care, then why would the listener care? And it's going to be definitely hard to get new fans. By the lack of definition, you just lack appreciation for what is going on, because they are sounding a lot better. Like we said, they are becoming a more professional sounding band, whether they like it or not. And this album, like you said, yeah, it really does benefit from the clarity. This track especially, if it was really muddy, it wouldn't actually be anywhere near as enjoyable.
No, exactly. I think there's a lot of stuff recorded, say, 1970 to 72, that has a lot of recorded really quickly. It probably is mic'd up and basically live studio recording. And feels to me like it's a fact of the time. But by the time you get to 1976, it's probably not how you should be doing it. And it's good to see that this album, because of what it tries to do and because of what these different writers in Hawkwind are trying to achieve, they need better standards to do that. And they do hit that. So I'm definitely with them there. So that rounds off side one of the album, and side two kicks off in funky style with the Paul Rudolph track, The Aubergine That Ate Rangoon.
Really good to have an album track that just reminds me of a meme from like 10 years ago. Just do you remember that? Do you remember that crab rangoon? There was like it was a picture of a baby cheetah looking at its mother, which just said, "Mother, I require the crab rangoon. The rangoon, mother." I don't know why. That was just a thing.
We're going to have to dig that out.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely find that out. But just, I think just the word rangoon is just fun to say. This type of title gives away what Hawkwind are feeling, I think. They've done this before, like things like Spiral, Gateway, sounds epic and spacey and crazy, and Warriors on the Edge of Time and Golden Void sound interesting. And they've had a couple of flippant titles before where they're obviously being dumb. And I think this track absolutely sounds like what they named it. It's a fun little track. It feels a little like filler in that I forget about it after I've listened to it. The one thing that really annoys me in this track is that there's some little looped recording which has this little nee sound in it, and it just sounds so much like the knights that say knee that I can't listen to this track and take it seriously, because it sounds like there are knights going knee all the way through it. So I guess I try to avoid this track just mentally because I spoil it for myself. I guess if I'm trying to look at it objectively, it feels like they're experimenting more with loops. Either they're recorded loops or they're rhythmic loops, or they're even just like, I don't know if the loop, which is the little kind of bouncy synth riff, I don't know if that is recorded and looped or whether or not that is played by a person. But it's interesting that this is the year that Oxygen comes out, because the idea of live looping or MIDI controlling synthesizers in order to repeat things, or like using sequences to make electronic music is very much known about and used. So this track feels a little bit like an experimentation with a band playing with sequences and what they're capable of and loopers, and it feels like a track that was made in a studio, where the other tracks feel like they could have been played live. This track does feel like a kind of studio track, knowing where electronic music's going to go. Like it almost sounds like it could be an early Chemical Brothers track in the way that it's put together. It does feel very artificial, and probably the first real feeling of artificialness that I feel like Hawkwind's ever presented us with.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You just said that's interesting, so I feel like you're about to disagree with me.
Well, I haven't worked out whether I'm going to disagree with you or not. I'll work that out by the time I finish talking. I have had another 3 shots in the meantime. I really love that little funky opening to this track. I wish that went on, or that it came back, or that I used it somewhere. I'm really digging that. and then it kind of stops, and then the track then kind of plays out, and much like City of Lagoons, it kind of washes over me a bit. Like the track will come on, and then I'll focus on something else, and then suddenly the track's finished, and I realized I kind of missed it. And then I'll put it on again and tell myself, now listen to the damn track. Whereas with other tracks, when we're going through this and I'm putting records on, I'm kind of always listening to it. But there's something about some of the instrumentals on this that they create a certain texture or mood, and then they kind of stay there, which makes them quite good background. But I find them quite hard to focus on because I just drift into something else. And this does that. So again, it's not one, I wouldn't go, I don't like this bit and I hate that bit. I love the beginning of it. And then it doesn't quite really take me anywhere.
I think compared to the City of Lagoon, which has a lot more improvisation over it, with this one repeated note that for me, like I said, acts like a reset as a nice way of grounding yourself through the track. This doesn't really have a lot of that. While I think the riff is fun, it's not that kind of riff which for me sustains interest through the 4 or 5 minutes that it exists for. So yeah, I think I get the same thing. I listen to it and go, cool, that's kind of happening. And then you blink and then it's the next track. And I think that doesn't help the idea that I said before, where I feel like the album is very short. I think it is shorter than the previous album. I think I did check. I think even with bonus tracks, this album's only 50 minutes. So when you remove the 10 minutes of bonus tracks, this track is only about 42 minutes. Rather than like the solid hour they put in before. So it is literally shorter. But even so, I think because there are these big powerhouse tracks that take up a third of the runtime, to then have these little extra bits thrown in, it makes it feel shorter because, they're not engaging you in the same way. You just had this really big A-side, and then the first track on the B-side is not as compelling. It's not working as hard. I think it's fine, but it was never going to elevate itself.
It's funny that you talk about the opening track of side 2 you'd think would be more compelling when I stream this, if I'm out or something. It always feels to me that the aubergine that ate Rangoon is the end of side 1 and Curb Crawler kicks off side 2. And it always takes me slightly by surprise when I put the vinyl on. That's not how it plays out, because the mood of side 1 would ease itself out through City of Lagoons and the aubergine that ate Rangoon. And then Curb Crawler would be that punchy thing that starts a new set of songs. Which brings us to Curb Crawler, I suppose, which is produced by Dave Gilmour of Pink Floyd fame.
Thank you. About to say, you said that in a way that I should have known something.
Dave Gilmour, Pink Floyd. And it's interesting because, of course, Powell wanted City of Lagoons to sound like Pink Floyd, and I've no idea whether Dave Gilmour producing Curb Crawler is linked to Powell wanting to make Pink Floyd type sounds. Curb Crawler was the lead single released from the album, and I don't think that Gilmour had anything to do with the rest of the album, but there's maybe some influence there perhaps. Because even back in 1976, obviously Dark Side of the Moon had happened, Wish You Were Here had happened. He would have been a man of some significance.
Curb Crawler sounds nothing like a Pink Floyd record,
no,
to me at least.
Apart from the female backing vocalists, perhaps. But that's, as you say, that's about it.
I did wonder where they came from, because like the piano, I don't feel like female backing vocals do a lot for the Hawkwind sound. I'm just going to come out and say I don't like this track. This track is not fun for me. It feels like it belongs more on the previous album. The bass line is the most Lemmy-ish that we get on this album, I think. It's more strummy, more aggressive, it's more leading. They actually lead with the bass line, which they don't often do. It reminded me of Orgon Accumulator because they start by just listing stuff that's on the car in the same way they did with Orgon Accumulator. They just told you what it did. There's something about this track which just sounds foreign and unsatisfying on this album. It doesn't sound like a Hawkwind track to me. I'm trying to figure out what it sounds like. For me, I'm not sure why it sounds American, the whole track, which I don't think Hawkwind are. I think Hawkwind lean into their Britishness with their accents, the way they play a lot of things, a lot of their subject matter and stuff. So for this track to suddenly come in and sound like it's trying to do a kind of Eagles sound to me for some reason, it just throws me, and not in an interesting way, because I don't think they're being ironic about this track. I feel like they're being kind of earnest about it, and the earnestness bothers me.
Yeah, no, it's a fair call. I mean, it's another kind of Hawkwind boogie, and Silver Machine aside, I'm not really a fan of when Hawkwind do these kind of Kings of Speed again, which I wasn't keen on. It's got some nice little bits to it, but there aren't enough of them, and they're not sustained enough for this to be a track that I really like. It's okay. Ironically, this side of the album needs it, because without this, there is really no energy on this side of the album. So it has a job to do. It's just that I don't really like it. I'm not really interested in Hawkwind writing songs about curb crawling and picking up prostitutes. You can leave that to Thin Lizzy.
You sort of get where I'm coming from, that it sounds like another band has come in and just borrowed their studio for a day.
Yeah, totally. It's just not the space. I mean, Hawkwind can be whatever they like. They can write whatever they like and whatever they feel, but it's not really what I want from them. And there are plenty of other bands that do this and do it better. So there.
So there, Hawkwind.
So we get to Nick Turner's track, the Nick Turner track on the album, and I believe Simon House as well. Kadu Flyer.
Like Steppenwolf, not in terms of content, in terms of just like the journey it goes on, this track is a lot more than you think it's going to be, or at least I thought it was going to be. I think this probably has the best use of piano in a Hawkwind track to date, in my opinion. This is the first time I've heard them play with the piano and not felt like it's completely out of place, so maybe there is a future for piano in Hawkwind that I like. We'll see. It's a track which starts out hippie and dreamy, then changes into something more kind of folky, then ends with the whole like desert strum and flutes and pipes and stuff that we've had before. So it goes a lot of different directions in the very short lifespan that it has. I go in and out of liking this track as it proceeds, which is strange because the first 3 lines of the song I like, and then the delivery changes, and for me it then goes a bit quaint to really fully enjoy it. Again, I think the delivery becomes more of an annoyance to me, and I don't like it so much. The lyrics feel a little bit harder to get into compared to the lyrics of the other tracks. I mean, even with the Curb Crawler, I know what they're saying and I know what it's achieving. Even if I'm not a massive fan of it, I know it and I get it. The other 2 tracks I also get. This one starts to get a bit weird about like, I am a Kadu flyer, but I'm climbing a mountain, but the mountain might be in my mind. It might be Everest. Everest is behind me, so which mountain is this? Like, oh my god, geographically, what is going on? I do like the fact that one line has it's got some nice safety advice in it. Never fly through a cloud if there's a mountain in it.
I have that written down as one of my favourite Hawkwind lyrics.
It's always good to get a bit of aviation safety advice into your songs whenever you can. Yeah, I like the jam at the end over the singing, personally. The start and the end, I kind of like. The bit in the middle is a bit whatever for me. But again, it's a track which draws your attention in, unlike what the Aubergine that Ate Rangoon did, because it does change so much. It feels more live. Obviously, when you have vocals in it, you have to listen to it more anyway. But I think it has a whole bunch going on and is an interesting track. It feels more Hawkwindy again, just like, bringing us back. Something a bit more experimental, taking some of their favourite stuff and just seeing if it squadges together. For me, it's a bit of a failed attempt, but there are some things in here that I do like. It is a track that also finishes compared to a lot of their other ones. They have this strange like reverse gong, which I'm not sure I like as an ending, but it is an ending, so I will give them credit for that, even if I'm not quite sure. It's the ending I would have chose.
It suffers just from being a bit bland, Kadu Flyer. And it kind of makes me a little sad to say that. This is, spoiler alert, this is the last thing that Nick Turner does with Hawkwind. He's gone after this album, which we get to. But I'm looking at Nick Turner, D-Rider and Brainstorm, and he's been such a part of classic Hawkwind rise, and he kind of represents so much the countercultural ethos of the band and everything, and it feels like going out on a little bit of a whimper for Nick Turner, which is a shame. I quite like the end of the track, as you say, that jam, but there's not enough in it. And again, we're hang gliding in Kathmandu, which is not what my head wants out of Hawkwind. Although, there's the little playing with being high as a kite or being high on a kite, to coin a phrase. But yeah, it's just a little bland for me. All the other tracks, even the ones that I kind of zone out during, have something a bit more interesting going on. So it's a bit of a shame. There are 7 tracks here, and if I was told I could only keep 6 of them, Kadu Fly is probably the one I'm getting rid of, which is harsh.
But you were asked hypothetically to do it, so you did it.
I did it. I had no choice in the matter. In the end of the day, I had to act, and I acted decisively.
Like heroes do.
Exactly like heroes do. Which leads us to the final track on the album, which is the Simon House track, Chronoglide Skyway, which is a title that for some reason I hate. I don't know why, I can't tell you why, but for some reason the title Chronoglide Skyway kind of just rubs me up the wrong way.
Huh. For me, it sounds like a Mario Kart level, like the difficult one in space that they always have. So that's my take on it, which means I don't hate it as much as you do. For me, the track and the music go well together. I feel like I can listen to this, and if someone told me it was called Chronoglide Skyway, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense to me. I actually really like this track. There's something really nice about it for me. I feel like it scratches the kind of early developmental electronic itch that I had when I was like 16 growing up listening to tracks like Melt by Left Field. It just has a lot of that warmth for me, and it's just strangely very personally evocative. You start with this kind of space wind that sets a kind of tone. It takes its time and then just breaks into this really lovely floaty melody. I'm not sure why, but it reminds me of playing old Spectrum cassette games when I was a kid. It was the very first thing I ever had that played games. My parents got it for me. I think it was a birthday present, and it had like an old light gun, and you put the games in and it would take like 10 minutes to load, and you had the whole kind of like kind of sound while it loaded for like 10 minutes, and then when it did you had to stop the cassette, and that kind of like taught you patience as a kid, those things. But this kind of music, I'm not sure why, but I think there are some kind of racing games or something that I used to play that had songs, probably nothing like this, but just in my brain that's just where this goes. It just reminds me of this kind of thing. It feels oddly nostalgic to me. It really reminds me of, like I said, Left Field, maybe like Orbital, something like that. It just has this very early electronic vibe that I really like. It's one of my favorite closing tracks that Hawkwind have done. It's a nice way of wrapping up the thoughts that they've kind of had in The Aubergine That Ate Rangoon and City of Lagoon. Some of those learnings have come to fruition in this. And when it comes on, like we said before, when I'm conscious of the time that the album takes up in my brain, it kind of goes track 1, track 2, track 7, with maybe like track 3 kind of helping out a little bit. But for me, like 1, 2, 7 is the way that this album works in my consciousness. When Hawkwind aren't doing 12-string lamentations or much more heavy, the world is on fire, cybernetic warlords are coming for your children, dystopianness, they occasionally go more in this direction, and I like it when they do it and when they do it well. And for me, this is like the encapsulation of this part of Hawkwind, which I'm starting to enjoy as they get more musically adept and as they start to embrace the synthy side of themselves. When we first got previous albums, the synth was there to kind of give them a little like twinkly element. Now they're massively involved and they're really starting to dictate play, again, at least on this album. And if Hawkwind had to go completely mental to make this one album, to get this track out of it, I'm completely fine with it, because to date this is one of my my favorite tracks.
Fair. Big fan. I'm not as much of a big fan. Interestingly, of course, like your early background has those electronic references in it and mine don't, so it's slightly more of a push for me to get there on that front. It's much more of a recent thing for me, those kind of electronic side of things. It's probably my favorite of the instrumentals. There's not an awful lot in it. It doesn't quite do enough to lift what is a fairly underwhelming side 2. Because Kadu Fly is fairly bland. Curb Crawler, we said, well, it has the energy, it packs a bit of a punch, but it's not great. And apart from the beginning of the Aubergine That Ate Rangoon, it doesn't do much for me. So Chronoglide Skyway, if it's going to save the second half of the album for me, needs to do something really quite excellent. And for you it does, and which is brilliant. For me, it never quite gets there. It's okay, it's pleasant. And I kind of feel I'm damning it with Faint Press saying it's pleasant. It sounds like something that if I'd done some music and I played it to someone, they went, that's pleasant, I'd be gutted. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like someone telling you that what you did is nice.
It's nice. Yeah, exactly. It's really hideous. You'd rather they went, I hate it, because at least you've made some deep emotional impact on them. But yeah, so I just find it kind of pleasant. Again, it doesn't mean I want to end the album early by just picking the needle up or anything. I'm quite happy to let it play out. But yeah, it doesn't connect with me or get the adrenaline going or get the kind of brain moving into different dimensions like so much Hawkwind does. It just kind of plays itself out. So for me, all of the really stronger points are early. It'd be interesting just playing with the idea of if you reorder the album. If Reefer Madness, which is clearly my favourite song on the album, one of my favourite songs anyway, if it was somewhere else on the album, I wonder if it would have an impact on the tracks around it. Whatever comes after Reefer Madness doesn't have to do as much the track that comes after Kadu Flyer. So I don't know really. Maybe it's the way that the album feels to me, just for my taste, is front loaded with the powerful stuff, and the second half of the album just kind of meanders its way out. It's interesting. This is the first time we've done it on a 1 or 2 tracks basis, but it's the first time that really something has connected with you much more than it's connected with me. And the first track, unmistakably, is Spirit of the Age.
Yeah, this is the first track which, as you quoted, the stories now feel more allegorical, or they are built on things which people are aware of, you know, that like going back to things like Adjust Me, sci-fi stuff, which was a bit outside the realms of the idea of like could be possible. Where, as you said, things like nuclear power, nuclear bombs, the idea of like what hath science wrought is much more popular now. Even like, you know, like when microwaves started coming into people's houses, the idea of actually we can make new things. Televisions are becoming more ubiquitous. Things have gone from black and white to color. I think at this point you start to get kind of grindhouse 3D movies and, you know, like even like labor saving devices, washing machines, you know, like the idea of like science making things has really like come up again and is really part of the consciousness. And the idea of like science can make these things which are great, but also science can make these things which are really damn scary is something which people can grasp hold of. So these stories become more relatable and therefore more scary. And the idea of a bomb destroying a city like it did with Hiroshima, you know, we saw that. The fact that that exists is more relatable than the idea of intergalactic time travel, 2-dimensional spaceships. So by bringing things down to something more relatable, they are hitting harder in terms of where they'll take your brain. And I really like Hawkwind when they grab a concept and then they play with it and then give you permission to either let it go or go on yourself, you know, and that for me is the definition of inspiration, you know, not something which is so far off that I can't put myself in it, nor so prescriptive that I feel I can't go anywhere. And Hawkwind, I've always feel hits that level, which I really like. And I think Spirit of the Age is an interesting one to start with. It's not going to break my habit of not liking their first track, but this is as close to a first track, which I think I've really liked, as they've got. So, you know, that's progress in a way. I think this track has a lot going for it. There's going to be something that I say in a few minutes' time, which is then going to be the kind of the wince moment. But the way this opens, like your record is speeding up that whoosh kind of sound, which immediately from nothing to that is a very quick like sonic attack in a way, which just instantly goes, okay, something's happening. It's immediately hits a kind of like sinister tone. You know, if you feel like you could hear that going through a panning shot of some sinister sci-fi laboratory where they're experimenting on things, it feels like The Thing or something like that. You then have that overly distorted radio, and, you know, an overly distorted radio immediately evokes things that shouldn't be happening. Either things are out of range, therefore you're just at the edge of safety, or it's you're tuning into something, so there's some clandestine spying thing there, or the idea that you're underground, therefore the waves are breaking up. You know, there's nothing good. No one's doing like a weather report with that much distortion. You know, no one's doing something banal. There's got to be something important going on. So that's cool. I feel like the music that then fades up, which becomes the track, is actually way more happy and kind of just chill after like the evil distorted radio. So that was always a bit of a disconnect for me. But it turns into this floaty track, which plods along for actually quite a while. It's like at least a minute and a half before the actual like lyrics kick in. But then the first line we get out of the whole album is, "I would have liked you to have been deep frozen too." Which, again, if you just stop there and unpack that, there's just like a lot. Something that Hawkwind are really good at doing is creating opening lyrics which immediately put you in a place that you can understand. I would like you to have been deep frozen too indicates that the person speaking has been deep frozen. It gives you an idea of then why. So they're probably on a journey, or they're probably like being safe somewhere. The fact that the other person hasn't means that there's immediately a disconnect in both time and place. And then they start to unpack that as well, where they say like, you know, you'll be 60 by now and you'll be dead by the time I return to Earth. So these people are in space. But again, they got froze, which immediately feels more real because we understand now that going through space takes time. I'm not on a 2-dimensional ship, which can literally go through multi-dimensional places. This was a journey. This feels more real. This is more like 2001, you know, where you're in a big kind of ship that's going to take years rather than I'm there. then this becomes like a kind of like a letter to two people. Like when it says you, I don't feel like they're saying you like me. It feels more like I'm listening to someone dictate a letter to someone else. And there was a relationship there. And I like the phrase then, but your father refused to sign the forms to freeze you. I like the fact that Hawkwind can get a kind of like feeling of sci-fi being boring, like there's bureaucracy, or like, like, oh no, I had to sign a form, like the idea of space travel and being signed, but then also having to fill in paperwork is again like this strange dissonance that I feel like only Hawkwind really do. Because again, it adds a sense of realism. But it's funny that becomes like a lyric, because that's not the kind of thing, people don't normally talk about filling in forms. But then the enjoyment of the track is then sideswiped by this annoying lyric where the writer of the letter says, I wish I could remember you how you were still underage. And that is a lyric which is problematic, especially in the age that we're listening to it now. And I know it's kind of like a flippant thing, but in its flippancy is almost more annoying. I don't know who wrote this. This wasn't Moorcock, was it?
No, this is Calvert, Robert Calvert.
Fair enough. I mean, it feels like a Moorcock lyric just because he's the one who I feel awkwardly sexualizes Hawkwind in a way which I have never enjoyed. So, for this to be there, it's just kind of like a cringe lyric. And I find it a little bit hard to... it's a bit like that We're Tired of Making Love. It's like, I don't think there was a reason for it to be there. I don't know what it's doing. And it only serves to annoy me. So that is a problem for me, which means that it's very difficult to like the track because it taints itself.
It's really interesting that you bring that up. We didn't really compare notes on this. I listened to this album months ago, just on a whim, but I really listened to the words in a way I hadn't really done before because, as I said, Hawkwind lyrics generally just serve as a kind of ambient background. And I suddenly picked up on that line. And maybe it's the age we live in. I hadn't played it for quite a long time. But it struck out to me, and I instantly had exactly the same response you've just spoken about. Oh, I wish that wasn't there. That's untidy. And I then thought, I wonder if Matt's going to pick on that. And then I thought, no, Matt's definitely going to pick on that. Because Matt actually, in listening to the album as deeply as he does, goes through the lyrics. He's going to pick up on this. And I started to think about it, and I had to think it through, almost like think through a process in order to kind of accommodate it, which was similar to you in... I kind of wish that wasn't there. It doesn't really need to be there. You could say anything at that point. I actually wondered whether it had ever generated any controversy. And I tapped up Joe Banks and said, look, in your research, was this ever picked up on? And he said, actually, no, it wasn't. It was even quoted as a line in a review without any judgment being passed. And I came to see it as it being a science fiction story about somebody else. There's a lot of very troubling 1970s lyrics about people having sex with underage women. The Rolling Stones do it, Led Zeppelin do it, both in songs I like, but wish the words were otherwise. And we're not talking anything on the Ted Nugent scale of hideousness, but I think the fact that it's a story about someone else, and the stories that you write about someone else, that someone else doesn't necessarily have to be a saint. So you can kind of get by, but at the same time, in exactly the same way as you, We're Tired of Making Love, I just kind of wish it wasn't there. We're on the same track with this.
Yeah, I feel like it's gratuitous. It doesn't help the story. I guess for me, the most generous reading of that I can give is that, like, the spaceman is thinking of this other person as underage, and so maybe not having been with anyone else. So the idea that, like, the mythos of the pure maiden is there. And I was wondering if they were trying to maybe get that into one line. If so, I feel like I could kind of let it go then. But then, I feel like Hawkwind doubles down on this, and they talk about having an android sex doll version of this person.
I shouldn't even be laughing.
Is that, but like, is that underage too? But is it okay if it's an android? But if an android is deliberately created to be a depiction of an underage person, is that still not cool? Even though the android is technically only maybe like a few years old, technically, because it got manufactured. Like there's a whole bunch to unpack here, and none of it is fun to do because it just makes you feel like a creep for doing it.
Yeah, but isn't it interesting that these lyrics make you interrogate the scene and your thoughts about it in a way which is actually now, 45 years later, actually a clear and present issue. The world that we work in, we see this happening with robotics, digital humans, personalities. I've actually seen this like a university panel, like Oxford, etc., discuss this very issue with the advances in sex robots and kind of what this means for society. I think it's actually kind of amazing that one or two lines that Calvert writes back in 1977 give rise to these conversations, which are truly momentous societal conversations.
I completely agree, and I think that there's a lot of mid-80s Japanese work, like things like Ghost in the Shell, and going up even to contemporary times with the solid state societies that they do. Even things like Ex Machina, which only came out really a few years ago. This is going to be a philosophical thing for us, for sure. That idea of what does age and sexuality and love and that kind of thing in an age of replicant humans and that kind of thing, and the idea of can you put your consciousness into a human? What does that mean for things? I feel like that is going to be something that we're going to discuss more and more. So the fact it's kind of being discussed now is cool. I just don't like the way that it's done with this kind of flippancy that the Hawkwind have done. So yes, you could totally take this thing and unpack it, and it has been unpacked in lots of different ways.
It does get very dark, and in the work that I do, which is all in emerging technologies, this is stuff I've read about, and if it's of interest, they are fascinating and troubling times ahead.
So to pull us out of this quandary, the second half of the track, post that lyric, is really nice and completely different. This becomes an entirely different exploration where I feel like this is when it switches. I feel like everything that was said before was like a letter to someone, but then I feel like the singer switches and starts talking to you, the listener. It becomes this kind of like thought exercise again, like, I'm a clone, what does this mean? And this bit for me is gloriously written. Again, I think before in the previous album, we said like things like Steppenwolf made me feel like Calvert has arrived in the band. This for me is that kind of feeling where Calvert has really like got into the fabric of its DNA. There's some glorious lines in this. I feel like as well, the diction changes. The letter part, it's not sung, it's kind of dictated, but in a very staccato, almost like android kind of way. And then when the focus changes, it becomes more human. There's more emphasis. There's a little bit more singing, even though it's still fairly spoken rather than sung. The passion suddenly comes out. There's a fantastic line here of, there is no choice between us. If you had ever seen us, you'd rejoice in your uniqueness, which I really like. That is an amazing lament. The idea of, I am one of 20 other people. We've all been doing the same thing, which then makes me feel like, are there 20 other people that they're all writing this to? Do they all have sex robots? Do they share one? What's going on? I don't know. It's weird. But, but the idea of like cloning someone to go out into space, we don't know why, we don't know what for, we can only speculate, but that becomes part of the interesting thing about like, I can now have that idea. In this story, we start to talk about what does it mean to be a clone? What does it mean to feel like you don't have that individuality? Even that they say here, the idea of any weakness that you have is actually something that they would love because it would give them any kind of identity or individuality. Like even if it was something that would be seen as debilitating, that would actually make them unique. So the idea of almost wanting to have something bad happen to you just to create a feeling of individuality is another very dark thought, but again, a very human thought. The idea of not wanting to be a drone, the idea of wanting to have your individuality noticed and celebrated, is the definition of love and friendship, isn't it? The idea that someone would look at you and say, yes, you are an interesting person. Out of the 7 billion people in the world, I will do activities with you, is gratifying and is nice. And the idea of losing that is probably someone's definition of hell.
I couldn't agree more. The word genius is massively overused in the world, along with words like awesome. How's your cheeseburger? It's awesome. Well, no, it isn't, because if it were, you would be on your knees with your arms in the air, openly weeping. I genuinely think that there is genius in the writing of these lyrics. And the only other musician I like a lot of musicians who I genuinely think is a genius, is Frank Zappa. Those lines that you said, if you had ever seen us, you'd rejoice in your uniqueness and consider every weakness something special of your own. I genuinely see genius in that. And at the end, the last line of this, oh, for the wings of any bird other than a battery hen. Even just saying those words on this podcast gives me goosebumps. I think that is an astounding piece of lyricism. And it's also interesting as to what we said at the beginning of the show, that we've spent this time analysing this track, and what we've been analysing is the words. And that is the beauty, I think, of this track and of this album.
The way that the lyrics are delivered works with the theme of the track.
Yep.
But I feel like if they'd been delivered in a more conventionally sing-songy way, you'd understand them maybe a bit more. So to have such a great lyric and to couch it in such a muffled, monotone way is crazy. Because you feel like if you wrote that line, you'd be like, I'm going to shout this from the rooftops. It's, like 7 by 7 or something. No, we're going to go down and I'm going to say this and everyone's going to listen to it. It's like, nope.
Yeah, the smallness of the delivery magnifies its poignancy, I think.
And also just to bring it back to being Hawkwindy, like the Spirit of the Age chant feels very like, you shouldn't do that kind of feeling of the repetition, the work. Like, the music itself is nice, actually. It rolls along. Unfortunately, I did say nice, which means that it's, like it is only like 5 out of 10. And it probably is, it's a 5 out of 10 bit of music. It's perfectly fine. It carries itself over. It's kind of fine. But yeah, the lyrics are the thing which really make this an event. And again, it doesn't feel like a song. It's not a pop song. It is a story set to music, which actually I think goes on a lot of these tracks. These are little musical stories.
Agreed. Well, I don't know if you can hear that sound, but that is the sound of a sacred cow breathing a huge sigh of relief as it narrowly escapes its fate. Because Spirit of the Age is one of the pillars of Hawkwind songbook. It's a big crowd favourite, basically. You can imagine it kind of being a Hawkwind family sing-song. And so it goes. So a good start, particularly from a lyrical point of view. And it takes us somewhere pretty dark. Damnation Alley.
Yeah, this I really like because it's dark, but again, couched in a way where if you're not paying attention, you would think it's actually really fun. It's another long intro. The radio comes back in, the kind of like the howling wind comes back in, which I kind of liked because given the annoying, problematic part of the first track of the album, I kind of felt like I could almost pretend this was the first track because it has a nice intro to it. And then I'm like, cool, I like this track. I think the first time I listened to this, again, not being able to get every single lyric, I wasn't quite sure where it was going. And I thought, oh, this is surprisingly upbeat for Hawkwind. And it wasn't until, again, I really listened to it properly that I realized that this is a song that revels spectacularly in its own irony, which I think is a really cool thing for it to be able to do. To take the US open road trucking kind of song, like the way that the chords work, the upbeat feeling of the whole thing, and then twist that into an apocalyptic drive through destroyed America is a great bit, again, of cognitive dissonance. And I'm sure that was even better during the time. It feels like Mad Max or something, I feel like this person is having a kind of a good time in a way where they've accepted their apocalypse. You know what I mean? It's like that mixed with Zombieland or something, that idea of we've gone through so many apocalyptic films, we may as well just have some fun with it now. So this idea of this person in again, a great delivery of 8-wheeled anti-radiation tomb is a great idea. It feels very Mad Max. I feel like someone's got like a big truck, has just welded spikes and stuff, all the way to it in a kind of like, Mad Max Carmageddon kind of way. And it's just driving through what's left of America, but it's like, if I'm still alive, I'm going to be enjoying this as much as I can, and this is my song. I think that the way this rolls along is the first time where you're really introduced to the rest of the bandmates. The bass here is more like old Lemmy kind of feeling, like you can hear it a lot more, like it's got like a big like sort of thumping twang to it. The bass line actually walks up and down a lot and really hits the chord changes, which is really nice. It's almost like it's not the drums that do the fills, it's actually the bass kind of like comes up, hits that note, and then wanders back down again. And I really like that feeling that we're on this up feeling all the time. It just adds to the fun of the piece and just adds to the pace of the piece, but I think is also then very faithful to the kind of music. So it's very well studied in order to subvert it as well as it does. Which then brings me into the second half of this track, which, just like Steppenwolf, makes me feel like I'm really glad that this part of Hawkwind hasn't gone anywhere. I was worried after so many people left in this band genocide that happened at the end of the last album. And I think that Steppenwolf, the band, enjoyed. So the fact that this kind of works again is fine. There aren't so many long meandering instrumentals in this album at all. So obviously that bit is kind of gone. But this breakdown, like they did with Steppenwolf, is absolutely glorious. It just rolls along and then just falls into itself. The organ out of nowhere, it was just like the very first time I heard it, that was a real just like hairs up. There's just something that does it for me. When that's done well, I absolutely love. And this track It's great. I've been listening to it again. The bass, it has a long tail to it as it goes along. And then as it breaks down, the decay of the bass cut till it becomes like tiny little stabs. And then this organ comes in and the bass and the organ just come together and just hit these notes, which are just absolutely sublime. Every time it comes on, I'm just so happy. I have to stop what I'm doing and just listen to it and really appreciate it. And then it rolls on and the bass, the notes in it are so satisfying as the organ just kind of like layers on top. And then in comes the violin, and whoever is playing the violin...
Simon House.
Right. Simon House is not getting paid enough for the amount of value that he brings to the band for me. I just like every time he's been playing, like the last album, this album, whenever that violin comes in, it just gets me. There's something about the way that they layer it over is just always so serene and really, really gorgeous. It's funny how this breakdown makes me forget the rest of the track until it comes back again for the reprise. I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't a different track. This is the same track. So for it to be like a big, long exploration, have this really fun, well, you know, fun in quotes, delivery, where they're even listing all the places in America which aren't there anymore. And I feel like listing places in America, again, is very of the style. So again, taking that and instead of being like, you know, on my way to Chattanooga or whatever, it's like, nope, Chattanooga isn't there anymore. It's like a great twist, again, on the expectations. I don't think I have a criticism for this track. I just think that it's absolutely gorgeous and just probably one of my favorite things that they've done.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Joe Banks actually says something great in his book, Days of the Underground, about the bridge in the middle section of this, where he says, as the machine breaks down, House appears like a master mechanic to save the day, extemporizing around a block of organ chords, his keening violin combining gorgeously with the driving rhythms. Damnation Alley lacks the fuzzy logic and cosmic density of their earlier output, but its sleek lines and curves are confident and purposeful. This is a band moving forward still, paralleling both punk's directness and the contemporary krautrock's growing sophistication. Which I think kind of says it all. It is a brilliant thing. Simon House, like, honestly don't think in all the music I like that there is any violin in rock music that I actually look forward to in the same way that I'm excited about Simon House and his playing. It's no surprise he went on to play with people like David Bowie. Like, the man is a class act and really brings the vibes. Again, the lyrics are wonderful, and this time the lyrics are kind of wonderful because of the meter and the way they really kind of fit the meter he's singing in, such as, you know, no more Arizona, now Phoenix is fried up, Oklahoma City, what a pity it's gone. Are just words that I look forward to hearing, basically. So yeah, totally with you. This is a brilliant piece of Hawkwind music. And one that, with the kind of extended breakdown, this one never outstays its welcome. It's kind of there. It does its job perfectly for quite a long time, and it doesn't feel like a long time because it's kind of perfect and to the point.
The lyrics are written to the music really nicely. This goes back to things like you shouldn't do that, or like even just like you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. There's a feeling of like almost like you're sounding like an old railway engine or something when you do it, you know, like the chanting. The lyrics never feel like they are not integrated, you know, and the fact that so much of this hits the beats and there's a very definite measure of staccato pointing through all this, even the way it's delivered. Like if you try and sing along with this, you're out of breath. It's really hard to do.
Yeah.
Armor-plated angel, motor, pony, express. Those have been selected so those syllables hit in that really staccato way, which is just really nice.
Doing that live, running around on stage, must have been insanely hard.
With a sword as well.
With a sword, indeed. So you would never criticize him for it. It then goes into something of a very, very different tone and feel, but which feels like something of a coda or an epilogue to the previous track, which is Fable of a Failed Race.
Which I was not expecting on this record. After the people who had gone, I thought maybe wouldn't get this, but there's singing on this, so maybe they were like, that's the compromise. It's like, you can do your ponderous spacey thing that we've done before so long as I get to sing over it.
Yeah, we've never heard Calvert do this before, have we? He's always had that kind of punky spoken staccato delivery, but here he is actually singing and emoting.
Yeah, and it feels very emotive. This one, I really had to look up the lyrics because I thought there has to be something going on here. There aren't many lyrics, but all these lyrics are fantastic. Again, this for me is like one of those sci-fi allegories that we could say. It's got the same spacey vibes as Spiral Galaxy or Chrono Guide Skyway to me, so it hits me in the right kind of spot sonically. But when the lyrics start to layer over, there is this wistfulness in the tone. The delivery of the vocals has this sadness, but also a kind of feeling of acceptance in a way. And when you listen to the lyrics themselves, all of that just tells a fantastic story. Every line influences the next. Even the idea of like once was green and is all now sand, the sand buried them up, so it's not just like, oh, it's sand, that sucks, because sand's like, infertile and lame. It's like, no, sand is also a trap. And then this symbolic idea of like being buried up to your eyes, so all you can do is look up, and then maybe I have hope, but then shadow came for our sight and left us to conspire with night. I was wondering whether or not like that meant that like something like took their sun away, or maybe it physically removed their eyes. I don't think it really matters, but that idea of something happening and either it just happened naturally or they brought it upon themselves, but everything that they had that was lush and green and verdant and great got turned into something disastrous.
To me, this actually is directly a follow-on from Damnation Alley. Like, to me, Damnation Alley is this post-apocalyptic landscape, but it's kind of exciting and people bombing around in the big tanks and this guy's having kind of fun with it, as we expressed. And it's kind of exciting. This feels like it's like thousands of years hence and is very melancholic. Like, look what we did. This used to be green. And there's that sense of it to me. So it's beautiful to me in terms of the sequencing of the album that this follows directly after Damnation Alley.
Yeah, the fact it's called Fable of a Failed Race sets up the point of it. There is something around the idea of what was great was lost, and the loss of it became something that physically trapped us. Again, whether or not that's like metaphorically they were trapped, or whether or not they, literally trapped. So all they could do was look up as they were trapped. And then even that hope from the sky actually only brought something else, like shadow wings sounds like a kind of like a predator or something came for them. So there was a feeling of like when something really bad happened, they weren't in a position to protect themselves because of what they'd done to themselves. So they'd set themselves up for this terrible fate. And it's sad, but like I said, it's delivered in a way which sounds almost accepting, which makes me feel like maybe these people, this failed race, did something that they like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. Like, this is our fault. It wasn't a natural disaster, or it wasn't a warring army. It was like, maybe it was something like an atom bomb kind of thing where they just did something terrible and they're like, we are now the architects of our own destruction, and now something else has happened that we maybe would have been able to deal with before, but we can't because now we're stuck. And being stuck means that we are unable to defend ourselves. The conspire is a nice word at the end, to conspire with night. It doesn't mean they're at peace with it. Conspire almost feels like maybe they're going to become the next evil thing because night has arrived. Maybe they have to fight with it, but conspire means that they're kind of on its side. So again, this maybe feels like maybe that's the accepting tone. It's like maybe they were scared at the beginning and now they're like, we've been doing this for a long time. There's this feeling for this a little bit like almost like early Star Trek or something. How like, the ship would arrive on a planet and something weird would happen, but someone would say, we've been doing this for thousands of years. So you're like, oh, well, it's a tradition and we've just arrived and now we're going to hear your story and try and help solve it in 45 minutes. This feels a little bit like that, like us as a listener have happened on a failed race, and this is their song about everything that's happened to them. This is like, let us tell you about our civilization in 8 lines, squidge, and now it's just us to try and like unpack all that. But there's a lot to unpack, and it's really nicely delivered.
Absolutely, and the sense of melancholy in the words is beautifully underpinned musically.
Yeah, the only thing that gave maybe a feeling of hope was the idea of conspiring with night felt like a reference to the logbook, the first page of which is about that person who is stuck in a self-perpetuating night. And, he's trapped in darkness, and, that idea of them coming to the realization that maybe something can be done about this. And they say, let there be light, and there is. That idea of like reconjuring the light, that idea of remembering what it's like to be happy and have light and be able to try and force that back into reality. When I read the word conspire, I was thinking like, maybe they aren't trapped. Maybe there is a way for them to reattain salvation if they remember what it's like to have the light. And then that will be their conspiracy. They'll conspire with night in order to make light happen once again. So maybe they're not as failed as we think they are.
That's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting also how the lyrics are such that you get the same vibe and feel out of it, but you can interpret them very differently. My take was always that the failed race was us. It was a lament for humanity, and the conspire with night was basically going, this is something that we had our own part in, rather than something that was done to us.
Like the first track, maybe these are the people who went from Earth to try and settle somewhere else, but messed it up, and now they're stuck where they are. You know, there's ways you can do that, and you can definitely attribute it to humanity. I just like to dissect it from a more allegorical kind of way.
And the words let you do that. The words totally let you do that. So that rounds out side 1, which is a pretty good side by anybody's standards. Definitely some great stuff to get into there. We put the needle down on side 2, and we hit a completely different tone. This is about as poppy as Hawkwind get, and it is the title track, Quark, Strangeness and Charm.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might be a sacred cow as well, and it's one which is one which is not going to survive as well as the other one, at least for me. It starts with a like a slid bass note, and there's something about that bass note that tells me everything I need to know about this track. I don't think I can think of anything which starts with a slid guitar note that doesn't then end up being a little bit dumb. It sounds like the same thing that like that Dick Dale track, the one that's on Pulp Fiction, where it goes do and then you have the same kind of slide, and I'm just like, that track's poppy and silly, and it just made me feel like the same kind of thing. I likened this to half I Like Driving in My Car by Madness and half Lily the Pink by The Scaffold, which is not a combination I feel is going to do anyone any favors. The point of the song is kind of lost to me. I know it's, again, imaginative and silly and weird, but I find this one a lot harder to get into. I think the problem for me is that strangeness and charm are two personal attributes, or attributes to personality that you can have. And Quark is an object, like, you know, it's a thing. It's like a subatomic particle. So like having two personality traits and then an object is weird, even if it's a more scientific object. I mean, you could say bread, strangeness and charm for all the sense it makes to me. And I think that's the thing that really like doesn't help this for me. I can't interpret this in a way which makes me happy to understand why Quark is there as the the main leading point in this song. And so that's what trips me up constantly.
Fair. I mean, it is definitely is a novelty. To me, it's Calvert in particular just having a lot of fun.
Right.
And the kind of music supporting that. It's not something we've really heard from Hawkwind. I'm trying to think back, but I think this is very different territory for Hawkwind, not one they inhabit very often. I liked it from the off, but then I've had this album for a long, long time. It was one of the first ones I got, and probably to young me, this is a very accessible track. All the tracks on the album, this is one that you get because you don't have to think too hard. And therefore, I've grown up liking the album. So it's the track because of that. Because it's very different now, I think, coming at it from the point of view that you do, which, let's face it, it's the point of the pod. So it's kind of fascinating that it rather sticks out in a mood-breaking way between the depth of what we've had before. It's good, I think, where they put it on the album, because I think on side 1 it would have been completely disingenuous. And at least as a kickoff to side 2, it's almost like the song that gets played in the interval between the two halves of the album, because it gets pretty serious from here again after this, and pretty deep. So I totally get where you're coming from. I do again like the cleverness of the lyrics. You know, he had a long moustache to put on, it was yellow. It's a line that always makes me smile. And I like it, but it definitely doesn't carry like weight or gravitas as a lot of the other tracks do. But I definitely feel better about it than you do, but I do get where you're coming from.
There's vocal flair, for sure. There's some nice rhymes in it. There is some fun with it. And I'm sure that there's someone listening to the podcast now shouting at their speakers saying, look, it's just fun. It's just a bit of fun. Just like chill with it. And I say, that's fine. But it's not my fault that Hawkwind just put 3 very heavy tracks at the beginning that require detailed listening and then put this in it. When if I'm in that frame of mind and I apply the same logic to it, it's not my fault if I then come up with something that's unsatisfying to me. And you're right. Like they said with the review, sometimes Calvert's insane sense of humor takes over, and I think it's fine. But this track for me is the equivalent of him appearing with a stuffed bird. You know, I'm like, fine, you can do that, but I'm not enjoying it in the same way that you are. I feel like he is having an awful lot of fun, but I feel like not that he's having fun at my expense, but he's having fun and I don't get the joke. I think the one thing that's good about this track is that it's actually mercifully short. You know, it's only like 3 or so minutes. You know, if this went on for like 8 minutes, like they have been known to do, then I would be really annoyed with it. But the fact it's short, I'm like, yeah, fine. It's a bit of a jam. I was wondering even whether or not this track was trying to be the next Silver Machine, just because I feel like the production is high. There's lots of instrumentation. It's super fun. I feel like this would be radio friendly. Okay, the lyrics are still weird, but it's almost like Hawkwind saying, look, society, we'll meet you halfway. Let us have strange lyrics and a weird idea. If we give you a bit of a groovy jam to do it to, are you happy with that? And I'm wondering whether or not they tried to do that and it didn't really work, but that would be my suspicion.
I would absolutely say that you're 100% right in them looking for another Silver Machine, because I think they kept trying to look for another Silver Machine ever since Silver Machine and totally failed to do it at every turn.
Yeah, because Silver Machine was great, but the fact it did so well was they found Lemmy and, you know, they tried to do it so much, they eventually made it work. I don't think it's good when Hawkwind try and write a hit. I think that it comes over as them trying a bit hard, and I feel like this track feels kind of try hard.
No, I think that's fair.
The one thing that is nice about this track, though, is that this gives the rhythm section a chance to really, like, shine. The drums had a good go in Damnation Alley, but I feel like this rhythm section has a lot of energy in it. You know, it's filled with claps and cymbals and that kind of stuff. So if anything that's nice about this, it really does carry itself well, and the rhythm section really helps drive it.
Well said. Let's end on a note of positivity for Quark, Strangeness and Charm. I love it, but I totally understand where you're coming from. And it'd be interesting to see what anybody out there listening has to say about it.
Anyone is welcome to fight me in the comments section about that one. That's fair enough. And I would love to be proved wrong if someone does have like an interpretation, or if enough people say, stop interpreting it, this is just a fun one that they put on the album. The way that Hawkwind have arranged albums before, I'm completely fine with that. I just feel like if we're analysing it like we are, this one doesn't stand up to the same level of scrutiny as the other tracks. And also, I don't think it's it's not so fun that I let it get away with not being that.
Just because it's intended to be a bit of fun doesn't necessarily mean that you have to find it fun and that you have to enjoy it. It's all, at the end of the day, completely subjective, and things kind of connect with you or they don't. With this one, the impact has to be immediate. It's like a joke that you either laugh at or you don't really understand. Retelling the joke because you didn't get it makes it less funny than it was the first time, unless you do what Stuart Lee does and you just keep retelling it for half an hour, so that the act of retelling it badly just makes it funny. So I think this is one of those things that you hear it and you love it, or you hear it and it doesn't work for you and it's concise and short and it only has one note to play, and you either dig it or you don't, and that's totally fair.
The one thing that I will give it for is that I think it's probably the only track which is like an Einstein diss piece. I don't think anyone has ever gone for Einstein over his looks.
It's a little unfair because Einstein is not in a position where he has the right of reply. I would have enjoyed Einstein's lengthy white paper on exactly why he had in fact scored with many girls and would continue to do so. Thank you very much. We get from this light-hearted behaviour into probably, I would say, in terms of subject matter, one of the heaviest songs that Hawkwind have done, because it is very direct, it is very of the time, the kind of issues that were going on at the time, it's still going on today, it is very prescient, which is Hassan Isaba. And I'm going to tee this up with a couple of things. Firstly, a beautiful piece here that Joe Banks talks about Hassan Isaba, when he says, the finger bells and quasi-Arabic violin at the start of Hassan Isaba may be blatant exoticism, but they conjure images of Bedouin tents and veiled harems nonetheless. There's some teasing foreshadowing of the song's main theme, some villainous organ, and then its big Eastern-flavoured riff crashes in. Calvert chants frenziedly over the top, conflating an ancient Islamic warrior creed with the present-day Middle East of oil feeds, petrodollars, and Black September. His analysis isn't exactly nuanced, but it's a potent reminder of 70s headlines about the oil crisis, the Yom Kippur War, Palestinian terrorism, and endless plane hijackings, all of which retain a queasy prescience today. Now, Black September is referred to there, and anybody who wasn't news aware in the 70s might not know what this term is. Matt particularly wasn't aware. I was obviously far too young to be aware of this. So for anyone who doesn't know, Black September is also known as the Jordanian Civil War, which was a conflict fought in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan between the Jordan Armed Forces and the Palestine Liberation Organization in 1970. It is also the name adopted by a militant Palestinian organization which was founded around the same time. And if anybody knows the story of the Munich massacre, where the Israeli athletes and the West German policemen who were killed during the 1972 Summer Olympics, they were carried out by Black September. So it's just kind of worth knowing why Calvert shouts Black September through this track. He doesn't explain it or expand on it at all. He just shouts Black September, but that's why. So that takes us into Hassan-e Saba. And Matt, how did you come to this?
Removing context for a second, sonically, I think this track is really my kind of track. It's the first time we felt this vibe since we heard Magnu, I feel like. You know, Magnu had some of that eastern desert rock kind of stuff before. This is that even more so. And as your quote said, that idea of the kind of, I called it xylophone, but yeah, finger bells, that kind of thing, like, it immediately adds a sense of sinister theatricality to the track, which, like you said, instantly evokes feelings of deserts and of, like, for me, it's night skies with twinkling lights and that idea of people like moving through endless wastelands and that kind of thing. I like the instruments used to make this. I like the lilt and the sway of the tracks. I do find that kind of sound really great. There's a reason why desert rock is something we bonded over. There's, you know, that idea of the minor keys, the kind of like ending on these kind of like drawn, more sinister feeling notes. For me, this has proto Tool, Porcupine Tree, Opeth, that kind of feeling that we've talked about before. I can really feel the influence of this kind of thing on more contemporary acts. Also, the mystical intro with the finger bells and the fiddle and everything. The transition to the guitar is really nice. We set the tone, and now we're going to bring in our rock part. Is really nice. It's really effective. You know, like there's an instant kind of head nod to it. Even if like the subject matter is still kind of like very heavy, the music itself carries itself, you know, really nicely. If this was just an instrumental, I think it would still be really good, you know, and I think that's a tribute to the track. The way things are delivered feels very like the original Hawkwind stuff. Again, I'm going to say you shouldn't do that again, but that feeling of like the chanting, the rhythmic repetition of all this has that very kind of classic, well-rehearsed Hawkwind feel to it. I love the echo on the snare drum. It just adds this pounding rhythm to the whole piece. It just has this feeling of like moving forward, that bang, which just has this tail to it. Yeah, solid riff, roaring drums, well sung, rhythmic chanting. I feel like the only thing it's missing to somehow make it like a full Hawkwind track is having any kind of synth influence on it at all, but this is completely synth removed, which is rare now for Hawkwind. So to have this feeling very rocky maybe feels a bit more punk, because I feel like most punk records are normally like someone shouting, someone with a guitar, someone with half a drum kit, and you're done. They didn't have the budget normally to be able to get and plug and balance a synthesizer. In terms of the content, I didn't know who Hassan-e Saba was. I had to Google that to find out he was a, mystical assassin from a long time ago. Given the fact that the Afghan war is just quote unquote ended, even though it, kind of hasn't, it's just entered stage 3. This is an interesting time to be listening to this, just because of that idea of like talking about infidels, talking about oil, talking about the Western pillage of the Arab countries. Yeah, it's much more poignant now. I guess like a Western band being critical, therefore, of the West. I can imagine that was pretty controversial then, in the same way it's kind of controversial now. Listening to this now, we've kind of gone through that kind of like, there was a kind of like a 90s, early 2000s thing where like all the films had Arabian terrorists, but then like the New York Times articles comes out, the documentaries come out, people like chill out for a second. 9/11 was a long time ago. People realized that was much more complex than anyone thought. It wasn't just like, yeah, we're going to attack this country for no reason. Everyone has a lot more information, so like people are a lot more critical of it. So to listen to this now, it feels more like Hawkwind were on the right side of history.
Yeah, very much so. It doesn't really expound on the concepts that he's putting forward in the track. It's just kind of obvious from the music. This is one of those cases where the music does the job of expanding on the lyrics. You know what the feeling is because this is what the music does. It's interesting also, earlier you referenced Adrian Shaw's bass as kind of giving you thoughts of Lemmy, because this I think is the most bass-driven track that Hawkwind have done for many albums. The massive burst, jolt of adrenaline that you get when this first kicks in, but then in particular when it kicks back in at the end after the breakdown in the middle, is all to do with that rolling bass. And for that reason, I think it's a huge live track, as you can imagine. In fact, you remembered a little bit from vague memories of it being played at one of the gigs that you went to. It's still a huge live track. Incredibly, they went through a phase in the 80s of introducing this track as Assassins of Allah, which again is something I'm not sure you would do today. But a absolutely brilliant track with another fantastic piece of Simon House violin. It's incredible to think of a song that's as kind of as aggressive and driven as this. Yeah, this is definitely one of the standout pieces, not just of this album, but of Hawkwind in general, I think.
Full of cows, this album, actually.
Full of cows. Yep, this is a field, definitely, this album. It takes us to something interesting, which is another of those little interludes that Hawkwind have of instrumental music. And this actually feels slightly industrial, which I guess is a giveaway from the title The Forge of Vulcan.
Yeah, I thought this track was almost to make up for the lack of synth in the previous track. They're like, sorry, we didn't have any synth in that track. Here's a lot of it right away. But no, I love the sound of this synth. It's smooth, it's flowing, it's characterful. It just sounds rich and gorgeous. Yeah, this track is very me, but just with my electronic sensibilities. I was listening to this thinking like, this is gorgeous. I think also this feels like the first time that Hawkwind is like experimenting maybe with synthesized drums. There's a kind of filtered skittering sound at the top, which sounds a little bit like noise or like wind, but it's cut up. So it sounds almost like it's a little hi-hat pattern. And I'm pretty sure that that was made by high passing some kind of synth and sequencing it. So it feels like it's the first time that they've really experimented with synthesized percussion, which is interesting. And then I love the fact that that is then counterpointed with the metal clang, which is obviously real. You can feel those two things being hit together. You know, I guess there's like a mix of the idea of forging, the idea of metal hitting, and that clang, just, I love it. It's just a bit like, I think in the last album, I was saying that there are those two chords which were just pulling that track together, which I liked. Here again, it just feels like it's just dang, 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 dang. There's a rhythm to it, which again, you can get into. For me, repetitive electronic music is like my favorite thing still. So the fact that this adds that kind of like repetitive beat to it, it's just really nice. I love the fact it offsets so nicely the organic sound with the synthesized sound. I always think there's a really nice counterpoint to that. And this track just builds and builds. You know, the richer chords come in, they build, they just sear through the piece. They're large, they're textural. They just like add these strong like layers of sound. It's almost like you can pick apart the kind of striations of this track, almost like a piece of like sedimentary rock. As you cut into it, you can just see how everything just layers and layers and layers to make this amazing just feeling at the end. It's not very long, but it's absolutely exactly the right length it needs to be to kind of make me feel like I want to play it again. Yeah, this track right after the other one is just a great Hawkwind sandwich of just like, this is us when we do rock really well, this is us when we do synth really well. We split them up, but they kind of make this great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, very much so. And a really nice little synth loop going on in here. It's so easy to make synth loops. It's so hard to make synth loops that sound brilliant in the context and really deliver the context you're trying to work them in.
I think it was this track that actually inspired me to put Don't You Know, the Jan Hammer track, into the sessions.
Oh, right.
This loop is faster, but if you took this loop, slowed it down by about half, that's about where Jan Hammer is. And again, that idea, like you said, about like making a good synth riff that you can stand to hear and feel comfortable with over like 3 to 4 minutes is not an easy thing to do.
Absolutely. And the kind of industrial thing of this really kind of, again, foretells things that are going to be coming our way in a few years' time. It's funny, I used to listen to the more instrumental parts of this album as though they were just bridges between the tracks that I loved. And coming back to the album early this year, I find that they all take on a kind of equal resonance with me now. And I love the instrumental kind of breakdowns and these instrumental pieces that they do as much as I love the vocal stuff on this album. The next track is a really interesting one, Days of the Underground, obviously the track that provided the title for Joe Banks' book, Radical Experimentation in the Age of Paranoia. And this track kind of feels a bit like a eulogy for those days.
It feels like a letter from Hawkwind to the new young upstart bands, kind of reminding them almost like of Hawkwind's underground credentials, you know, that kind of idea of like, yeah, we were there. I haven't really seen this happen before in rock bands that I can think of, at least for me. But this happens quite a lot with hip hop acts. Like after they've done a few albums, there's a lot of hip hop acts that then go back and talk about where they came from as an almost kind of a defense from like new people coming up saying like, oh, you're past it, you're not real anymore, you're not in the streets. Dilated Peoples did a track about where they came from. Jurassic 5 had Concrete Streets. Hilltop Hoods had this whole thing about the industry. So it's interesting to hear that. And almost like the fact that this riff is very repetitious almost has a kind of hip hop thing to it, because you're not really thinking about the music in this. The music is carrying, again, the story. And the story is the main point of this. So I guess let's get into that. The opening lyrics sound like a band almost like kind of coming online. You know, they talk about like their acid mind expansion. So that goes back very much to the, almost the first album where they said without acid. Now they're just like, nah, acid's fine. But that idea of like they saw through delusion and brain box pollution, you know, there's a lot of great rhymes in here. But, you know, the whole point about this is the fact that they were at street level. They knew that they were going to fight, but they weren't going to fight with bricks and, you know, Molotovs. They were going to fight with sound. They were going to have their message. The idea of like drowning the institution with sound and like, you know, like playing sound louder than they could speak was a good way of protesting. There's this interesting idea as well that where like we didn't have to fight too much because it was already falling apart, I think is very observant of that. You know, like it's kind of where punk is as well, when they're saying like, you know, like the fall of the middle class, the breaking of things, the fact that like globalization had become much more warlike. There wasn't any much peace and love anymore that had been taken. There's a lot of feeling of like, wait a minute. If you look outside, there's a lot of things going on which we have no say in, which we're not happy about. But at the same time, people weren't able to keep people who were making trouble under control, you know, and they were breaking out. There were riots and fights. There were punks saying like, well, you know what, the police aren't supporting the right people. They're keeping the man down rather than like helping like keep the peace and that kind of thing. So there was this idea of like, you know, yeah, crumbling, fumbling, critical stuff. There's something almost even worse in a way by them not saying like, yeah, we fought. They were like, they were falling apart anyway. We just gave them a push. You know, that's just like brutal in the way they attack the state. The fact that you say that the state that you're part of is just useless is, it's just somehow, it's that kind of idea of like, I'm not angry, I'm disappointed. You know, that kind of thing that just hurts more somehow.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's my reading of this track, and in coming back to it hasn't changed, is that this is very wistful. Weren't those amazing days? Look at the things we did. You know, the spirit of revolution was in the air and with people, but now deeply melancholic. It came to nothing. You know, whatever happened to those chromium heroes? Are there any of them still left around? It's like, we did it all. We fought the law and the law won, and like, here we are. And Calvert has said of this track that this is him basically explaining why there will never be a revolution in England, which is interesting. It has that kind of wistfulness looking back. And again, some of the lyrics are, you know, beautiful in here. And again, I think you could almost take all the music out, just read this. And Calvert did have a book of poetry. I've got it somewhere. I seem to have lost it. I need to get it again, called Centigrade 232. And some of the lyrics in this album are drawn from it. You could just read this as a poem, as a eulogy to the counterculture of the 1960s, which now by 1977, it's kind of gone away. Hawkwind are the last men standing from that era and are trying to do something. I definitely have those emotions of kind of wistfulness and melancholy when I hear this.
Yeah, I agree. I think towards the end of the track, they almost turn their melancholy on themselves.
Yeah.
But they said, you know, they didn't need machine guns. They were doing messaging. And they talk about, you know, some of the people who they lost, they didn't lose them in combat. It feels like you almost lost them to either the system or to apathy or to, you know, like that kind of thing. Like when they say like, you know, they offered us contracts, we said we don't need them. That's almost them saying like, you know, like the industry tried to get them, but they were like, no, we're going to do our own thing. But I feel like they list a couple of people who maybe did get a contract and did get lost. You know, the idea of Smiley Michael, his black motorcycle got eaten by rust because it wasn't driven anymore, you know, so he stopped being a Hell's Angel or he stopped being like a rebel. Again, just like Hawkwind's brilliant use of mental imagery, you know, they could have said Smiley Michael was lame and just stopped coming to gigs, but he didn't. They talked about something which was iconic of rebellion, the idea of a black motorcycle, and just using the word rust conjures up, well, why was it rusted? Because of lack of use. You know, like you can get a huge amount of detail into those lines, and it's nice to see lyrics which make you work for the conclusion. like good advertising for me, like, you know, being in the industry, when you actually read a good headline where you're like, oh, someone spent time because now I've read that, now I've thought about it, now I've solved it, now I feel clever for doing that. That kind of, they call it the 1 + 1 = 3 way of storytelling. You give them two things, you miss out something, but you add the extra thing. The idea of the motorcycle being eaten by rust means that you have to fill in the time between being told there's a motorcycle, being told it's rusted. You do everything in between that. And in so doing, you apply your own context, your own feelings about that. The other one's a bit more of a head twister. The idea of John the Bog dreamt that he was asleep at the wheel, but when he woke up, it was real. So like he dreamt he was asleep, but then he was asleep. Too late to have sussed makes me feel like he probably did manage to kill himself by accident by being asleep at the wheel. Either that or he was asleep at the wheel in a kind of metaphorical way.
Which is how I take it. Yeah, it's like, you know, he thought he was out of control and then he woke up and he was out of control. You know, something happened to wake him up and he realized he wasn't in control of what was going on. I don't know what that means, but that's how I've taken that line.
And Jeff the poet who wrote with a spray can, somehow, I don't know why, but feels very, again, evocative to me. I like Jeff. Jeff sounds cool. A poet who writes with a spray can is just a nice phrase again. And again, the way that this track is delivered, there's inferences all the way through this which really help bring out the life in the piece. Like to read it as I am right now, just looking at it on my screen, like it still reads well, but to read it in the right way, it brings a lot extra to it, you know, really brings it to life.
I totally agree. That line was a poet who wrote with a spray can. That always had the same impact on me as the line in The Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel, the words of the prophets written on the subway wall. There's a kind of profundity to that kind of hits you. Yeah, I love that. And the music for this does a great job of just kind of propelling it along. And there's another synth loop that comes in that underpins this. That feeling for me of the kind of wistfulness and melancholia, as the track fades out, only the synth loop remains. And the synth loop for me really carries that wistful melancholic sense.
Yeah, which actually then travels into the next track to the point where I didn't realize that track had finished. It wasn't actually until I'd really paid attention to the track listing that I realized this wasn't just like a coda to the whole track. And I guess it is a coda, but they've just made it something else. The little kind of floaty synth is really nice. I feel like they've done a lot to change the attack of the synth, you know, like, so when you press the key, it doesn't just jump up, it kind of slowly rises. And that just helps with that feeling of more kind of like wistfulness, you know, with the idea of the fade coming in and just adds to that kind of like twinkly feeling to it. And I don't know quite how to feel about this track because it's one of those little Hawkwind bits that's kind of a shame, but it's actually a really nice track. And I think it's actually a kind of a nice way of finishing because it almost feels like if you told a Sonic story over the last two tracks, if this was like the days of the underground, I almost feel like this could be someone who's almost cornered, running from the authorities, and they're just like telling everyone that they can, like, this was the days of the underground, this is what it was all about. And then suddenly in comes this great moody dramatic track with big organs and moody riffs and kicking drums. It almost feels like the authorities found him. You know, I can almost feel like this person at the end of an alley with a wall, and they just turn around and there's all the people in their suits and the masks and they're all walking, and I feel like this would be the anthem of the people creeping up. Like if this was a radio play and you were like, they're after us, and then this track came in, you'd be like, oh, you are screwed.
I totally agree. It's almost uncanny you've come to that conclusion, because when I listen to this, to me, the Days of the Underground is this wistful melancholia about the values they had and what they lived for and these days of rebellion. And then the Iron Dream is almost, this is the grim reality of the present that has absolutely stamped on that dream that you had and killed it. And is almost like the end credit scene of a movie, you know, where the big bad thing kind of looms at the end, basically, and it means that you leave the theatre with a sense of foreboding.
This feels like a Twilight Zone episode, you know, the ones where you don't win all the time. And it always has that saying at the end, which is like, be careful because this might happen.
Yeah, exactly.
this feels like that yeah, if this came in, you're like, oh yeah, all those decisions were really bad and those people are in trouble now. So yeah, I completely agree with you. This is actually a very effective way of ending the album in a way which does put your teeth on edge. Even though it fades, it's kind of fine because it's already kind of made its point. And I feel like, you know, like even the title, The Iron Dream, it's not their dream. It's the dream of the rest of the world right now. You know, I feel like Iron Dream feels like Iron Curtain, feels like Berlin Wall.
Yeah, mechanization.
Yeah, so I feel like there's nothing good about the Iron Dream for them, at least. I mean, they could have called it the Iron Nightmare, but I feel like that might have been too leading. So to call it the Iron Dream is actually a little bit more subtle because then it lets the music do the talking and tell you what kind of dream it is. I take it almost as part of the previous track to make the point. Listening to this track in isolation wouldn't help. It needs the rest of the piece to really like bring it together. But yeah, like I can imagine like Sabbath, for example, would use this track at the start of an album to set the tone and then play with it. Hawkwind have used this at the end of the album, so you now have to deal with it and like go out into the rest of your life after listening to the album with this as the last thing in your brain. Then maybe like you looking around and being like, okay, what's wrong? What can I talk about? This is the weirdest analogy I've come up with probably, but it feels like the Lorax, like, you know, when all the trees are dead and then there's that one like thing saying unless, and there's that feeling of like the one last seed. You could almost feel like this song is the gift to the imaginative listener who's listened to all of this. And it's kind of like, this sound can be what comes for you unless you do something, like unless you go back to the underground, unless you try and like, you know, fight for something. And if you don't want this, then it can be quite motivating. You know, this is the Hawkwind's unless seed.
That's well said. There's going to be a few people Googling that one. Nice work. I like it. Some homework for you out there. It's funny, isn't it, how there's a few of this album that kind of work in pairs like that. You know, Damnation Alley, Fable of a Failed Race, the beautiful kind of juxtaposition musically of Hassani Saba and the Forge of Vulcan, and now the Days of the Underground and the Iron Dream that just seem to work as a pair really nicely to round this out.
Well, Andy, I don't know if you have any champagne on hand, but I would like to say that after 8 studio albums, it has finally happened. Hawkwind have made an opening track that I actually like.
There were one or two people wondering whether this would be the case.
Yeah, it's great to be able to say that, unironically, that the first time I listened to this, I thought, oh, yeah, this is actually pretty good. And also good in both ways, good in both detail and in vibe for me. From a detail point of view, I do like the story. The story feels very Hawkwind. It's kind of referencing a classic psychic test or a kind of cognitive test where you hold up a card and someone tries to guess what card you have, and then they're trying to read the mind of the person with the card. I actually think I saw this as a kid for the very first time in the Ghostbusters film. Venkman is doing that test on a lady to get a date, and is basically, whenever she says something, he says it's right even though it's wrong, and he's like electrocuting this other guy who's actually getting them right more often, but just like to make him go away so he can like hit on this girl. But then I do remember watching some documentaries of this kind of time when people were doing very rudimentary tests of, does physical and psychic connection actually exist? Can you do something as simple as guess symbols on a card? So to take that idea and turn it into a story, I think is nice, because it's kind of taking something real and moving it into something hypothetical, like the idea of like, what if there actually is someone who can figure this out? And then their story of discovering this, the idea that they have to hide it, the idea that they're then taking advantage of it, and then actually it overwhelming them and actually becoming more of a burden than a gift, which again has that nice kind of utopian dystopian mix that Hawkwind have, which I like. And again, I feel like the writing is really nice on this because I get all that from very few lyrics. You know, they're not hammering it out, but they are giving you the gist and you can flow through it. I do like the circle, square, triangle waves that they use. At the start, it helps set the scene. Then it becomes this seduction tool and it's said in a slightly more languid way. And then at the end, it sounds like something which they just can't get out of their head. So it has that repetition of like, I can't get these symbols out of my brain. So again, I like the fact that that is a hook that transforms throughout the piece. The piece itself isn't even really that long. So to be able to do that is really nice.
It actually kind of reminds me of a short story that Chuck Palahniuk wrote about a kid who orders X-ray specs from a magazine and they actually work. And he has fun looking through like girls' clothes for a while, but then he like sees his mother has a brain tumor that no one's detected, and he's walking down the street and he sees like cut marks from someone who's self-harming under their coat, and suddenly that idea of like something that you think about being like, oh, that would be fun, actually has all this extra like dark consequences. So I kind of like that feeling of the narrator who goes to get something he's always wanted, like to hit on all the girls, but ends up becoming a victim of his inability to control this power. So the whole story is a great opener, fun, involving, engaging. That's been really cool. I've enjoyed that. From a vibe point of view, I think the song kicks off in this really intriguing way. It's got the low keys and that like gentle strum. It was the first bit of sound that you hear on the album, and I realized, oh, this has been recorded well. You can feel the fingers on the strings, and it feels, again, very, very tactile, which I like. The track builds with every line, so, you know, there is a bit of theatricality, not over theatricality like we talked about, but it just feels like there's a nice build to the track. And then it explodes out into the chorus, which is a real fun to sing kind of chorus. The I can read your mind like a magazine. I always find myself mouthing along to that because it's just really, really fun. You know, like they're all singing together. There's a chorus to it. They're all in tune. It's not that kind of like muddy stuff that you had before and a bit almost like amateur hour singing. This feels professional. They all feel together. So despite some of the craziness that's going on, I guess, in terms of the actual band itself, the sound feels very complete and actually very focused.
It's really tight, isn't it? And I wonder whether that's because several of the members of this new lineup are from a previous band and obviously know each other and have played together. Maybe that's got something to do with it. It is indeed ludicrously catchy, which is not always a Hawkwind trope, I would say. Harvey Bainbridge actually suggested that kind of some of this new sound, which does feel very new wave, is partly because these new members from this band are like a generation younger than their Hawkwind teammates at this point. So yeah, it's a really catchy, positive, rather upbeat in tone, if not in lyrical content.
Yeah, which is strange because that's always been a slight disconnect for me. Like, yes, it is very tonally inconsistent. The chorus is very upbeat, has a lot of energy to it. The verses are much more downplayed, and I do like the kind of undulating tone of energy that it has with the kind of more spoken and low key verses, which then pull out into the chorus, which has that rise to it. But yes, I have been struggling myself a little bit with this inconsistency, this almost kind of bipolarness of the track. Even the synth solo in the middle is fun, but it does feel very uplifting, and the trumpet comes out of nowhere, which is very unexpected. It's not unwelcome after a few listens, but again, those instrument choices mixed with the high energy singing makes this track feel strange in a way. So I like the story. Somehow it kind of works, but I was expecting it to end more sinisterly because you feel like this person's like, you know, like now stuck with this kind of curse. I think that's even further compounded with the whispered effects that the track finishes with like you just hear people going like circle, square, waves, and you know it sounds all like mushed together. But then in all of those whispered symbols, you start to hear snippets of sound like other people's thoughts are intruding into yours, and so you know like I think there's a nice audio drama way of finishing the track like that. So it does finish kind of on a sinister negative, but even so, Hawkwind have done much more negative sounding stuff. So yeah, it's cool, and it has things I like about it from a Hawkwind point of view, and I do actually like the track. You know, it's definitely for me their strongest opening track they've ever done. But even so, it started to make me wonder where this album was going, treating this kind of subject matter with this kind of musical style.
You can tell like immediately in this track the complete difference in style between Steve Swindell's keyboards and Simon House keyboards. If you were to compare, for example, what Simon House does on Damnation Alley, that amazing kind of middle section, but how huge that is, whereas Steve Swindell's, what he's doing on the keyboard solos here, is a much lighter touch.
But I think there's a groove to it as well. I feel like he has a little bit more like swing, and I feel like he's definitely playing with either a pitch shifter or like, you know, like he's doing some kind of legato or something on the tracks a little bit, that you just feel like you know, there's a little bit more character in the way he plays his synths, even though it's a bit more minimal. There's more animation between the notes, where like Simon House is, like you said, is a bit more kind of like wall of it, and taking full use of the character of the sound rather than necessarily like the actual kind of idea of playing it, you know?
Yep, absolutely. And of course, he features quite a lot in the beginning of Freefall.
This, for me, is some A-plus Hawkwind writing, coming off the back of things like Quark, and we talked about the quality of the lyrics and the ideas and the kind of poetry that we were experiencing. I think that Freefall has some great analogies and ways of describing the act of freefall or kind of skydiving, which I'm assuming it talks about. We have this theme of flight that Hawkwind have used a lot, but for the first time, this isn't really about flight so much as almost the lack of flight. You know, the idea of falling to the ground from a great height and kind of putting yourself in mortal danger just for the thrill of it. That's very different to the idea of floating and flying and freedom that we've heard before. Even the idea of flying as a kind of drug reference, which they've used before, I don't think that's even here. I don't think it's about a bad trip. It feels like the physical idea of falling. You know, phrases like take one step into the sky is such a great way of describing jumping out of an airplane. You know, that idea of like one step into nothingness, which then means you're going to fall. Just, yeah, hugely evocative. As is the idea of the wind taking your frightened expression and forcing it into a grin. Because, you know, we've seen that before. We've seen what happens where wind resistance just pulls your face into strange contortions just because you're dealing with the sheer physicality of air, you know, and of what it's capable of. That idea of nature acting upon you, that idea of you being somewhere where you shouldn't be, I think that viscerality is great. And I think it's delivered in a really nice way. You know, it's kind of whispered, or it feels like there's a little bit of filtering on the microphone. It's not shouted, it's described very matter-of-factly. Even the idea of having the gods looking up your file and the clouds appearing like angels' wings. This idea of tempting fate, giving yourself over to kind of chance. We assume you have a parachute, but, you know, that might not work. So there's not a 100% guarantee that you're going to make it to the end intact. So I feel like that's also very much in your mind the very first time you probably do a skydive. You know, all the chemicals rushing through your brain, all that flight and fight that happens. And we end on this idea for 30 seconds, you've cut the puppet strings. There's that idea of like, in that fear, there is also a sense of control. That idea of being in free fall is an act of defiance against the gods looking up your file, against anyone who has any kind of worldly connection to your life and is affecting you in any kind of way. For that 30 seconds, there is just you and nature and nothing else is there. You know, you've taken your own destiny and you've kind of defied the world with it. So there's this kind of freedom in this act, but there's also a kind of fear in the act, and I think the way this is written and talked about is a nice thought exercise around that. Was it Calvert who wrote this?
Calvert and Harvey Bainbridge. So Calvert probably did the words, Bainbridge did the music.
I don't know this, but it feels like Calvert went skydiving and then wrote this afterwards as like a summing up of how he felt about it. And again, I don't really know. I tried to find out. I don't really know when skydiving or parachuting or that kind of thing really like started becoming a commercial enterprise, but I feel like you would have had to have done it in order to have written it this well.
He's certainly got enough of an imagination to put it together without. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Musically, this is really interesting because the beginning of this track reminds me of Astounding Sounds. You know, that kind of keyboard intro that they have before that beautiful little bass riff comes in, which kind of powers the rest of it. Both of those things really appeal to me. But funnily enough, in saying that it reminds me of Astounding Sounds, I prefer this to what I heard on Astounding Sounds.
Yeah, I feel like the opening synth, well, first time I heard it, I thought, oh no, Hawkwind have got their synth stuck on someone just died in a Japanese RPG. It's strange because that for me contributes to this tonal mismatch, not in the same way that the previous track did, but I still feel like this has this mismatch. For the first minute and a half, we feel very relaxed and floaty, and I thought, oh, well, this freefall is more of a controlled, trippy way. It kind of reminded me of that drug in Dread, which makes everything super slow. And like at the end, that bad guy falls off the building and it's like you just see him just fall for ages. I felt like, oh, well, maybe it's a bit like that idea of like someone's falling, but they're at peace. But no, suddenly the guitar comes in to change the mood. That synth almost kind of does a minor spiral just into silence, almost like it doing a last little kind of like dying breath before the bass comes in to be like, nope, we're changing this and now we're going to go all sinister. The vocals are delivered quite sinisterly. I like how the bass changes to like assert dominance over the track, where before it was just helping to pick out keys in the synth refrain. Then it's like, nope, I'm taking over it by just adding more notes and just adding a groove to it. Suddenly that rich bass tone that it's got just hijacks it completely. And, the elements in the opening part of the track fade in and out, but they're then adding sound design and providing atmosphere to a track, which is almost a bit dubby. The bass is big, the drums are there, but they're just kind of like keeping time. It's very much for me like a story with a lot of synth stuff. There is a bit of a distorted guitar in it, but again, it's held back in the mix. So again, it's all just providing just mood, basically. This is a very moody piece.
Yeah, very much so.
At the end, we return to the floaty sound. They kind of bookend the track. I was wondering whether or not that was almost an idea of when you're starting, you might be like in the plane or you haven't taken off yet. And at the end, you've landed touchdown again. So you're back in your life. And the music that we hear sounds more stable, maybe a little bit more dull, but, stable and nice. But when you're in free fall, suddenly all this chaos and swirlingness and having like an attack on your senses is more of a feeling. Then we touch down, and I think they really stick the landing.
Yeah, nice, well put. There's a really nice energy through this. And you're mentioning the dub aspect. The bass and the drums together really give this a nice energy, I think. And that brings us to one of those little interstitial tracks that we mentioned a little bit earlier, this time Automaton.
While the first minute and a half of Freefall felt like a short intro track for the main track, but wasn't, this feels like a short intro for the next track that is. I don't know why this first minute isn't part of 25 years, considering that it breaks straight in. There's no difference. So, yeah, I think it's strange that it's its own track. It's welcome to be if it wants. I guess it plays out as some kind of thought exercise again, some kind of Dadaistic critique of the idea of automation getting faster and therefore more out of control, which is fine. But for me, that feels like the kind of thought I want to experience in Tate Modern, and not in the middle of an album I'm trying to enjoy. It's the first thing they play on Live 78 with the Hawklords, and that's where I feel like it belongs. If you're going to use it for something, use it to start a bigger thought. But to have two tracks which I've really enjoyed, which then goes into this, feels a bit kind of like, okay, we're going to go in this direction now. I feel like I've been yanked rather than nicely led, which is what I was hoping for.
Yeah, it kind of is what it is. I don't hate it, but it's really just the intro for the rather epic 25 Years On, which actually was the track that I gravitated towards first when I bought this album, which would have been in the, mid to late 80s probably. What do you think of this one?
I think I'm going to have to disappoint you, Andy, because this track was the one that tanked the album for me on first listen, I must admit. Although, I will say, before we start talking again, just to try and win back some listeners, I've gone from hating this track to kind of liking it, but for different reasons. And this is when I say the difference between listening to it and vibing with it are two very different things to me. Although it does make me realize that I've now gone from hating the first tracks of Hawkwind albums to just hating the title tracks of Hawkwind albums, because I found Quark, Strangeness and Charm kind of annoying, and now I find 25 Years slightly annoying. The first thing that bothered me about this track is that it sounds like Silver Machine. The chord progression going up and up like it does, and almost I feel like the same chords. I can still now sing Silver Machine over this track and feel like it works. So even though the style is very different, there's a big organ in there, it feels more like upbeat and it's busier, and there's other things kind of like noodling over the top of it, and it's all going crazy. I do feel like the chord progression sounds like Silver Machine. So it felt a little bit derivative, even though the styling is different. This is the track that made me feel like Hawkwind are trying to do their own rock opera for some reason. It felt so different to the other two tracks, which feel like whole tracks. This one felt like it was a performance. The way that the lyrics are sung felt more performative somehow. They feel more dumb. It's not a great word to describe it, but it feels like Hawkwind are somehow trying to do some kind of Some Mothers Do Have 'Em kind of thing, where like this guy just talking about how he's just a complete loser at everything. It just feels like it's delivered a bit like, duh, I did a thing and it didn't work. I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's delivered on purpose in a way for me to not like this narrator. There's a weird choppiness when they say sky. It kind of which again, I don't know why they're doing that. It feels like they're flicking the volume fader, which again is just, when I'm listening to it, it's just another thing to cause annoyance to me. It's hardly the biting social commentary that we got at the end of Quark, I guess. I know they end this lyric with "no one will make me conform," but I feel like before it was like, "you'll never make me conform because we've got a dream and we're going to come at you and what you're doing is wrong and we've got a whole other way of working." This just feels like I just want to sit around and watch TV and you're making me work and that sucks. That is not the kind of non-conformist stuff that I feel like Hawkwind vibe with, really. I don't know. I just feel like it feels like, yeah, like a lazy guy who didn't really do anything with his life, complaining about stuff. I'm sounding very Republican now, but you know, it just doesn't. It just doesn't feel like it has the same kind of energy that Quark did when they talked around this kind of stuff. So the 25 years idea, I don't feel like I get. I don't know if that means the guy is 25 or he's been doing it for 25 years and it's still not working. It's called 25 Years on the album, so I thought there's got to be something in this, but for the life of me, the amount of times I've listened to this, I've read the lyric sheet, I've done everything, I cannot find a way where I can tie the concept of 25 anything to this in a way that really like makes me feel like I get it. I feel like I've come in halfway through a film or something and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I feel like they're talking about something that matters to them and I can't grasp it. And this happens, you know, later on in the album as well, like for the finale, and I feel like there's a connection between these two tracks, and again I just still feel left out of it. So there's a lot which I don't like about the existence of this track. I don't feel pulled in, I don't feel engaged. But if I flip it and just go, I'm just listening and I'm going to ignore all the things that annoy me, the track is kind of fun. The organ holding on the 4 chord progressions while everything else just like leaps around it, grounds the whole thing. I do like the 25 years chant with the vocal effects on it. The bits in between the verses are actually a lot of fun and again like sonically rich and interesting, and they do those chants well, you know, and I feel like I can get into it. I just feel like they're trying to say something that I don't get. So if I'm listening, I don't like this track, but if I'm just like turning my brain off and enjoying the music, then I do. And this is what I'm saying by I have to be in a specific mood in order to enjoy this track, which means it becomes a very situational track and not a track in a whole album, which I enjoy.
I think that is a very, very eloquent description, because me saying that this is a track I was gravitated towards would totally be in that vibe listening context. I wouldn't have, and I never really did, study the lyrics and the meaning of the lyrics. I loved the energy of it, and I loved Calvert's voice on it. There were some things I didn't really understand. I don't know what Sky Diaries are. I still don't know what Sky Diaries are, even today. It says, I went to school and I studied hard. I got my GCEs, my City and Guilds, and my Sky Diaries. And I don't know what Sky Diaries are. Someone please tell me what Sky Diaries are, because that's actually annoyed me now for probably 20 or 25 years. 25 years on from not knowing what Sky Diaries are, I still don't. The 25 years on, by the way, I believe, is because Pan Transcendental Industries were founded in 1953, which would be 25 years prior, which I didn't tell you, of course, which I perhaps should have done. Hence the 25 years of social research. So he's gone to school and he's got some qualifications, and then he's rubbish at everything after that. And I kind of agree that I'm not entirely sure where that's going, apart from being an indictment of social programming on behalf of Pan Transcendental Industries, probably as a metaphor for various governments that have been in place during those years. But I never really thought about that deeply, to be honest. I just liked the song.
Which is fair, you know, that's a way to appreciate music for sure. And again, I can agree with you if I listen to it in a particular way. I was worried about this, like this track and one of the other tracks that we're going to get to. I was worried that there would be some kind of thing that was happening that was of the time, or was part of a show, or was like part of a booklet which I didn't get, or something like that, which held some of the secrets to this. But I also feel like that's kind of a failing of the album, unless that's exactly what you're trying to achieve. The fact that I don't have this extra thing in order to appreciate an album which should be able to be appreciated in its own is annoying. This reminds me a lot of, there was a Green Day album. They had this whole thing about Saint Jimmy and the Jesus of Suburbia, and if you didn't know or bother to do any research on what they were talking about, it was just like, why do you keep bringing up this thing? And then you find out that there's this like kind of whole story that isn't on the album that you're supposed to know about. And if I don't, and you're not going to prime me with it, I find that that's a shame for what the album can be doing. I feel like Hawkwind are perfectly capable of at least trying to throw me a bone. And the fact that they're not made me feel like, has Hawkwind done some kind of off-Broadway production, which I'm not aware of, and these songs are a part of it? Because it just feels like the way it's made compared to the other tracks, which feel like tracks, this feels like a whole different genre.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And, for the many years that I've listened to this album, where I didn't know about this backstory and Pan Transcendental Industries, I didn't understand that 25 years on reference either. I just kind of let it go. But yeah, if I'd have sat down and thought about it, it would have been somewhat mystifying. So I know what you mean. You need to be able to get the story from the music, I think. Unless, of course, the album is issued with the booklet as part of the album in the same way as, say, the logbook was. But it wasn't. It was a tour program.
Right.
So, yeah, I get what you're saying. They're not giving you much to get the concept with in this case. You just kind of get the idea that there is, social discontent with the order of things, basically, and that's about all you get. But it was enough for me, I suppose, but that's because I probably bought the music and then realised I didn't get the lyrics, whereas you kind of went the other way. You kind of went, I don't get the lyrics, but the music's actually all right. We came at it from different directions to end up with our conclusions.
And, like the logbook was a nice addition to the album. You didn't need the logbook in order to appreciate the album. It was extra. It was icing on top. I feel like I've been given the icing and I have no cake to put it on. And, I don't want to just live on a diet of icing.
I could. But yeah, no, that's entirely fair. And that brings side one of the vinyl to a close. Pretty strong, I would say. Funnily enough, over the years, my favourite track on side one, which used to be 25 years, is now Side Power. But yep, not a bad, if short, side of the album. Side two begins with a track where I was entirely confident of what your response to this track would be. Sometimes I'm not quite sure. Sometimes I'm like, wow, I wonder what he'll think of that. I think he'll like this one or he won't like this one. I was very confident of your response to The Flying Doctor.
This one for me is exactly the same as 25 years, actually, where the first time I heard it, I thought, what the hell is this? And after being bemused by 25 years, I thought Hawkwind were deliberately trying to annoy me. Before even knowing that I was going to be born, they're like, yeah, this'll annoy someone in decades' time.
You sent me a message after you'd heard the album a few times, and you went, yeah, this is a pretty decent album, but it's got one massive clanger on it. And I replied instantly with, Flying Doctor?
It's true. Time has sweetened this track for me, but the first few listens were always hard going. I don't know who's singing this.
Calvert.
Right, because I don't think they're Australian.
No, it's Calvert doing the kind of Australian accent that you would do in the 1970s. I think it's Joe says in his book, it's in the 1970s, England is brought up on a diet of Australians, which basically features like Rolf Harris, Rod Hull and emus. This, basically, it's a very narrow and rather stereotyped Australian view. I find the Australian accent irritating. Not in general, just to be clear, I mean, I find Calvert doing the Australian accent irritating.
Yes, I find it very grating. The very first time I heard it was not expecting it, so that didn't help. And I don't think really anything has ever sweetened that. All I've done is got over it. Not my favourite thing that he's ever done, considering he's done some things which I now really respect and admire. It's oddly the most punky thing we've heard Hawkwind do with a while. There's a flanger and a distortion on the guitar, very fast repeated chord progression, so that there's a kind of primality to that. And then they have this strange story over the top of it, which again doesn't feel like Hawkwind to me. And they're very welcome to write about whatever they feel like, and I do know that there was probably truth about Australian flying doctors abusing their own supplies, for sure. Why that's something that intrigued them is perplexing to me, unless it is just, again, drug references, which we know Hawkwind seem to enjoy. Everything about it perplexed me. Even like that boingy jaw harp thing that they add, which just seems to be playing any note it feels like, doesn't do much to make me feel like they're taking this track seriously again. So why should I? I guess, like, in a way, just the adolescent idea of this. The chord progression is fine if you're being punky about it, but it feels like the kind of punk that a band in their 20s would do, and not a band which has been able to produce much better sounding stuff. The story is weird, the accent is weird. The only thing that it does do a little bit to me, again, if I turn my brain off, is that I can kind of get into a kind of punky trance with it and just go like, yeah, these 4 chords are kind of fine. The cabinet key repetition I find actually quite compelling. That bit's fun. I can imagine like being down the front going cabinet key, cabinet key. I can see that. I can see that being kind of fun. And again, if I was listening to this live, I would probably enjoy it for the 5 minutes that it's on. But yeah, it's not gonna make any Hawkwind Hall of Fame things for me. And again, like if I turn my brain off a bit, like 25 years, I can appreciate it for what it is. So I don't hate it as much as I did when I first started. But again, it's not endeared itself enough to me to really like say it's good. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't dislike this as much as you did on your first listens. I'm a little bit more like where you've ended up, fun enough. Musically, I don't mind it. The voice has always been somewhat jarring. The cabinet key stuff, I always think is quite funny. And musically, it is quite raw, and I quite like that. The Jaws harp thing, by the way, which is clearly introduced to give the whole thing a bit of an Australian feel. It's this little device, and you hold these 2 bars between your teeth and then twang this hammer, and your mouth then is like the sound box. They were a craze for a hot minute at school, and people would carry them around. But occasionally the 2 bars would slip, your teeth would actually clench, and then the hammer would smash into your front teeth in agonizing fashion, but much to the hilarity of everybody around watching. So that's a bit of background there on the Jaws harps for you. Yeah, I don't mind it. I wish he wasn't doing the voice, but I suppose with the story he's trying to tell, you kind of do the voice. The whole thing lyrically is like a bit of a skit that doesn't quite work for me. When I played you Captain Lockheed and the Starfighters, which I thought was funny then and still do, but it didn't quite land for you, this is a bit like that for me. So I don't absolutely hate it, but I'm kind of glad that it's the start of the second half of the album, because it means, on the vinyl, because it means I know there's only good stuff coming.
I don't know if there's a lyric sheet on the album or anything. I was looking the lyrics up online, and there's one line which I disagree with in the way that I hear it, and I was wondering whether or not you agreed with me or not. It's the part where the woman needs an appendectomy, and he's run out of drugs, so he's trying to chew her appendix out. And there's a line that the internet says, "so typically socked her," as in like punched her out because he's run out of drugs. So he's punching her out to try and basically just shut her up and so he can operate. But for me, I hear scientifically socked her, which for me is way more funny and also somehow more medical. And I kind of like that line. And then when I looked it up just to see what the rest of the lyrics were, the lyric sheet said it was so typically socked her, which then felt more like just like they were attacking Australian doctors again, which I didn't think was as fun. So I don't know if there is an official lyric sheet or what you hear, but I like scientifically socked her because I felt like that was a very kind of like he did it on purpose.
No, there is no lyric sheet. Weirdly, I just I was second guessing myself, and so I actually had to pull the album out and check. There is not a lyric sheet, at least not in the copy I've got, which is probably a reissue of some kind. So I don't know originally, but I've always gone with scientifically for sure.
Okay, well, if we both hear that, then I'm sure that must be a thing.
Yes, I can imagine that whoever has transcribed that, if you hear it one way, it's hard to hear it another way from then on, isn't it? But I would say that they've definitively got that wrong, and I don't care who pulls out what evidence.
Cool.
I've always been quite glad that this was the first track on side 2, because it kind of gets it nicely out of the way and leads us to the only ones.
Which is definitely Hawkwind making up for the last 2 tracks in spectacular fashion. This might be one of the best tracks that Hawkwind have done, in my opinion, thus far.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's gorgeous. The intro is instantly compelling. It's got that guitar strum. I personally really like guitar strumming just because I didn't really grow up with stringed instruments as something that I really understood. I was much more of a keyboardist, a synth guy, that kind of thing. So when I can hear the strum, it helps me connect with the instrument more. Then the lyrics are delivered with this kind of grandioseness. And actually, I'm going to bring something up here, that the delivery of this, again, stylistically, compared to Sci-Power, compared to Freefall, compared to 25 Years, this is done in a very different way. And this I also heard when we did the Somnia review, and I mentioned that I thought that Hawkwind sounded a bit Bowie-like. And I know that Joe Banks kind of called me out on that and said that he had never heard that. But if you listen to Icarus Flew, for me, the way that they say it, they put this lilt on the I in Icarus, and even flu, they kind of pronounce flu, Flooooew. It's kind of flu. And for me, that just sounds the way that Bowie sings on like Let's Dance, for example. I feel like he takes words and he elongates them and twists them, and to hear them all singing at the same time and all putting that on, that is for me very reminiscent of listening to Bowie. So I don't know if Joe ever listens to this, or if anyone who listened to that agreed or disagreed with me. That's what I am saying. This is the Hawkwind grandioseness being pulled out to full effect, and just for me being very reminiscent of that kind of thing. So I just wanted to get that out there because it's the first thing you really listen to. But the way that they deliver the first 4 lyrics of the verse before they go into the first chorus, those 4 lines are just fantastic. An entire thought just absolutely compressed into 4 glorious lines that talk about myth, tragedy, loss, hope, future generations, inspiration, all of that just crunched down into 4 lines that then resolve into the chorus, and that chorus is just sublime. Hawkwind is singing in a way which doesn't feel like forced or ironic or a bit self-conscious. This is just pure expressive singing, and again, lots of them all together working in such beautiful lockstep with the music, with synths just adding little like trills over the top of it. When they hit free with the rest of the music just carrying on under all of it, for me that's just lighters in the air. I want to sing along. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it's a beautiful track for sure. And you're right, that first verse is reminiscent to me of the clone poem in
Spirit of the Age?
Spirit of the Age, that's the one. Not in terms of its content, but in terms of it being, you can't imagine any other words being used in that. If you wrote that, you'd just stare at it for a long time. And then the chorus is, again, it like Psy-Power for me. The chorus is really catchy, has a great hook. You know, you'd feel the need to be singing it as you're walking along the road with it in your headphones. It's one of those. Such a departure, really, for them to do that kind of thing. And again, I suspect that the people in ARC who are now part of this lineup are just probably better at backing vocals than we've seen before. Maybe that's something to do with it. But yeah, it's a great change in pace. And it really just heralds a run of tracks here which feel like they really gel and work together as like a unit. The idea of it being a concept album really works for me across the last 3 tracks, of which this is the first one.
Just out of interest, do you get what I mean when I'm talking about the way that these lyrics are being delivered, whether or not you think they're Bowish or not?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that in the years that I've heard it, but that's probably because you hear it and then you settle into your way of listening to it. But when you bring these things up with your fresh way of listening to it, and then I listen to it again, I hear in it what you've picked up. It's almost over 20, 25, 30 year period. You can become immune to hearing new things in some of the tracks. You're almost hearing what you've always heard rather than hearing what's actually being played. When you open your mind a little bit to some of these things, when somebody says, oh, did you pick this up or do you pick that up? It just brings a new kind of life to the track to me. And certainly I go back and listen to sometimes these albums following hearing your kind of thoughts on it. And I do hear them in a slightly new way, which is, you know, is oftentimes really cool. So I get where you're coming from. I wouldn't have come up with it myself, simply because it's my habit is of hearing it a different way. But now you say it, it's like, yeah, I can totally see that in it for sure.
It'll be interesting to see if anyone else thinks the same differently or others.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know from anyone whether they experienced some of the tracks in a different way like I do when we've heard what Matt brings to it from having heard it only for the first time, like 3 weeks ago or something.
Rounding this track off, I do like the second verse as well. The first one is, you know, taking the Icarus myth. I like the idea of the wax wings dripping and then making it like a wax seal as this roadmap to exploration that someone else will pick up and take. And they kind of liken that then, I think, to our own space race. You know, they talk about chariots of fury and flame for us, and I feel like that's got to be talking about the crazy amount of energy needed to launch a rocket into space. We do rise on flame in order to get out there. We talk about, you know, our hopes in different skies, like Icarus, are looking to the skies to see what's up there. So I feel like there's both a call to adventure and a warning at the same time. They call the adventurers today these lonely pioneers, but they are the only ones that are free, a bit like Freefall. They are in the sky, you know, they're in this place where things can't get them in the same way, and they're dealing with a whole new set of problems, and they have picked up this call of history, but also maybe warning them that they shouldn't reach too far lest they fall like Icarus himself. This for me is the good dissonance that I like from Hawkwind, when they have this idea of like, we're going to praise you for doing it, but also we're going to be worried about you for doing it. And that has this nice shamanistic feeling somehow of like both the adventure and the danger, because, you know, adventure is dangerous, adventure is unknown, and as we've seen, it is like even getting to space is violent and energetic and crazy and difficult, and then even when you're there, that's only the start of your worries. So yeah, I do like the parity here between the idea of the myth and then what is actually happening during the time in 78 when this album drops. And also, just finally, violin cameo at the end. If I wasn't going to like this track enough, just at the end, it's like, oh yeah, you know, that thing you like, here's a little bit of it for you. Just take that and go. I'm like, yes.
Yep, Mr. House back in for a cameo. Always welcome. And yes, from quite lofty tales to the rather grim grey reality of the Cold War.
Back to back, these tracks are fantastic and definitely make up for some of the dodginess of the previous two, the Flying Doctor and the 25 Years. This is just a stone cold groove for me. I don't have many notes around this because it's kind of in and out and it doesn't do that much, but everything it does is great. The strumming of this is really rhythmic, which is really, really cool. The bass sounds great. You know, they've recorded it really nicely. Again, it's full, it's round, it's deep. It's got almost this kind of dub vibe again a little bit. The filtered microphone adds all this mystery and subterfuge, and again is delivered once again in a very different way, almost like Freefall but not quite, because it's more like pared back and like whispered and kind of like almost like it's trying not to be heard, which I guess evokes the whole thing about the Cold War kid trying to avoid machine gun fire, where like Freefall is more kind of like forward and assertive and kind of like hissy and aggressive. This is much more pulled back. The drums are super simple, but they carry the whole thing. I love the cymbal work just to add a little bit of texture. The fill is so simple, but again, just like it just adds this stone cold groove. The wood block click click that we have reminds me of the Forge of Vulcan that we had before. That was very much big and echoey and clang clang. This is just a little chick chick, which just again just adds to this. Just I don't know, just adds to the groove somehow. If you told me this was an old Gorillaz demo, I would totally believe you. It's got a very contemporary feel to it. I feel like everything is just layered and it's almost like they just switch the layers on and off as they need. Nothing's there that isn't needed, just enough to carry the whole thing. The story's great. I like the idea of the machine guns being like typewriters to seal your fate, because I like the idea of the machine gun fire being like the clacks of an old keyboard. You know, I think there's a nice parity there, so there's a nice imagination to this whole thing. I also like the fact towards the end third, when they finish with the vocals and they're just kind of petering the track out, they actually change the strum rhythm, just to add this little switch up to inject one last little bit of interest and energy before it finishes. But all they do is change the pattern. They're not adding anything. They're just like, no, we're just going to just change that. And just enough just to keep you nodding along for the 4 minutes that this exists. Yeah, I think this is a great way to round out the album.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this feels to me like the most new wave of new wave things on the album, and it would live alongside something by Talking Heads or Blondie or something like that, this kind of, you know, this American new wave scene, much more than it would live comfortably alongside the kind of space rock and the prog rock and the psych stuff that we've seen come before. And it just shows how, you know, how they're capable of playing authentically in all of these different areas. The vocal's great. You know, I love the kind of quite understated vocal that Calvert does on this. Interestingly, Calvert takes this new wave approach forward in some of his solo material, far more so than Hawkwind do without him. But yeah, I love this track. It's one of the strong ones on the album for me, for sure. Great lyric, as you say, great vibe. Nobody's overplaying, and, you know, with the amount of layering that Hawkwind can do and how busy they can get, it takes some discipline to hold themselves back from that. And again, probably playing with musicians who played together in a different band has something to do with that. I don't know Ark, I don't know what they played before, but I would imagine it probably wasn't the kind of space rock that Hawkwind were playing. And that's probably what attracted Brock to them in the first place.
The tightness of this, you're right. you need to be in absolute lockstep for this to work. Like, you compare this to, you know, some of the, what I used to call like the indistinct jazz babble of, you know, the first album. They're so different. You couldn't get away with that looseness on this track. It would just fall apart. For me, this is kind of like a really good cocktail. If you really, really well balance like a Negroni, you know, you need to have all three ingredients absolutely balanced in order to be a really good drink. Same thing here. It's like bass line, lyrical content, and drums. Pretty much what you have there, with a little bit of sound design over the top. But like, you need to balance those perfectly and you get a great track. And they've just absolutely nailed that for this.
Absolutely. And Jazz Babble is a band I really want to see as soon as I can. So we round out this album with a track which I think rounds out the album beautifully, actually, is The Age of the Microman.
Again, I think I might end up disagreeing with you slightly on this, but not as enthusiastically as I did before. After the Cold War Kid ends, I keep thinking the album is over because there's over 20 seconds of silence before this track decides to show up. It's definitely long enough for you to think, oh, well, that's done. And then it's like, nope, we got one more for you. This for me feels like the last track in Hawkwind's unfinished Broadway musical. You know, the one where everyone involved comes in to hammer the point home before there's the final curtain. It goes back to the 25 years idea. This 25 years thing, going from the previous 25 years to this one, has again that kind of Broadway feeling where I don't know who writes Broadway musicals, but they tend to take a theme at the beginning and just hammer it through every song, just because I think they seem to hold their audience in contempt and think they're all idiots that can't grasp the idea on the first time of telling. So the fact that this has come back again makes me feel like, now we'll pull it back and everyone will go, oh, I remember that, hooray, 25 years. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, 25 years of social research, fine. You'd feel like you're talking about something that I've managed to miss again. So I feel like if you ended this album on Dreams of the Cold War Kid, I would be super happy. Again, all this is doing is reminding me that some people know about something that I don't. So I find it kind of a shame, I guess. It's not annoying, it's just perplexing. And I don't like feeling perplexed at the end of an album unless it's done on purpose, like they kind of did with the previous one. I think the lyrics are good, though. This feels more dystopian and like it belongs on Quark. I feel like even the idea of the person who pulls the lever while they fall asleep looks like the cover that they had on the previous album. So the idea of the Microman who sees the detail but never the plan, this links back to the idea for me of automation, the idea of people becoming compartmentalized and therefore they feel like just a cog in a machine because it doesn't behoove the powers that be to really explain what you're doing. You're just like, look, I'll give you some money if you do this. And you're like, sure, because I guess I need money. That idea of not feeling like you're involved with what you're doing enough is a good point and is a kind of Hawkwind point. And it to be at the end here is surprising. I feel like I don't know why it's not a larger part of the whole thing, you know, to carry that theme. It does feel like there's a lot of good tracks in here, which, like I said, feel like individual toys being like thrown out of a toy box, and you gather the ones that you like in the mood that you're in for. But then at the end, it feels like, oh, and we had this point that we forgot to make. So here's like a pretty well sung and nicely instrumentalized coda for something that you don't really understand what we're talking about.
Interestingly, I see a lot of what you see in this in terms of it being, you know, like the coda in the show where everybody comes back on and reiterates the theme. The difference is that I like it for that. So we kind of see it the same way. It's just that I like it for the reasons that you don't like it. For me, it reminded me of Fable of the Failed Race in being that kind of come down coda within tone. I agree with you that the silence is weird. It should start at least 10 seconds before it does. But I rather like these little codas on albums. We've actually disagreed on these kinds of things before. I remember Children of the Sun that I really liked because it felt like an encore or a coda to an album, and you didn't like it because you felt it should have ended with the track before. So this is actually quite a common thing that Hawkwind have done that you've consistently had issues with, that I've always been on the other side of. And this is a bit like that. I love the vocal, and again, you get to that 25 years of social research element. I never really knew what that meant, but I just liked the sound of it. I guess I was probably equally perplexed, but it sounded, it was a mystique to it that I was attracted to. You know, I wonder what have they been researching socially for 25 years? I certainly wasn't politically savvy enough to draw any kind of social conclusions from that when I was younger. So yeah, I really like this one as a coda to the album, but I totally get what you're saying about it. I don't think I disagree with your analysis of it. Basically, it's just that I guess it's the sound of it is pleasing to me in a way which is less of for you.
From a vibe point of view, if I'm just listening to the album and I'm not paying attention to it, I think it's nicely done. Mm-hmm. The piano has that kind of Hawkwind drama. I feel like whenever they add a piano, Hawkwind go very almost a bit amdram to me. So, this makes kind of sense. Even the way it's sung does feel like I am making a big point in the way that I am doing this. So, yeah, I think, it's doing what it's doing well, so I can't fault it for that. I just, like you said, I think I just have a fundamental issue with what it is doing.
Fair. So that is the content of 25 Years On by Hawklords, aka Hawkwind. On the whole, Matt, the things that you like a lot. The things you don't like very much.
Yeah, this album has like an M shape to me. It's on the up, it hits some things, there's a little dip in the middle where I'm like, eesh, but it redeems itself massively. And then, although, like I said, the last track isn't my favourite, I certainly like it enough to have it finish my curve of enjoying it. So it's a bit of a strange one because I feel like I have to put in the work to enjoy some of this. So I feel like with the variety that it has and the fact that there are some things I like when I'm in a particular frame of mind and just thing that I like when I'm in a different frame of mind, there's something for every side of me, but it does mean that I can't ever enjoy the album 100% of the time. But depending on the mood that I'm in, I do enjoy it in different ways. And it is just a great demo of the possibilities and ways and forms that Hawkwind can take. So yeah, it is a good one.
It's a good one. It's interesting to me, in as much as when we looked at the albums from 1978 and the just amazing kind of smorgasbord of new and old and different genres, and you've got albums by, older bands, the Stones releasing an album, Neil Young, Elton John, Aretha Franklin, and older bands releasing stuff, Genesis, for example. But then you've got newer bands like Blondie and Talking Heads and Boney M and Devo and all these kinds of things. For me, this is an odd one because this is an album by what would then be considered an older band, but which to me fits in with all of the new music much better than it does with the older music, which I find really interesting that Hawkwind are capable of doing that. And I'm sure that has, a lot to do with Calvert and the members of ARC who come to the fore, but obviously the driving force behind this is Dave in wanting to do it. So a really interesting album, and with the amount of craziness going on around it, the music that they produce just seems to hold up regardless of the ridiculousness going on around the band at any particular point in time.
We are starting to see as well, like, electronics come into the foreground a lot more, even things like War of the Worlds, which is a whole amount of sound design, not quite the same because it's not an album really in that respect, but thinking about things like Genesis for me has a lot of that in it. But again, Hawkwind have been doing that a long time since. So again, that idea of them being kind of trendsetters in a way that no one wants to recognize them for is another one of their things that that they have to live with. But I think you can always look back and think that, yeah, they were definitely ahead of some things.
And we begin with Death Trap,
which for me is another pretty solid opening track as Hawkwind opening tracks go. It's certainly something which I don't hate. I think it's nowhere near the best track on the album, but it is a solid track, and one that again made me feel that I may have been right about Hawkwind looking over their shoulder as they were making this album, because I do feel like there are quite a few callbacks to Quark in a lot of the content. For me, this track feels like the internal monologue of the guy from Damnation Alley after the initial thrill of driving around a post-apocalyptic US wears off. Like before, there was this idea of he's got this crazy machine and there's an open road and like he's survived and let's see what this new way of life might bring. And now this guy's got this strange messiah complex, the jubilation's gone, and it feels more like kind of manic resignation to the situation instead, rather than this reckless abandon. It feels more like he's just got this grim job to do. It's like, I've got to keep this thing rolling or it's just game over. The whole thing could be sung through clenched teeth in that kind of human way that like, even when failure is absolutely guaranteed, almost out of spite, surviving as long as possible is a kind of a very human thing. So the fact that this guy is now calling his vehicle a death trap, Like when people would call their World War II plane their rust bucket because the chance of it breaking down was actually more likely than them getting shot by the enemy. You know, that idea of like, but you still do it because you have to, so you may as well make a bit of gallows humor as you go. And I feel like there's a lot of gallows humor in this track. Musically, I also feel like things have changed in terms of the vibe, because Damnation Alley was kind of upbeat in the way it worked, an almost ironic truck rock kind of thing where they took that and subverted it with the lyrics. This now is much more subdued, like the chords are very simple, they batter along, which again makes me feel like the music is going on with this idea of like, we're just keeping on, we're not doing anything special, full speed ahead, just like wide-eyed, froth-mouthed attempt to just keep going forwards for as long as possible, which is kind of what the actual like track does with its fairly basic percussion, fairly basic chords, but it just, you know, it's all about forward motion as much as possible. So yeah, that then for me reflects that difference. There's no great breakdown, which we had before, which again just adds to this idea of this is all just about the last few seconds of this narrator before he meets some kind of fiery death. And I think that's further compounded when they do the breakdown, where they start listing all the problems with the car, which I thought was actually quite an imaginative way of doing a breakdown, because every time he adds a new thing, you're just like, oh yeah, there's another reason why this thing is not going to last the night. I did think the order of it was a bit weird, because when they say tires are on fire now, I was like, we'll probably just draw a line under that. Like, if your tires are on fire, then the fact that your spark plug doesn't work or whatever is probably the least of your worries at that point. I do like the repetition of Death Trap. Also, the chicken running is just like the way that is uttered has a nice extra percussive element to it that just keeps that rolling. I don't know if it is canon or anything that it is related to Damnation Alley or not, but I can't see how you wouldn't think that if you'd heard the other album. I do like how it ends with switching Death Trap to Death Wish. The first time I heard it all the way through and then it ended on Death Wish, I was like, oh, okay. Now I have to readjust my expectations again, because that for me gave quite a lot of questions. I was thinking like, could it be that our distracted driver narrator finally ran into a wall and that was the last thing he shouted before, like, you know, he met some kind of fiery end? Or is it actually like a final jubilant cry that underpins this idea that the driver is still kind of enjoying things? You know, like Damnation Alley, he still called this thing this big anti-radiation tomb, so there was this idea that he'll die in it eventually. It is a death trap, but I have a death wish, so actually this is exactly where it should be. That full-on I've gone crazy Mad Max thing, I really like that switch at the end, because I wasn't expecting it, and it eventually made me feel like this is still a strangely joyous record, but it is joyous in that kind of way where you're trying to extract any kind of fun or purpose or meaning from a situation which you are no longer in control of, and the only thing you can do is perpetuate existence until failure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. To me, it's their most overtly punk sounding track, because there is no orchestration really comes in at any particularly complicated way. The guitar solo matches the tone of the song perfectly. It's very, very simple. It could easily be a Ramones track, if you see what I mean. And the way that Calvert sings it, that has authenticity. It doesn't sound like a big old space rock band trying to get in with the kids. It sounds completely authentic as its own punk track, because obviously, as we've talked about at length before, of their role in all of that. But it works. Dave's kind of choppy guitar style makes that work. And the fact that they don't overplay it, it's minimal at the beginning, it's minimal in the middle, which was hard to say, and it's still minimal at the end. I think they really serve the song really, really well. And to your point, the way that Calvert percussively delivers the lyrics and the way that the band are holding that death trap thing going as well. It's a strong one for me. It's not the strongest on the album by a long shot, but it is a strong start to an album. It definitely is an attention grabber for sure. And you're right, it does serve a similar purpose, if you like, to Damnation Alley, and it's hard not to think of them as a pair. But there's quite a marked difference to where that takes us next.
For the Jackass Shadows, this is, for me, the regression piece. Before it was a callback, this for me is full on, we're back to more Warrior on the Edge of Time, telling spacey stories or stories of fantasy and time travel and that kind of thing. And I feel like I know Hawkwind enough now to know this is certainly about a book or poem or something in that style now.
Roger Zelazny.
Bless you.
Book of the same name.
Okay, cool. So compared to Warrior, which I felt like was a little bit more impenetrable, this one for me feels much more accessible, whether that's because of the content of the book or whether or not they're just using more generally evocative images and languages. I'm not sure, but this one worked for me a lot more. I didn't feel like I had to know the book in order to go, oh, I get all these references. It felt like a space folk tale. The kind of song that you might sing as legend of this Jack of Shadows who comes in and does all this stuff. You know, it was almost like that folk style Here Comes the Spider-Man kind of song that people throw into the films and stuff, where like he becomes this kind of folk hero. It kind of reminded me of like that, but like, you know, elevated to levels of space imagination. There's some interesting and also familiar linguistic uses in this. They use the phrase the other side of light, which reminds me of the other side of the sky, which we got from Silver Machine. I was surprised that they used the word molasses. I mean, it's a good word. It sounds fun to say, and it rhymes nicely with what they're doing. But as far as I know, that's a very American word for what we would call treacle. I don't know, again, if that's something to do with the book or whether or not they just used it because they needed something that was very dark and moved in a kind of gloopy way, because that helps. But like, if I had listened to this before coming to America, I would have had to have looked that word up, because I don't think I've ever used that in my life. And the only reason I know that is because I looked at it once on a diner menu and thought, what was that?
Yeah, fair. Knowing that it's a reference to a book doesn't really help you if you've not read the book, which neither of us have. But you hadn't read the Moorcock books, obviously, that inspired Warrior Enders of Time. But you can get your head into what's going on in this track easier not having read it than you probably could with Michael Moorcock's worlds of multiverse of lore and chaos.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like there's a few on Warrior that, like Magnu, for example, I got more, because they say Magnu is a horse with a golden mane, and then they talk about it, and they're like, cool, okay, we're singing about a horse. Space horse. I can deal with this. So this person as well is some kind of time thief. So the information that I'm given is enough for me to feel like, oh, this guy sounds fun. Like I said, like that's what you do with heroic folk tales, is that you take the bits that people can relate to and be like, that's what this person's all about. The content is fine. Is it my favorite thing that Hawkwind do? Probably not. I prefer their more biting social commentary, or they're completely out there talking about space in the weird ways, like I'm going to forget the track now, so that's not really helpful.
Pretty much anything from 1971.
Yeah, I should have made a note. I just forgot. Actually, I didn't, only just came to that point now as we were talking.
No, I think I get where you're coming from. I think musically, it's much lighter in tone. So it kind of passes its few minutes perfectly pleasantly. You can kind of hum it walking on the road. It's not one of the album's high points, but it's not a low point either.
I agree with that. There's some nice little flourishes, like the little castanet that they throw in there. I could see this Jack of Shadows like laying one red rose in the space of the place where he's just stolen something from. Like you kind of get in like a Carmen Sandiego kind of situation. You know, I don't know why that castanet just like evokes that feeling of he's got some flair and panache. And like, again, that's that kind of like folktale of like adding all this description. You could say like, he's 10 feet tall and has a cloak made of space. And you're like, yeah, sure, why not? This guy's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's done very faithfully for what it is, you know, in the same way that actually like Death Trap, I think again the same thing, there's a faithfulness to it, and you can like it or not, but you can't say it doesn't do what it sets out to do. So I think these are very well realized tracks, and again both of these, like you say, don't pique my interest in the same way that some Hawkwind tracks have done, but as tracks I'm completely fine with them and enjoy them when I listen to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, saying that you prefer Hawkwind's more socially conscious stuff brings us to Uncle Sam's on Mars, because obviously in the mid-70s was when the Viking landers actually did land on Mars, hence the track. It's a pretty obvious callback to Whitey on the Moon, which is Gil Scott-Heron, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And clearly is about commercialization and homogenization. I remember when I found out, somebody said there was a Coca-Cola vending machine in every major city on the planet. So this one definitely is back in the realms of social commentary.
And what an oddly poignant track to be listening to in this COP26 season that we find ourselves in, when, the planet is very much being talked about in a literally, we've been talking about this for 26 years and we should really do something, because, come on, guys, seriously, it's interesting to hear about this. But yeah, for me, this is now firmly back into the bit of Hawkwind where they nail this kind of stuff. I'm assuming this is an overdub live, because this is what I was talking about in terms of the vocals and the music sound very different. The vocals are very clear, which makes me feel like this is something that they wanted you to listen to. You know, this is almost like a PSA from Hawkwind, but the music really helps carry it. So they do have equal weight, but there's a difference in focus in the way that these things work. I actually think Whitey's on the Moon is one of my favorite poems ever. I think it's just amazingly put together. It obviously carries a huge amount of baggage, but it wears it proudly. It almost like bench presses the amount of baggage it's holding, you know, with this kind of like this feeling of like self-awareness and referentialness, and like this is something that no one's talking about, was really cool. So to hear this version of it is interesting because this is almost a white person's version of Whitey's on the Moon, where we're like, sure, white people might be on the moon, but there are some white people that are way more on the moon than other white people, and we're going to point that out. You know, this kind of like feeling when the pendulum swung, didn't it? Where like America in the 50s, for example, was like the thing which everyone saw as being basically like the new Rome. They were making all these labor-saving devices. They had cars, they had the American dream, all this kind of stuff. But then, you know, one Great Depression, one Vietnam later, and suddenly like the mask slips a bit and everyone realizes that maybe hyper-capitalism is not quite what we felt like we all needed. And the cracks begin to show. And this is very much Hawkwind calling attention to the harm that all this does and accusing America of basically not paying attention to where they are because they're already potentially beyond this. You know, they're already looking at things in a way which means that everyone else has to like suck on their exhaust while they fire out into new places, and they're not being globally minded, they're not being socially minded, they're not even being humane in a lot of this. So there's a lot to unpack in this. It is very heavy, but I think it's done in a way which balances itself really nicely. You know, like it could be much more finger waggy, it could be a lot more intense, which then also makes it in a way a lot easier to tune out. But using this idea of Uncle Sam's on Mars is much more evocative, and you put yourself into it, which means you get sucked into it, but you kind of like allow yourself to be sucked into it because it hooks you in. The first verse, for example, is fantastic, that escalation by talking about like the fish are dead. So that's very granular, that's very real. And then that goes up to, and then science has a lot to answer for. And then you go up even further to, there may well be no stopping this. Already you've gone from something I can relate to here's the problem in 3 lines. And just every single time you intersperse it with, but Uncle Sam's on Mars. As in like the person who is doing this doesn't care. They're not around. They flick the match behind them as they're walking out. So that amazing idea of real existential threat mixed with that human behavior of not paying attention is just bottled up in a fantastically eloquent speech, which is then surrounded by this swirling live Hawkwind jam, which again is going back to the stuff that they did before, but this just works. And like I said, it sounds a bit fuzzy around the edges, but for me that actually helps bring the vocals, which they've overdubbed, to the front again. It kind of does what We Are the Soldiers on the Edge of Time didn't do for me. You know, well, like that was a bit too theatrical. This is just this big swirling mess, and you can hear the synths trilling around, you can hear the guitar grabbing all that bottom end and just creating this, I call it this kind of like dust cloud of sound around this person who is talking. Or is it maybe people? I don't know whether or not there's any phasing or some kind of processing on the actual vocals, or if 2 people are talking and one of them is in a much lower register. We're almost hearing from some kind of like superhuman who is talking in this strange, slightly inhuman way, you know, like this idea of this kind of messenger who's in the earth, in the same way that like Fable of a Failed Race was. You know, we hear the story of the people where this happened to them. They're down there still on Earth pointing out all this is happening. And then just to pepper in that little phone call of the president talking to the astronauts brings it smack bang down to Earth again. I know it's a quote, and we haven't really heard Hawkwind do much with found sound, so it's interesting to hear this. It adds this extra layer of this is right now, or this is happening. So there's, again, this crazy lasagna of context here where we've got this poem that they're referencing, and then all the socio-political stuff, all the environmental stuff, all these layers of their own kind of imagination ways of dealing with it, and then real-time talking about America. And, you know, it just becomes this crazy thing where, like, no matter how you slice it, there's just this whole bunch of context that you just have to, like, deal with. And the music isn't, like, letting up either. So it's just pulling you through this thought. It goes absolutely crazy. It's a very intense 8 minutes.
It is, but it's not huge and weighty like a Black Sabbath slab dragging you down. It propels along forwards, which is almost part of it, this kind of progress. And as you said, not just with COP26, but also this era of Bezos and Branson and Musk all kind of racing to the stars for billions of dollars and trying to get to Mars. Not to say that it's prescient, but it's absolutely not of its time. This is current. It reminds me structurally of Spirit of the Age, in as much as this is about what Calvert is saying and the band just playing something to back it up. I remember you suggested that for you musically, Spirit of the Age was like a 5 out of 10. And people thought that you thought it was a 5 out of 10 track, but you were just talking about the music. The words were a different thing altogether. I think this track with a different lyric would be entirely different. I think this is carried along by the words, but the band back it up beautifully. The music just fits and has a almost 1950s science fiction TV serial feel to me. They actually played this on the gig that I went to a few weeks ago, which was absolutely brilliant. I think there is footage of it online somewhere. I'll dig it out. So yeah, definitely a high point. Very famous in Hawkwind lore, this one. And a couple of pods ago referred to the band playing at festivals and Calvert cutting up an American flag with a sword. Pretty sure this was the song.
That would make sense, because I feel like America doesn't come off very well in this song. So the one thing that always pulls me out of this slightly is the McDonald's hamburger, which is just shouted. I know that like McDonald's has become the de facto sign of global capitalism gone wrong. And I know that it was more prescient then, but I feel like it's not quaint now, but it's a bit passé. Like we know that now. So, and again, back then it's fine and we're here now, but just listening to it now, I really wish that vocal wasn't there, because it just feels a little dated somehow, a little passé in why they're having a go at America.
He picked the right brand though, because if he'd have gone with, back then, which he could have done, if he'd gone for Wimpy, no one would understand the reference anymore.
That is true. That just proves that, unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Hawkwind didn't do much to diminish McDonald's iron grip on the restaurant industry.
No, indeed. That is true.
There's this one thing where they talk about 2 cars in the garage, and I was trying to figure out whether or not that was more of a cutting comment about America's 50s idea of like, there was that idea of a car in every garage and a washing machine in every home.
Yeah, nuclear family.
Yeah, so I feel like that was much more of a cutting point, because there's that idea of like, you as America have said that you want your people to have this amazing life, and yet that is ruining the planet, but you don't care because you're not even on this planet. For me, that's way more intelligent than just shouting, McDonald's exists.
I do love the delivery of it, though, I must admit. I do love the way that he says hamburger and the way that he says 2 cars in the garage. I love that. That always makes me smile. And in many ways, this very much feels like late 1960s underground movement Bob Calvert coming right back to the fore again. So obviously a huge track with Hawkwind fans for very good reason.
And for new fans as well.
And that's good to know. And we go to something entirely different, which is one of those tracks that was originally apparently destined for a Dave Brock solo album, which is just him and Simon King playing the drums. 2 of these on the trot. And the first one is Infinity.
The fact that this might have been for his own work makes sense to me. This track is hard work. I like it musically. I like the way that it changes chord. It hits all these nice resolutions as it goes through its progression, like the bass comes in and hits the tonic note and everything kind of comes together. There's a very nice plucky guitar mixed with this kind of large bass note which pulls things together. The thing which really just makes me unable to deal with this track is the accent that it's sung in. It just sounds a bit silly to me. I find it very hard to take it seriously.
It's quite nasal, isn't it?
I actually wrote this, yes, the nasality and twang makes me feel like this is more of a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy story than a more tragic story, which I think it's supposed to be, because this idea of, again, of Fable of a Failed Race kind of thing, it's another one of these little like space stories or fantasy stories of someone who's found themselves in this terrible situation. And I read the lyrics are nice, but there's just something about the way it's delivered that makes me feel like it's being a little silly and I can't deal with it. So I like it musically, and I like the last third of it, because then not only do the lyrics go away, but they actually bring in a little bit more of a defined guitar, which helps like pick out the end of it. Which then makes it a nice little palate cleanser for me. But yeah, the track on the whole, I have problems with the singing.
Yep, and the singing is the thing that knocks a couple of marks off it for me too. Otherwise, it's quite a nice little song. I'm quite happy to sink into it a bit, but I wish that Dave was singing it with his normal singing voice. I wonder why he did it.
If this person's been stuck for a very long time and he's going to be stuck there for infinity, I was wondering whether or not it's almost like they're very far away, like in time or something, or like the memory of this person is kind of like fading. So this idea of this delivery being deliberately weak, that's the only kind of explanation I have, is that they're trying to get this feeling of someone who's kind of being diminished and stuck where they are. You could do it angrily, I guess, like, oh, I'm stuck here for infinity, but I feel like the way that infinity is delivered in that repetitious way, again, it works. It's just, there's something about the delivery which I find hard to get over, but I also don't know how else you would do it.
No, that's totally fair. I'm with you. And it was that way to me when I first heard the track. So it's interesting when you come back to something you haven't heard for quite a long time and actually you realize you feel exactly the same way about it as you did before, which is totally not, I don't like this track. It's perfectly fine. I would never dream of skipping it. But yes, the delivery is slightly jarring. The second of these two tracks is then Life Form, which I don't know if you'd agree, but for me almost feels like it's doing the same job as Automaton from 25 years.
Yeah, and I didn't really like what Automaton was doing, so I'll put it into my things which Hawkwind have done which are okay, which I can also take or leave. This one's a bit of a puzzle though, because it's not short enough to be a real micro track, but it's also not long enough to be a full track. Considering we have Infinity, which takes us down from what has been quite a heavy track that we just had, and then we have Lifeform back to back, we need one or the other. I don't know why we have both of these. And the only thing I was thinking of is the fact that I would assume that Lifeform is the first track on the B-side.
Nope, Lifeform is the last track on the A-side.
Oh, in that case, then it has absolutely no business being here as far as I'm concerned.
You were thinking record length, right, for the vinyl?
I was just thinking maybe like you want to end on Infinity to end that side, and then if you turn it over, maybe, I don't know, you put the kettle on or something in between, flipping the record over or something, you want to carry on that vibe and you want to be led into what is then going to be a pretty heavy B-side. I assume that that's why that was there. But to go straight from Infinity into Lifeform and then end the side is very odd to me. So yeah, I don't really know what's going on there.
I'm with you. Again, it's not one that I skip. I'm quite happy when it comes on, but it wouldn't really make an awful lot of difference to me if suddenly it disappeared from the album. If Infinity disappeared from the album, I'd notice its absence. Lifeform, less so. But again, when it comes on, I'm not like tempted to skip on or anything like that.
No, again, I could have put Lifeform as the very first track just to set some kind of tone for the track or something. Like, I don't know where else it would go. Like, it doesn't really want to go any later in the album unless it was like the very last thing, or maybe you could put it after High Rise just to get us back to feeling spacey again after that for PXR5. I don't know. Like, I guess if I was going to move it, I would put it probably there, because it's not, like I said, it's not hurting me listening to it. You know, it doesn't outstay its welcome.
Yes, agreed. And so ends side one of the vinyl. We flip over and we get The Mighty Robot, which, as you will be well aware, is inspired by Isaac Asimov's 3 Laws of Robotics, which I'm sure you knew. Do you know what they are?
Let me see if I can do this off the top of my head. I don't know if I'm going to get this verbatim. I know that a robot cannot harm or through an action enable harm to a human.
That is the first law.
The second one, is it that they have to do whatever a human says?
Yep, except where it conflicts with the first law.
Right, and then they are unable to destroy themselves?
Yes, well done. Well done. Maximum points, except, of course, where that conflicts with the others. Did you know that there is a 4th law?
I actually wrote in my notes that I made up a 4th law that I thought would have been good, and now I've lost it.
Oh, this is tense then, because there is a 4th law. It's written about 30 years later or something in another book. And it's actually not the 4th law, it's the 0th law.
Oh, okay.
But go for it. Let's see if you can independently go where Isaac Asimov took 30 years to get.
Well, for me, just based on the kind of like the Blade Runner stuff and even like some of the stuff that's in these lyrics, I had that a robot is unable to lie about being a robot if you ask it if it is.
No bonus points. So the 0th law of robotics is that a robot cannot harm humanity or by inaction allow humanity to be harmed, which basically allows the robot to kill Hitler or such and such. He doesn't kill Hitler in the books because it's set 50 billion years in the future. But there is some kind of humanity-facing threat, and robot could prevent it. So there you go. That's the 0th law that nobody knows. But yeah, so we have robot, and it did always used to please me when he sang the 3 laws of robotics, because I was avidly reading Isaac Asimov at the time when I got this album.
Well, also, like, Asimov liked to mess with his own rules. I remember there was a book of Asimov's short stories that I had where a child told her toy robot to get lost, and then the robot took it literally. And then there was this whole story about like where the robot could have gone that wouldn't inflict with the laws, and how they could then get it back, and that kind of thing of just like, oh yeah, Asimov didn't just write these 3 laws and call it a day. So they were some really interesting thought exercises. And the way that Hawkwind take it, I don't think any other band would have got to where they are here. There's this obvious layer of Asimovian vision of the robot servant with their 3 laws that keep humanity safe in this world where robots exist. But then there's this other very Hawkwindian layer about the concept of an indentured underclass, which is unable to realize their full potential due to these kind of mind shackles that they have. So again, there's a lot to unpack in this. Uncle Sam's on Mars is much more direct about what's going on because it's talking about real things, where obviously robots are not real yet. But there is this extra layer in here as well where I do feel like you could use this story as an analogy for the working class. That idea that the working class hold the power potentially in their hands, but they obey laws of society that go against their ability to fight for a better situation. I wasn't sure if I was making that up, but the fact that they kind of whisper at the end of the track, "You're all robots," makes me feel like this is actually more intentional. And although it's kind of, buried in layers of symbolism, I feel like Hawkwind could be telling the listener, you are essentially, in the eyes of some people, a robot.
I would say that's pretty spot on. I think, for one thing, a lot of the best science fiction is actually a metaphor for current social commentary. And 2, I think Hawkwind generally have used science fiction settings to reflect back. And yeah, I don't doubt it. It's not explicitly done. But I think the fact that it allows you to make that connection is a powerful thing. And the music backs it up.
It's more of a story song. Do you know what I mean? Because normally, I feel like the music would work and then the lyrics would work around it. Again, I feel like the lyrics are driving this. There's a musical accompaniment that works well, but it certainly feels like the story and the lyrics are the most important part of this. To that point, the story is really interesting. It feels very Hawkwind to tell the story of robot servitude in such a pedestrian fashion. The idea that they have to commute, the fact that they have to queue, the fact that they're doing all the boring stuff just adds this empathic layer to their situation that I don't think many other bands would have got to. They'd have either talked about uprising or they'd just say robots suck. But this idea of, again, painting this grey, grim picture of a robot at the back of the bus traveling to do something boring. The phrase, "you're a good morning machine," is one of the most brutal cut downs of someone's existence that I think I can ever really think of. It's not rude or insulting, it's just bleak.
Yes, it is, and so simple. It's one of those phrases where if somebody said it to you, you'd have walked 50 yards before you realized how devastated you were.
Exactly. It's simple, but it took a lot of thought to get there, I'm sure. This is the track that Hawkwind are building to in the whole album. This is the only one that's really of some length. It's the only one that has a Hawkwindian breakdown in it, even though it's different to something like what Quark did or what 25 Years did. It still has much more of a breakdown to it and a rebuild up. And actually, they just repeat the whole thing over. So it's kind of like, we are going to make this point. And actually, I don't mind it doing that. I think it works nicely because I do like the story and I do like it being told twice in one sitting in that way. With that in mind, I do find it funny that in that same way that like Metropolis and other films of this era and slightly earlier, is that it's funny how people have crazy imaginations for what humanoid robots could achieve or where technology could take the idea of robot automatons, but they still talk about queuing for buses and papers. So like no one can envisage an iPad, but everyone can assume that one day we'll make robots smart enough to even deal with what these 3, like the 0th law. How much computer metacognitive processing power would it take a robot to understand what humanity is and what a threat to humanity is in order to even obey that law, But they've still got newspapers, which is kind of amazing when you think about it.
Absolutely. I don't need an iPad if I've got a robot to read me the news.
But they have to read it from a paper. They don't download it from the internet. They actually have to go and get you a paper and then read it.
No, exactly. They have to go to the shop and buy it.
I do like this track. I think that it still somehow doesn't have quite the same imagination flair as something like Quark or 25 Years has for me in terms of like the musicality of this piece. I feel like they could have broken this down in a much more Steppenwolf way if they wanted to, because they're very good at making a break in the story and doing that. But again, as we've said before, with all these tracks, maybe it doesn't actually help the vision of this piece. Maybe it does need to feel like it's still, again, a little bit depressive, a little bit repressive. You want to feel like you are being like downtrodden a little bit listening to it because you are one of these robots. So I think it lands this point home. The only thing I don't think it does necessarily is stick the landing for me. Dave coming in doing the ROBOT bit with his accent throws me again. You can just hear him in the background going R-O-B-O-T. It's like, R. There's something about how he sings, which again is obviously how he does, because when we listen to Somnia, when he does his Talky Dave parts, that's how he is, which is, again, fine. It's him, it's his band, but there's something about the accent that always gets me compared to Calvert, I think, because he's so neutral. It always clashes to me a little bit. And then it does that automaton thing where it speeds up to a crazy amount and eventually just flies off the handle and just comes to a kind of an abrupt end. There's probably not a better way to finish the track, I guess. I just don't quite get Hawkwind's fascination with this speedy up thing, considering that they've done it so many times so recently.
They do the spelling things out thing quite a lot. It did occur to me, not that I don't like it, but there's more of it to come. You'll spot it now that we've said it. It did occur to me that a playlist of Hawkwind spelling things out would actually be quite funny.
Space and spell.
That's exactly. Space and spell. Very good. So, talk of bleakness takes us to High Rise, probably the emotional high point or down point, I guess, of the album. And unusual for Hawkwind, but an amazing track. And Joe Banks, we haven't referred to either of our two usual authors yet, but I'm about to do that now. Joe Banks actually says something pretty beautiful about High Rise. We know that it's based on J.G. Ballard book of the same name. And Joe writes, the title nods to Ballard, but the words are inspired by Calvert's experience of living in a Margate tower block. His depiction of boredom-fueled vandalism amid brutalist architecture could have come from a contemporary Sunday supplement, where high-rise estates were routinely condemned as spirit-sapping slums in the skies. For Calvert, they're the epitome of a dehumanized future where dignity is sacrificed to the cold bureaucracy of central planning. High-rise is full of melodic pathos, and its chorus delivers a genuine emotional punch, harmony backing vocals bristling with Calvert's caged-up rage. Over to you, Matt.
Yeah, beautifully put, and actually probably not since Space is Deep have I had such an instantly emotional reaction to a Hawkwind track at time of listening. The first time I listened to PXR5, I took it to the gym, and I was on a treadmill, and when High Rise came on, I actually had to stop the treadmill and just listen to this track. It grabs you by the heartstrings from the first note and doesn't let you go until way after that song has finished. It's really good as both an idea and how it is delivered. It feels somehow to me like this is Hawkwind's Comfortably Numb, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean, yeah. And you actually said this to me, and I'd already thought of that myself only a couple of weeks earlier when listening to it. It's the dominance musically of like a chord sequence rather than a melody or a tune. Largely, I think the chord sequence that organ is playing, and you get after the first chorus is finished, that little instrumental piece where the vocals drop out, and you get that really overdriven organ playing that chord sequence. It's really powerful, which is the similarity between the two tracks, I think.
I also think the way that the bass sounds, it's very thick and round and plods along, but the notes it makes are very poignant as well. So I feel like that also works in a kind of Floydian way. And I know that they worked with the producer of Floyd before. I know that was Curb Crawler, which wasn't really the same. But yeah, when I first heard this track, I thought this sounds like it is going for the emotional.
Yep, absolutely true. Dave Gilmour himself from Floyd produced Curb Crawler, and we discussed on Astounding Sounds how Alan Powell and that were trying to evoke a Floydian sound. It definitely has that to it. And you're right about the bass. Adrian Shaw is phenomenal on this track. It really does carry it along beautifully. And the delivery from Calvert, there are certain lines in this that just give me chills. when he talks about tearing out telephones and rip out the pages of directories and wreck all these. Love that line. And then later on, there's the tentacles of human gore splattered on the pavement from the 99th floor. The way he delivers those lines are just absolute bite in them.
Yeah, and I think the delivery in this is as important as the content of the lyrics. Like we've heard before, some of the ways where things have been delivered previously are vital to the ways you hear them. And this one, it's done in a very subtle way, but there's emotion cracking through that. It does sound like the delivery of someone who is genuinely upset at the situation. Again, it has a slight resignation to it again, where there's not much that can be done. This is what it is, and someone is just recounting the reality. It's not angry, it's disappointed, which, you know, feels even worse. And I feel like that sense of disappointment is always very well carried by a slightly overdriven organ-sounding synthesizer, which is almost kind of cheating emotionally sometimes, because it's very easy to just lean on that and then have that really just like, you know, get you. I'm not saying it's cheating because it's effectively done, but you don't want to do it all the time. You want to do it when it matters. And again, counterpointing that fractured, overdriven, distorted drone with a ponderous, melancholic bass line does that lovely counterpoint of just somehow just like, again, when all the notes change at the same time. Every time that happens, it just feels like another little stake in your heart in terms of how this is affecting you.
It's almost shocking, this track, because of all the brilliant things Hawkwind do, delivering a massive slab of emotion and pathos and poignancy, that's not usual for a Hawkwind album. That's not what you expect from Hawkwind, which I think kind of trebles the impact of this when it hits you.
It's strangely poignant from an emotional point of view for me, because when I've been listening to this track on repeat, doing a lot of dog walking, I'm surrounded by these. You know, I'm in the city of high rises. So it becomes this interesting way of looking at the city for like the 4 minutes this is on, and it very much changes your feeling from this idea of this amazing New York skyline to actually these towering potential suicide machines. And actually even just thinking about things like the Empire State has 12 feet high wrought iron fences around it to stop it becoming a suicide machine. And also it always makes me think of Grenfell, obviously back in the UK, and the fire that happened there.
Yes, absolutely.
If they are built by uncaring people and maintained by uncaring people who just see their buildings as contents and not homes, then they do become, if not suicide machines for Grenfell, murder machines. And that is a terrible thing. We've said before, there's been ideas around this, almost like the idea of like, if you see a person as a robot, you treat them differently. You don't see them as a human. And I think that has been a theme that Hawkwind have used before. And I think is a fairly poignant thing that they use to talk about the loss of humanity when you don't treat people as humans and you do treat them as numbers or collateral or as strangers even. You dehumanize them, and in so doing, you treat them differently. The idea of a high rise, no one who's built a high rise or thought of a high rise has ever lived in one. It's a solution to a problem which was kind of thought about by a psychopath who never thought about the lasting problems that making these things would cause, because no one really wants to be in one of these things. I have friends in New York who live in much more luxurious versions of these things now, so, you know, they don't mind. But the idea of a tower block in like East London or something is not seen as a luxury thing. And it does perpetuate this feeling where if you treat people like animals, they do kind of devolve a bit. And like you said, that idea of someone who is smashing up a phone, I've never even really thought of the idea of why someone would do that. Or I have, but I've had it dismissed to me from people who are much more like, oh, you know, they're thugs, they were going to do that anyway. But actually, I do like the way this is spilled out, where actually it's an act, the only act of rebellion you have against the situation you find yourself in. And it's funny that they actually finished that be a rebel without a cause, because I think, no, you do have a cause. This is justified. This is a righteous fury that you have. The only thing you can take it out on is the thing that someone who owns the building also owns. And yeah, fine, there's the other way of looking at it, that yes, you're destroying it for everyone else, but also you feel like you put me in this situation and this is how I act. And I'm glad that you said that actually this is said from experience, because I didn't know that. Again, in the same way that we supposed that Freefall was about someone actually skydiving, I suppose that you could look at these and make all this up or read that book and talk about it. But the fact it is actually Calvert's real life experience does add that extra bit of grit and relatability to this.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I thought when I saw that this was based on J.G. Ballard, obviously he's a magnificent writer, but I remember even in the 1980s, there were discussions about estates and tower blocks and the crushing effects that these things have on people. So it was clear to me that it was based on more than, just I'm going to write this great song about this book. I wasn't so aware that he'd actually lived it himself, but that does add to the emotion of the situation. I think with some of Hawkwind's songs where the lyrics are so much kind of at the forefront of the song, the music is really good background for the lyrics. But in this case, I think the music is adding to the lyrics and adding to that emotional punch that the lyrics give, which is slightly different, I think, from what they've done before.
Yes, and I think that, I don't know this for sure, but I know that you said that some of these were live overdubs and some of them were studios. This sounds like a studio track, and I think this wouldn't have been as good if it had sounded live in the same way that Uncle Sam's on Mars does. The breakout between the overdub and the live changes, I think, because of the intensity and the swirling, like amalgam of sounds that uses to drive its foreboding and its intensity. You can almost hear that sound and almost imagine this pyroclastic cloud of dust from a apocalyptic storm coming towards you, where this is actually much more pared back. It's almost funereal in the way that it talks. The fact it's so slow and so plodding, but again, so deliberate. Even the high-rise chorus sounds like it's some kind of like eulogy for this idea. Like they're using its name, but they're doing it again as a kind of lament that we've heard before.
Yep, I agree. I think this actually is live, but it's almost certainly had an awful lot more done to it. The only one, I think that the only track, which is the five of them together in the studio making a studio track, is Jack of Shadows. I think everything else is either Dave kind of off doing his thing or them overdubbing live tracks. But I agree that this one has had the most work done to it. A beautiful track, an emotional high point, I think, of the Hawkwind catalogue to date. Even Dave's guitar solo, which you don't necessarily need, but I really like Dave's guitar solo in this. It really adds to the music rather than just being, we need a guitar solo here, please.
Yeah, I think what it does is it gives you the increased suspense before we get to the inevitable of the death. We've been talking about a suicide machine. We've been describing these boxes as just like, containment facilities. And then there's the break. Because it's coming, it just prolongs it in this horrible agony that it is before, you hit this release and we talk about the suicide from the 99th floor. I know what you said there about the, someone said he jumped, but we know he was pushed. I think that's one of my favorite lines of the whole thing, because when you think about it, he was pushed by the environment. And that reminded me a bit of, Gormenghast.
Yep, Titus Groan.
Yeah, that book is a fantastic book because the castle is almost a main character and is described like that. And, like the way that the castle is designed, the rooms that it has, even its decoration impacts people's memories and impacts their emotions and changes their behavior. And I felt like there was almost a Gormenghast feel to the end of this about like, if it is a suicide machine, then eventually it's going to win. A bit like Death Trap in a way that like, this might be an inevitability. And I think that even as we said before about the idea of dehumanizing, the fact that the person who lands is described twice as a kind of subterranean animal adds to that idea that all humanity was lost before he'd even jumped. When he hit the ground, he looks like a starfish. Then you have tentacles. All of those things are very non-human. And so I think it's very graphic to get the idea of the starfish. There's an almost beautiful way of describing what it would be like to have your body hit tarmac from that high up. And again, makes you think about it. But again, describing it as a starfish, describing tentacles for me makes you feel like these people aren't human in the eyes of the people who are looking at this mess. So I think that even then, that idea is just carried through from beginning to end with this absolute certainty, which means, like I said, that like this grabs you from the very beginning and doesn't ever really let you go. In fact, I could have stood for them to have thought of another verse for this, you know, in order to just make it a little bit longer, because I do think that compared to like some of the tracks that we really like, the Hawkwind have, this is like a fraction of the size, and yet it's walnut tight. So, you know, I think it's nice as it is, but if it was a little bit more, then maybe that would have been interesting just to see where else we might have gone with it. I also was thinking about if ever there was a track that someone should cover, like now, either this or Uncle Sam's on Mars would be an amazing thing to have, like an up-to-date version, because these things sound great, but they sound very of the time. And the idea of updating them to show what has changed would be interesting, you know, it would be maybe like a nice point in its own right.
That's very true. It definitely comes to mind when these words of Robert Calvert seem as relevant now as they ever did. So we come out of that emotional climax into a track which is the polar opposite in tone. I've got one very short quote here, again from Joe Banks and his book, Days of the Underground, because I'm reading this one out because actually it made me laugh, because we know that PXR5 is broadly about the breakup of the band in the Astounding Sounds era. So what Joe says in the book: the album ends with the fun, if slightly daft PXR5, and another stab at being self-referential. But whereas Days of the Underground did it with a certain ironic elan, Brock delivers his tale of ejecting former bandmates into space with a none too subtle glee. I laughed when I read that, because it very much is that, but it's a fun track, and almost I think you can only follow High Rise with something like that. It would be impossible to do anything that was supposed to grab you emotionally after that one.
For sure. Again, I wonder if I was making this album, would I put anything after High Rise? Would I just leave it at that in the same way that they did with Quark? I think that may have been a more heavy but effective way of doing it. But also, Hawkwind are a political commentator and not a political band, I feel. So they've made their point, but they don't want you to go away completely empty-handed emotionally at the end of the album. So having this as a little coda is also kind of fine. I get why they did that. Other bands may have landed there and then be like, cool, that's your problem, bye.
I do agree. I actually quite like the fact that PXR5 ends the album, simply because the mood that High Rise puts me in isn't really one that I want to carry around with me for too long. I love it while it lasts. PXR5 is like a sorbet, if that makes any sense. A musical sorbet.
This is a surprising return to the ideas of In Search of Space, of all things. You know, like they've gone right back to being space rock, but not just space rock, space themed. We haven't had a lot of that. The rhythm section's working overtime on this track for sure. You know, big hammering fills, which is, again, feels more classic Hawkwind when they had two percussionists for a while. The people being thrown out of the band, aka the spaceship, is interesting because the lyric is their life support couldn't handle it, so they died, which makes it again sound like they were on borrowed time anyway, because
I think in Hawkwind that's probably true.
Exactly. So I did like that idea that it was life support that got them and not their misadventure or their kind of murder. It was more just like inability to survive. I think the solo for me is the most fun and rewarding thing. For me, it feels like a relay race. As in, like, you get this lead guitar that then passes the baton onto this squelchy bass that then passes it onto this violin. And for me, the violin is the best part on this. It's just super scratchy and like really close to the microphone. And then they do this nice stereo field where it all goes all over the place and then crashes back into PXR5, which I don't know what that means. I'm assuming, is that the ship now? I thought the ship was called the Hawkwind. Is this a different ship? What the hell is going on? I don't really know.
I've never heard an explanation of it.
I'm sure there isn't one. The only thing that I got out of PXR5 is that the way they say it, PXR5 is exactly the way they do The Edge of Time. And I was wondering, is that another acknowledgement of previous Hawkwind triumphs? Because I can hear PXR5 and substitute Edge of Time completely in the way that the diction carries it, which I thought was interesting. But, you know, there's still exile and mystery and death in this whole idea, so it's not a super happy story, but the music is certainly more upbeat in its delivery, so it kind of washes away some of that poignance left by the double B-side smackdown of Robot and High Rise. By the end of the whole album, I have taken on board so many ideas that an idea that I can't grab massively hold of, like another spaceship that might be called something else, and about trying to find another race or whatever it is, I'm like, I'm not going to come with you on this. I'm going to listen to it and it's going to wash over me, but I'm not going to try and put too much effort into decoding this one. I'm assuming this is just kind of like a, you know, like a fun piece and a chance for some of the musicians to get something out of their system by like thwacking some drums and just like going ham on a violin.
Yeah, as Joe says, the entertainment in this, I think, the amusement value is this song about 3 of our crew who were with us then did not survive, with this very jaunty music. There's a collision here that shouldn't be, but is. That amuses me. Also, writing a song about the fact that 3 members of the band are no longer in the band. If you do this on the next album, Dave is the only one left. So there is only one survivor from PXR6. So yeah, it's a fun way to finish off. And that is the music of PXR5.